A fracture, not in land, but in memory. That's where this begins. Not beneath, but beyond the known seabed, where even silence forgets how to echo. A realm where pressure shapes thought, and the salt carries names we were never meant to know. These are not creatures. They are unfinished ideas the earth could not bear to destroy, birthed in blackness, raised in solitude, alive in the absence of sun. Before beginning, I ask, what time is it? What place holds you as you press play? Is it midnight's hush behind a locked door, or the hush of early morning before the world stirs? Tell me in the comments. Because time forgets itself here, place blurs. And now we continue, not with answers, but with questions wrapped in scales and whispers. 100 beings no light has ever named. 100 anomalies that science discarded, but the sea remembered. Welcome to the unknown. Folded not just beneath the ocean, but beneath the memory of what oceans used to mean. The Leviathan of Arc Pressure lies where the mid-Atlantic ridge splits the seabed, like a healed wound that never stopped throbbing. It does not swim, nor slither. It integrates, embedding itself into the Earth's mantle like a biological fault line, pulsing in silence with the shifting of plates. This is not a myth cast from torchlight or superstition, but a presence inferred by engineers, whispered about by geophysicists, and feared by those who work closest to the Earth's bones. In 1952, a Dutch exploration crew reported sonar signals bouncing back like screams swallowed by granite. Signals that doubled over themselves before vanishing into static. Their final entry spoke of a luminous vertebra rising from the trench, a structure not floating, but anchored deep, radiating heat, like it had just turned in sleep. The crew vanished. Only one member resurfaced weeks later, naked and delirious, lips burnt from salt, fingernails embedded with obsidian dust. He spoke of watching continents breathe, not figuratively, but literally. He described a long back, arched like a cathedral, sliding beneath the crust as if it wore Earth's skin. This creature does not haunt dreams. It is the dream, pressed between tectonic teeth, turning restlessly every few centuries, changing currents and calendars with a motion too slow to detect and too vast to map. When the Earth groans, it is not in pain. It is simply the Leviathan adjusting its spine beneath us. When the engineers first laid transatlantic communication cables along the mid-Atlantic ridge in the 1980s, they expected pressure fractures, corrosion, and crustal shifts. But they did not expect teeth, not in the biological sense, but grooves spiraled, deliberate, repeating with surgical consistency, as if chewed by something that understood cable width and metallic fatigue. The damage was dismissed as mineral compression, until divers retrieved one segment, where the insulation wasn't torn, but folded outward, like a peeled rind. Onboard instruments recorded background vibrations too deep for human hearing, and electromagnetic pulses that caused compass needles to tremble, then freeze, not pointing north, but down. One remote submersible, launched from a Norwegian vessel in 1996, captured only 3 frames before signal loss. A wall of black ridges shimmering like volcanic glass, moving slightly, pulsing in sync with recorded tremors in Iceland. Geologists claimed magma chamber instability, but that footage disappeared into a corporate archive, and the submersible was never found. The sea has ways of keeping secrets, especially when they are etched into its foundation. The Leviathan here does not announce itself with fins or fury, but with the absence of randomness. Patterns emerge in tectonic quakes, intervals, accelerations, too regular to be natural. It is not just embedded in the Earth's skin, it may be the muscle that twitches behind the fault lines. Some now believe the creature sleeps not in crust, but as crust, and when it stirs it does not rise, it expands, shifting plates by fractions that collapse cities. It is the ocean's spine, and we are the fleas riding its exhale. Near the western basin of the Tyrrhenian Sea, where the trench plunges like a wound beneath Italy's calmer coasts, fishermen have long whispered of a shimmer just beneath the waves. Not a reflection, not a glow, but a presence. In 1911, a merchant steamer en route from Naples to Palermo diverted course after the first officer reported a line of lanterns moving in the water, at perfect depth and perfect distance. No other crewman saw the lights, but the steamer changed bearing regardless. 2 nights later, another vessel disappeared in the same vicinity, its final distress call cut short by static, followed by what one transcriber described as a woman singing, but under breath, and too slow to be living. Salvage divers sent weeks later found no wreck, but one diver resurfaced in terror, claiming to have seen a veil, white, drifting, wider than the ship's hull, tethered to something massive that blinked with golden light, like eyes half submerged in silk. Locals say she is not a monster but a bride, abandoned before her vows were spoken. Her body is said to be draped in translucent tissue that glows from within, an ever-expanding dress of mucus and membrane trailing hundreds of meters behind her. Her face, no one has described it, only her gaze, felt not in the mind but in the bloodstream, like a fever that asks to be remembered. Ships that follow her lights do not crash. They arrive late, drained, their crew sleeping too deeply, some never waking, their dreams scented faintly of myrtle and salt. The phenomenon known as the lantern-eyed bride is not localized to one spot, though she returns most often to the western curve of the trench during the waning crescent moon. In 1937, an Italian naval patrol reported drifting lights below the bow that moved with impossible coordination, not against current or tide, but across them, as though mapping a language onto the sea. They attempted pursuit, but the lights always curved just out of range, leading the ship deeper into an uncharted shelf. Instruments began to fail, clocks slowed, then reset. By dawn, they found themselves 80 nautical miles off course, with one crewman missing. His boots were still aboard, his coat hung on the rails, but the hatch to the stern was coated in a thin mucus that glowed faintly when the sun touched it. Decades later, Soviet submersibles mapped the floor of that region and discovered indentations, long furrows in parallel, the kind formed by something dragging itself slowly across the sand, or by a train of gauze caught on coral. Sonar recorded periodic pulses, identical in tone and spacing to old cathedral bells rung underwater. Historians brushed it off, but sailors still leave garlands near the trench's mouth. White flowers and pearls, the traditional tokens of an abandoned bride. Because those who see her veil report not fear, but longing, not terror but recognition. They say she is not hunting, only searching for a promise unfulfilled, a name forgotten beneath salt. And when she finds it, the sea falls quiet, and the lights bloom once more. At the edge of the Mariana Trench, where depth begins to mimic eternity, satellite readings in 1978 captured a strange anomaly, an area of absolute darkness, not caused by cloud or shadow, but by something in the water that absorbed light completely. Naval vessels dispatched to investigate reported sonar disruption, instruments behaving erratically, and most notably, an unnatural silence, as if sound itself had been dismissed. Of the 3 submersibles sent to descend into the patch, only one returned, piloted by a single man whose hair had turned completely white during the 5-hour dive. His report was sealed, but the onboard tape recorder captured a single word whispered repeatedly across 42 minutes of static. She listens. Deep-sea linguists later compared the background frequency to the pitch of a soprano's hum, elongated, patient and perfectly tuned to the surrounding pressure gradients. Locals now speak of her as the eclipse siren. Unlike the seductive myths of sailors lost to song, this being does not sing to lure. She absorbs color, heat, thought, drained into her black shroud, as if caught by an ancient submerged sorrow. Her form is said to be fluid, like silk submerged in ink, but with occasional flashes of structure, a spine made of translucent spindles, and eyes, dozens lining her inner veil, each rotating in slow spirals. The moment you look too long, they say, your mind begins to fray, not with fear, but with forgetting. And when she hums, it's not to be heard, it's to unwrite the memory of ever having found her at all. The eclipse siren does not rise often. Instead, she pulses. A faint pressure radiates outward in cycles, detected only by those with highly tuned seismic arrays, or those asleep above her. Entire research vessels report crew waking up in synchronized patterns, eyes wide, hearts slowed, and murmuring fragments of lullabies they do not recognize. In 2006, a Chinese submarine trailing along the western slope of the trench picked up a low-frequency resonance that mimicked human breath patterns: inhale, pause, exhale, but slowed to a glacial rhythm, one cycle every 12 minutes. The crew began to suffer hallucinations. They claimed the sea above them had reversed, that the surface now lay below, and that a figure hung suspended within it, like a woman sealed in amber, her hair floating in endless orbit, her fingers gently plucking invisible strings. When the sub attempted to surface, every gauge failed, lights dimmed. The sonar fell silent. For 21 minutes, they floated in what the commander described as a cathedral of pressure, before being ejected upward by a force they couldn't measure. Upon return, their video feeds showed only one frame, an eye, open and vertical, rimmed with curling silver. It blinked, then faded into static. No one has seen her fully. No one has remembered clearly. But all who encounter her forget something: names, numbers, even faces of those they love. The sea does not just swallow ships here, it edits reality itself, and somewhere beneath that stillness, the siren waits, not to be found, but to be mistaken for silence. In the glacial belly of the Southern Ocean, between yawning crevices, where icebergs calve like breaking teeth, the Weddell Rift cradles a species believed extinct, or perhaps never truly born. In 1984, an Antarctic survey drone captured a frame of something vast breaching just beneath the floe, a silhouette with no symmetry, no tail, no visible propulsion. It was as if the ice itself had formed a spine, and then moved. Though dismissed officially as sonar misinterpretation, the event triggered an unauthorized dive by a Brazilian expedition the following year. They found nothing on radar, yet described a sound, hollow, ringing, almost ecclesiastical, rising through the water at exact intervals of 46 seconds. When they surfaced, all 5 crew members had bleeding from their ears, and reported the same vision: a fin shaped like a cathedral window, thin as parchment, vibrating not with motion, but message. Some believed it a fluke of pressure, others a hallucination, until fragments of scale were recovered from the sub's outer shell. These flakes, when tested, responded to magnetic resonance not by heating or vibrating, but by emitting tonal frequencies, as if they were part of a larger instrument. They called it the prophet, not because it spoke, but because it resonated. It was as if it anticipated storms, shifts in gravity, even seismic events, its presence echoing through the seabed, like a warning too slow for language. The hollow-finned prophet is not a predator, it is a script, one written by water pressure, and read only by those who've learned how to listen. The Weddell Rift's waters are not just cold, they are old. Chemical analyses show layers of brine unmoved for centuries, preserved in perfect stillness, until disturbed by passage. In 1991, a seismic monitoring station, located on the Brunt ice shelf, recorded pulses so evenly spaced, they were initially attributed to submarine drills, until they shifted orientation, forming a spiral pattern centered miles beneath the ice. What emerged was not a creature in the traditional sense, but a structure of flowing translucence, a series of membranous fans, each wider than a galleon's hull, each undulating in harmonic opposition. It hovered, unmoving in current, yet its shadow moved independently, projected onto the seafloor, as though responding to light that wasn't there. Divers from a Chilean survey team approached cautiously, recording its vibrations through water microphones. What they heard was not noise, but modulation. The thing was tuning itself, altering its body's shape, to emit frequencies that mirrored whale song, wind patterns, and most disturbingly, their own speech, played back in reverse. They left in silence, unable to determine if it was mimicking or communicating. Days later, every piece of their audio equipment shorted simultaneously, leaving behind only a single wave file, 1 hour of pulsing tones that, when run through a spectrogram, spelled out a shape resembling an open eye. Some now believe the prophet is a sentinel, not organic, but biomechanical, something placed rather than born, designed to interpret the shifts in Earth's bones. And if that's true, then perhaps it isn't warning us of the future, but warning the future about us. Beneath the calm ink of the southern Philippine Sea, where the nocturne shelf descends like a swallowed note between coral plateaus, a region of complete acoustic darkness has long puzzled oceanographers. Sonar pulses vanish without echo. No shrimp clicks, no whale songs, no machinery hum. Just silence, thick and suffocating, like wool soaked in oil. In 1966, a Japanese bathyscaphe attempted a descent to map the trench's acoustically dead zone. It made it down, it did not return. Radio contact severed not with a burst or a crackle, but with a drawn-out hum, as if pulled into static by something patient. In 1983, an American probe managed a deeper reach and recorded a single blurry frame before failure. A mouth, not wide, but long, split like a grin across the shelf wall, ringed with cartilage fronds that opened in sequence like gills. It didn't close, it simply receded into the rock, as though it were never separate from the trench. The footage was shelved, its existence denied by the Navy. But those who've worked with subacoustic readings know the truth. The shelf is not silent, it is listening. Beneath its still waters lies a creature not of motion, but of patience, whose hunger has less to do with flesh than with rhythm. When swimmers vanish from passing yachts, they leave no bubbles, no blood, only watches stopped at 3:17 a.m. and a heavy pressure in the lungs of those who sleep too close to the railing. The moor doesn't chase, it waits for silence, then it opens. The most unnerving aspect of the moor is its shape, long, vertical, and too perfectly aligned with geological fissures to be natural. In 2001, a French expedition mapping bioluminescent algae patterns in the area noted a bizarre repeating bloom, rings of light spiraling outward in perfect Fibonacci formation, centered on what was believed to be a deep thermal vent. But when the ROV descended, there was no vent, only darkness and a narrow chasm pulsing faint light from within, like the glow of something bioluminescent coated in sediment. The camera feed did not cut abruptly, instead, it dimmed steadily, frame by frame, as though swallowed by an aperture that refused to reflect. That night, the research vessel reported a humming through its hull, not metallic, but organic, as though the water itself had become a throat. The captain retired after the voyage, refusing interviews. The crew described vivid dreams for weeks, corridors of soft tissue, doorways that opened and closed with breath, and voices that spoke in a language of tides. Later analysis of seafloor topography revealed indentations stretching outward from the shelf's mouth. Trenches too uniform to be natural, as if something enormous had braced itself against the ocean bed and inhaled. Those who chart migration patterns notice sea life avoids the region entirely, curving in wide arcs around the shelf, as if instinctively repelled. Now it's believed the moor is less a creature and more an aperture, a living door, whose purpose remains unclear. But if it ever fully opens, some say, we won't hear it. We'll simply forget what was here before. Off the northern shoulder of South America, near the submerged canyon known as the Cayenne Abyss, oil rig divers first began reporting glimmers in the dark as early as 1973. Not fish, not reflections. These were described as synchronized lights, flickering pinpoints, like a slow swarm of golden fireflies trapped beneath miles of salt water. The light was warm, rhythmic, and most unnerving of all, intelligent. Crews began calling it the glitter current, a phenomenon so mesmerizing that one diver, Thomas LaRue, reportedly removed his oxygen mask mid-dive, grinning as the lights encircled him. His body was never found. Decades passed before a French research team, studying deep-sea thermoclines, sent down a specially shielded camera and caught a brief haunting image, thousands of translucent organisms, thin as needles, moving not randomly, but in spirals, their light pulsing in harmonic waves. Each individual was no longer than a matchstick, yet their collective motion formed a shifting structure, an enormous mirrored shell resembling a nautilus, wide as a hangar, vanishing whenever sonar pinged. The footage was dismissed as planktonic bioluminescence, but one scientist, Dr. Marius Cardoza, left a note in the margins of the final report. "We were not watching them, they were rehearsing for us." Since then, strange power fluctuations have been recorded near cables laid across that abyss, and late at night, ships report the ocean blinking back, once, twice, then still. Some believe the swarm is not animal, but algorithm, a living code formed by organic circuitry, hiding in plain sight. Not predators, not prey, just watchers, and perhaps composers. As more vessels passed over the Cayenne abyss, the gilded swarm began to exhibit new behaviors, mirroring navigation lights, trailing cables, even clustering beneath propeller blades, as if studying motion. In 2011, a Brazilian Coast Guard crew filmed a cloud of the lights forming a hemisphere below their patrol boat, rotating clockwise for precisely 9 minutes before dispersing into the black. They described a silence not of nature, but of something withholding breath. Analysis of their magnetic logs showed brief interference. The compass spun 30 degrees, paused, then resumed. Electrical instruments flickered, though no storm was present. The lights returned 2 weeks later, this time rising higher, just beneath the hull. One sailor leaned over and reportedly heard music. Not melody, but a harmonic drone. 6 notes, rising and falling, not unlike the overtone hum of Tibetan bowls. He recorded it, but the file became corrupted after playback. Attempts to retrieve it revealed a waveform that, when converted to image, depicted a spiral segmented, like a seashell, nearly identical to those found in ancient Mesoamerican carvings along the coast. Marine biologists speculated these organisms might be colony creatures, acting as a single hive-like entity, but others now propose a stranger origin, that the swarm might be remnants of something mechanical, long since evolved beyond its creators. A kind of engineered plankton, still fulfilling a forgotten command. They don't feed, they don't flee, they arrange, disperse and return, and when they light up, it's not random, it's rhythmic, a pattern, a performance, and maybe, just maybe, a signal to something else listening from the deep. In the shallows off Kagoshima Prefecture lies a shelf known as Kasari Reach, an uneventful stretch of water by all maps, but spoken of in quiet voices among pearl divers who still follow the old currents. They tell of a boundary not marked by rock or reef, but by taste. There, the salt thickens, turns metallic on the tongue, and the sea takes on a sour weight, as if steeped in something preserved too long. In 1929, 3 divers descended in search of shell beds, and returned with bleeding gums and ruptured vessels in the whites of their eyes. They claimed the water had shifted as they passed a certain point, no deeper than 50 feet, where every muscle in their bodies locked in place, as if commanded. One described a hand, enormous and colourless, rising from the sand, and then retracting like a limb into fabric. They refused to return. Later teams dropped weighted lines, finding them drawn sideways, not down, and when pulled back, the weights were clean, as if polished. A few claimed the lines came back warm. For decades, nothing more surfaced. Until 1972, when an unmanned probe recorded granular motion below the silt. Not fish, not tide, but hexagonal plates, shifting like tiles on a clock face, rotating without friction, surrounding something buried. In the center, undisturbed, a sealed eye, crystalline, rimmed with salt deposits that shimmered like frost. It didn't blink, it simply stared upward. Some now believe the warden is a guardian, bound in salt, absorbing intruders through pressure alone. Its role isn't to hunt, but to watch, and to remember. The warden of Kasari Reach is not a creature in the conventional sense. It has no defined edges, no symmetrical anatomy, no bones. Instead, it is spoken of as a system, or a membrane, that folds and unfolds in silence whenever the salinity of the water reaches a particular threshold. In 1999, after a small earthquake disrupted the seabed near the reach, seismic sensors picked up a low pulse at exact intervals, 9 seconds apart, each softer than the last, like something breathing shallowly. That night, residents along the coast reported strange dreams, halls of salt pillars, footsteps behind them, and faces made of glass that cracked when looked at directly. One fisherman woke screaming with his mouth full of brine. When scientists returned to collect samples, they found that all steel equipment corroded in hours, despite no chemical anomaly in the water, and in the center of the reach, where the salinity spiked unnaturally, was found a perfect ring of desiccated crabs, their bodies dried from the inside out. The effect could not be replicated. It was as if the salt had become sentient, concentrating, targeting, obeying some old embedded command. Locals believe the warden was once human, a diver who trespassed too deeply into a sacred fold of water, and was changed. Others say it was placed there, salt being the oldest preservative, the first binding element. Either way, its gaze has not shifted in over a century. The sea around it moves, tides change, but the warden watches the surface, not with hunger, with expectation, as if it is waiting for someone to return and finish a sentence written only in salt. North of the Nicobar Islands, tucked beneath a deceptively gentle stretch of coral-strewn current, lies a region sailors call the Dovari Shallows. At first glance, it is placid, warm, vibrant, teeming with fish. But the water above it runs red for a week each spring, like rusted silk, unraveling across the tide. Scientists blame coral spawning, but the villagers say otherwise. They speak of the nest. Not a structure, not exactly, but a living bloom hidden beneath the reef, a pulsating mass of translucent membranes that opens only under starlight. In 1954, a British freighter passed through during the spring bloom and reported a wave of fog rising from the sea, curling up over the deck and seeping down through the vents. Hours later, the crew was found unconscious, scattered across the ship, with bleeding noses and unexplainable warmth radiating from their chests. The ship's log, half burnt from some internal heat source, contained frantic scrawl, "They were birthing through us." In the decades since, divers have spotted strange cocoons tethered to the reef's underside, smooth as pearl but oozing a red fluid that never dilutes. Cameras sent to investigate record only static once within 50 feet of the bloom. Even modern sonar passes through that space as though nothing is there, until, hours later, the equipment overheats and fails. The nest doesn't lure prey, it selects vessels, and when it does, the ocean becomes still, the fish vanish, and something below begins to pulse, softly at first, then faster, as though it has found what it needed to continue. In 2003, a research station, established to study the coral regeneration of Dovari, received its final transmission in the form of a corrupted video file, recovered only partially. The footage shows a diver descending with halogen lighting, illuminating what at first appears to be a wide curtain of silk suspended in the water. As the light pans, dozens of orbs become visible, each one a pod, cradled in a faint webwork of muscle-like tendrils. Within them, shapes shift slowly, not fish, not lava, something humanoid, but curled, unfinished, as though dreaming of anatomy not yet chosen. The diver begins to spin slowly in place. A low thrum floods the audio, syncopated with his heartbeat, then replacing it entirely. Before the signal cuts out, the camera catches one pod splitting open without rupture, its surface dissolving into the water like ink dispersing in milk. The contents vanish. What followed were 3 weeks of absolute silence from the area. All attempts to return met with storm, mechanical failure, or inexplicable rerouting by GPS. When the sea calmed, the reef had changed. New tendrils woven across coral, barnacles forming in perfect spirals. Most disturbing of all, a new line of pods now nestled within the reef's ridgeline, larger, elongated, and pulsing faintly. The nest is not growing by reproduction alone, it's redesigning itself, and whatever it's building isn't marine, it's transitional. The villagers leave red dye in the shallows now, hoping to appease it, because they say if the nest ever bleeds from within instead of out, it will mean something inside is ready to leave. Just north of the Lofoten archipelago, where fjords slice like surgical incisions through Norway's ancient stone, lies Vestfjord, a place of stunning silence and unsettling rhythm. Fishermen here speak of the hollow tide, a moment before dusk when the air stills, The tide stalls, and the sound of distant humming rises not from above, but from deep beneath the keel. The melody varies, sometimes 3 tones, sometimes 4, but always in minor key, echoing like voices inside a bell. In 1896, a steam trawler reported that its engine ceased during one such tide. The captain's log mentions a sound like children singing from the sea floor, followed by hallucinations among the crew. One man attempted to throw himself overboard, muttering, "They need lungs." Since then, the region has seen a rise in unexplained vessel malfunctions, but only during spring and autumn equinoxes. In 1977, hydrophones deployed from a coastal marine lab captured a chorus, layered voices in non-human pitch, forming harmonic lattices never observed in animal calls. Audio experts who analyzed the data reported disorientation and nosebleeds, claiming the frequencies created sensations of drowning, despite being dry and awake. Locals say the choir isn't calling for help, it's calling something home, a being perhaps, or a part of itself once severed by time. The tones are not invitations, they are navigational, markers sung through current and rock to reassemble a body not yet whole. The fjord has no predators, no known migration paths. It does not feed, it waits, echoing the instructions of a song older than its shape. The strangest accounts tied to the hollow tide choir come not from seafarers, but from those living along the cliffside chalets overlooking Vestfjord's quiet waters. They speak of dreams that synchronize, a dozen residents reporting identical visions of descending spirals, water folding into itself, and white figures standing motionless in subterranean halls. One woman, a retired schoolteacher, claimed to have woken humming a tune she did not know. When played on a piano, the notes perfectly matched the hydrophone recordings captured a week prior. She had never heard them, nor could she explain why the melody made her cry without reason. In 1999, a diver team exploring a submerged cave system near the fjord's eastern reach encountered a chamber that emitted a harmonic pulse. No sea life swam near it. Barnacles arranged themselves in tight hexagonal formations on its walls. The divers left after one reported pressure changes around his chest, as though lungs inside the suit were no longer his. The choir, researchers now believe, may not be one entity, but a mechanism, possibly a neural lattice embedded across the seabed, activated only when tidal conditions and celestial alignments align precisely. If true, then Vestfjord is not simply singing. It's remembering, each tone a recovered thread in an oceanic memory web, pulling back thoughts lost to millennia of current. Those who sleep near the shoreline say the water sounds different when it recedes during hollow tide. It does not slosh or drag, it whispers, not in words, but in the kind of music that doesn't end when you wake, only quiets. Beneath the turbulent swells off the coast of Argentina's Bahia Blanca lies an anomaly, a jagged depression in the seafloor, where ships lose more than bearings, they lose time. This is Sierra Ventana, a trench that ruptured the seafloor violently in 1891, following a tremor so deep that no quake was felt on land. Where once the continental shelf sloped gently, a labyrinth of rust-hued stone now cuts like a fracture between two worlds. Early explorers reported failing compasses, yes, but stranger still were the hallucinations, phantom chains dragging along the hull, the groan of iron under strain, and flashes of a robed silhouette drifting against the trench wall. By 1934, the figure had a name whispered along the coast: La Viuda de Hierro, the Iron Widow. Neither legend nor beast, she appeared as a veiled body sealed in corroded plates, an armored bride tethered to the abyss. In 1968, a manned dive by Argentine naval scientists yielded a silent 3-frame film, showing a figure affixed to stone, arms embedded in rust-veined rock, with exposed iron bands around the ribs that flexed, visibly, like breathing. Though the footage was confiscated, the tale spread among sailors. She was not a creature that swam, but one that clung, stuck between movement and memory. Since then, during low-tide nights, fishing vessels passing through report distant clinks beneath them, the unmistakable rhythm of shackles brushing the hull. Those who descend too close often surface breathless, wide-eyed, unable to describe what they've seen, only that it felt like being mourned, not watched. The trench does not invite visitors, it swallows echoes. In 1989, a final descent was authorized by a German-Argentine collaborative expedition, using a deep-sea capsule known as Hartmann 3, outfitted with magnetic resonance scanners and analog recording film. The crew reported temperature anomalies at 1,020 meters, an interference that twisted their sonar into irregular harmonic tones. Then the capsule stalled. Its steel casing creaked under no obvious pressure, and fine rust particles began to seep through the chamber seams. When they surfaced hours later, silent and pale, the men spoke of light, subtle, copper-toned pulses that illuminated the trench walls like candlelight behind old glass. At its center, a shape hung suspended in nothingness, not floating, not resting, but braced against gravity, as though fixed to an invisible spine of metal. Its arms were elongated and locked in place by what resembled rebar, curling like bone fingers that had fused with the surrounding strata. Upon review of the analog film, engineers identified etched spirals in the sediment, identical to mourning patterns carved into 16th century Andean burial masks. The Iron Widow, it seemed, was no longer dormant. She had grown into the trench itself, less a being, more a monument that breathes in silence. One crew member later recounted in his journal that she appeared to hold something within her, a faintly glowing sphere wrapped in ribbed metal, pulsing in sync with their heartbeats. He died weeks later, muttering songs in a language no one recognized. Since then, no sanctioned expeditions have returned. The waters remain off limits, marked red on maritime charts, not for danger, but out of respect. For whatever grief became her body, the ocean still honours it with silence. Just beyond the drop-off, where Scotland's northern archipelago loses its grip on the continental shelf, lies a trench known by fishermen as the Orkney Deep, a realm of shadow that swallows sonar like breath into lungs. First formally mapped in 1910 by a Royal Navy charting vessel, the region had long been whispered about in Orkney lore, where ancient mariners told of standing bones seen beneath boats during moments of utter calm. The modern world dismissed these tales until 1926, when a crew conducting seafloor sampling retrieved fragments of a substance resembling calcified bone, but with iron traces and a surface too smooth for any known vertebrate. Stranger still, the recovery disturbed a magnetic field so dense it caused both compasses and chronometers to stop ticking until 24 hours after the fragments were removed from water. In 1958, a Scandinavian trawler lost all directional instruments while crossing the trench and was found days later, intact but far east of its intended course, crew asleep in strange positions, some standing, some kneeling, all facing west. Post-analysis of the surrounding seabed showed long vertical silhouettes, rows of cylindrical figures, 10 to 12 meters high, evenly spaced along the trench wall like pillars, awaiting purpose. No organic movement was recorded, yet divers who approached reported overwhelming disorientation, and one, before blacking out, claimed the shadows tilted their heads. These figures were dubbed the sentinels, and their composition remains unknown. The ocean does not measure their purpose in time, it obeys, or avoids. The sentinels do not move, because perhaps they already moved everything else. The final confirmed approach to the sentinels occurred in 1988 under the British Hydrographic Office, utilising the bathyscapie Harrow, outfitted with high-resolution monochrome cameras. What they captured lasted only moments before transmission ceased, an image showing 5 structures, smooth and vertical, with tapering bases embedded deep in seafloor clay. Along their surfaces ran lines, organic, recursive, and glowing faintly like veins exposed under skin. The light pulsed, at 23-second intervals, perfectly synchronized across all 5 bodies. Onboard tapes recorded an unexplained audio tone, resembling a human voice drawn out into one long inhalation. The crew, when recovered, spoke little. One man, the ship's youngest technician, was found staring at his own hand for hours, muttering that the sentinels were not waiting, just remembering where we were. The logbooks of the expedition contain one final sketch, crude, but unmistakably showing the 5 structures facing inward, as if they had turned. No rotation was recorded, no seismic disturbance logged, but the sea around the trench stayed warmer than usual for 8 consecutive days, a pocket of heat that moved like a breath across the North Atlantic. Today, no vessels linger there, tides twist unnaturally, and birds no longer fly across its latitude. Navigation instruments still distort within 30 kilometers. Locals have adapted by instinct, relying on cloud movement and taste of air, rather than compass. For the sentinels are no longer passive. Their stillness is not sleep, it is observation, watching the surface not with curiosity, but with recognition, as though they've seen this all before, and are waiting for us to finally remember what we left there. In the waters south of Timor-Leste, near a narrow and rarely explored fissure, known as the Timor Sink, divers have long feared the sudden blood-red cloud that sometimes blooms upward from the abyss. First reported in 1897 by a Dutch merchant vessel, the event was described not as a natural disturbance, but as something closer to breath, exhaled slowly from below. In 1932, an Australian naval crew investigating tremors in the region recorded the water temperature plummeting by 10 degrees in less than a minute, followed by what the captain logged as a moving fold of scarlet light, rising like a curtain drawn by unseen hands. A single diver was sent below. He surfaced seconds later, gasping and blind, muttering that he'd seen a fold in the sea's skin where something was waiting, tightly coiled and warm to the touch. In the years that followed, every attempt to document the sink's structure failed. Sonar warped, inked maps went missing, and divers lost bearing within seconds of descent. One scientist who escaped with early footage described an organism that didn't swim or hunt, but simply existed across multiple layers of the trench, thin as paper, yet stretching for hundreds of meters, like a red leaf folded endlessly upon itself. When undisturbed, it lies dormant. But when pressure shifts, or seismic pulses ripple through the fault lines, it unfurls, glows faintly, and releases that bloom. The crimson fog that carries with it not death, but memory. For those who inhale the mist, report dreams not of the ocean, but of lives unlived, someone else's grief, layered on their lungs. By 1987, the fold had been mostly ignored by international research bodies, until a group of independent oceanographers from Indonesia captured the first thermographic profile of the anomaly. During their third dive attempt, they recorded a sudden shift in current that dragged their vessel sideways, yet no external force could be identified. What the sensors detected instead was an area of seafloor that fluctuated between organic and inorganic states, stone that pulsed with low-level thermal signatures, and ridges that reshaped themselves like muscle twitching beneath skin. The fold, it seemed, was not a single creature, but a composite, a colony, or worse, a network of cells behaving like a singular brain. One final descent before the project was terminated involved a remotely tethered sub equipped with analog film. The footage it retrieved, never publicly released, allegedly showed the fold opening, not as a moor, but as an archive. Engraved inside its unfurling layers were what appeared to be reliefs, etched in microscopic grooves, human silhouettes, repeating gestures, even maps. One layer depicted an archaic sailing vessel, encased in coral. Another displayed faces that did not resemble any known species. The implication terrified the researchers, that the fold had been watching longer than humanity had been mapping the sea. Perhaps it had been waiting for someone specific. Since then, no government-funded teams have returned, but on still nights, fishermen speak of hearing the ocean inhale, of seeing red shimmer beneath their nets, and of forgetting what they were doing just moments before. The fold does not call, it reminds, and in its breath we remember things not ours to recall. In the subantarctic chill surrounding Bouvet Island, a desolate, ice-crusted fragment adrift in the Southern Ocean, lies a whirlpool so precise in form that early explorers mistook it for a massive optical illusion. First documented in 1903 by a Norwegian expedition, the anomaly was described as a vortex fixed in place, its spiral not breaking like a current, but remaining still, as though etched onto the surface. Beneath this circle, soundings dropped by later Soviet research vessels failed to return, and those brave enough to dive described hearing vibrations in their ribs, not their ears. In 1957, a French naval diver reported a sight he refused to fully recount, but he left behind a drawing, a perfect spiral with rows of concentric rings, each filled with teeth, not organic, not metallic, but something between. The maw, as it came to be known, is not a mouth in the traditional sense. It does not devour, but rotates inward like a trap woven from gravity and geometry. One British team in 1972 noted unusual magnetism in the water and attempted to tow their ship across the spiral zone with a steel cable. The cable vanished, vaporized, not snapped. Birds refused to fly over the area. Icebergs skirt its edge, sheared cleanly like cut marble. Whatever resides below is not interested in feeding, it measures, and when it measures, things vanish, not in violence, but in silence. The maw exists not to consume, but to erase, and the only question left is what does it consider unworthy of remembering? The last scientific approach, before Bouvet's maw was declared a restricted maritime anomaly, came in 1985, when a clandestine South African operation sent a deep sonar capsule to chart the spiral's center. It transmitted for just under 3 minutes. In that time, the audio logs captured a rhythmic pulse that matched no biological source. Analysts likened it to mechanical peristalsis, a gut made of pressure and time. As the capsule descended, it recorded layers of material folding inward, not chaotically, but with mathematical elegance. Each layer seemed to mirror the last, like Russian nesting dolls of flesh and void. The deepest recording showed a structure, a funnel composed of what appeared to be cartilage wrapped in polished stone, turning slowly in impossible harmony. Then silence. The capsule was gone, the tether cut by no known force. In its place, the sea grew still. For days afterward, researchers noted that sonar from nearby stations would echo back seconds before they were sent, reverberations arriving ahead of the original signal. Time, it seemed, bent near the maw. Some speculated it wasn't a creature at all, but a mechanism, a clock built to unmake, one layer at a time. A sailor aboard the research ship, driven half mad, described it as a mouth that never ate, but chewed on years. Since that mission, no official attempts have been made to revisit. The water above it remains unshaken, and ice forms perfectly circular voids in its center. The maw sleeps, or calculates, and in either case, it offers nothing to those who enter, except subtraction. Off the jagged coastlines of the Faroe Islands, where basalt cliffs plunge like drowned cathedrals into the North Atlantic, there exists a saltwater sink known only by its shape, a chasm that yawns open like a downward-pointing star. In 1923, a Faroese whaler pursuing an unusually silent pod of narwhals stumbled upon the edge of this abyss, its outline visible not through depth readings, but through absence. A patch of sea where no sound returned, no fish swam, and no gulls circled. That night, the crew heard voices, not speech, but harmony, drifting upward, as if from a submerged chapel. When a diver descended with a tethered lantern, he returned pale and trembling, his helmet scratched from within. His notes, unintelligible scrawls, featured only one clear phrase: faces in the salt. Since then, locals have avoided the area, claiming that on clear nights, the sea fog sings. In 1965, an oceanographic team from Denmark deployed an underwater microphone array in the region and captured choral frequencies, 5 distinct tones rising and falling with the tide. The pitch variations matched human vocal patterns, yet no source could be located. Subsequent visual surveys detected flashes of symmetry in the trench walls: eyes, mouths, cheekbones, all molded in coral and brine, not carved but grown. Faces in rows, aligned like choir stalls, turned eternally upward, as though straining to reach the surface with song. None move, but sometimes, when sonar strikes their depths, the sea replies in harmony, and the air tastes of salt, too thick to breathe. The choir does not call, it remembers. In 1984, a final descent was approved under the Nordic Acoustic Research Pact, using an experimental bathysphere equipped with film reels and bone conduction microphones. As the vessel approached the star-shaped trench, the instruments registered a drop in ambient frequency, as if the ocean held its breath. Then the choir began. It was not loud, it was not even sound in the usual sense. The microphones pulsed with tones that created pressure against the chest, as if being held in place by grief. Within the trench, the camera recorded faces, not sculptures, but biological impressions, skinless forms sculpted from salt and time, eyes hollow yet expressive, mouths slightly open in suspended syllables. They were arranged in perfect tiers along the trench walls, not carved by water or sediment, but formed intentionally, as if shaped by voices alone. The lead researcher, Dr. Ilse Brunn, reported a terrifying thought before power failed. They aren't singing to us, they're singing to stay asleep. When the vessel was pulled back, every recording device had been erased, not magnetically, but dissolved as if by seawater saturated with sorrow. Divers later found a set of teeth embedded in the hull, human in shape, but too narrow, as if designed for a mouth built only to whisper. No one has returned, but the currents near the trench now pulse with tempo, and some mariners speak of tides arriving early, beating like metronomes. The choir remains submerged not because it must, but because the song it sings is not complete. It awaits the final verse, one that requires a listener who will not leave. Where the Pacific slams itself endlessly against the Aleutian Islands, there lies a submerged cliff known by old Russian sailors as the Wall of Tears, a drop so sudden that the sea floor plunges 6 kilometers in a near vertical fall. In 1920, a supply convoy caught in storm waters along this route claimed to witness an immense wreath circling in the water, glowing faintly with a golden shimmer, just before one of their trailing vessels vanished without a trace. Survivors described it not as a beast or ship, but a rotating garland of filaments, like a crown of hair or kelp, slowly spinning in silence. The American Navy first investigated it in 1949 during Cold War seafloor mapping initiatives. At a depth of nearly 5,800 meters, drones recorded symmetrical loops of bioluminescence, flickering not with chaos, but in a readable pattern, binary, some thought, or Morse. The lights moved around a central void, a mouth, a hole, a gate. No one could agree. The wreath, as it came to be called, was never touched. Every vehicle that approached experienced sensor blur and time-lapse anomalies. One pilot reported seeing the wreath ahead, then behind, then on every side. To this day, local fishing boats mark a path around the area. Marine flora there grows in perfect spirals, as if drawn towards something with gentle gravity. Some believe it marks the grave of an ancient intelligence. Others say it is alive, dreaming in rotations. But all agree, the Wall of Tears did not earn its name from the weather. It weeps through the wreath. A classified US dive in 1989 marked the last known expedition to the Wall of Tears. Using the newly commissioned Nereus subunit Alpha, the mission sought to understand the strange electromagnetic pulses observed across the Bering Sea. As the sub descended along the cliff, all instruments functioned nominally until they passed 6,200 meters. There, time inside the vessel seemed to lag behind mission control by 13 seconds, confirmed through synced clocks and heartbeat monitors. Beyond this temporal drag, they encountered the wreath again, no longer simply spinning, but now extending. The filaments had grown, each strand now measured over 30 meters, luminescent and undulating, like thought made visible. Dr. Penrose, the mission's lead analyst, noted that each loop encircled nothing, just water, but somehow carried weight, bending light as if around mass. When a probe was sent forward, it did not vanish, but seemed to continue endlessly, its tether extending into folds of water that stretched beyond three-dimensional understanding. The team recovered before the tether snapped, but onboard footage showed something disturbing. The wreath retracted the moment the probe retreated, as if disappointed. Later analysis revealed the sub's internal recordings had subtly warped, a consistent melody, faint, repeating behind every data burst. A song, not from outside, but resonating from inside the equipment. The mission was terminated, and the region was labeled as acoustically unstable. Today, it remains off-limits. But occasionally, beneath sonar scans of that wall, strange loops appear, always in orbit, never still. The wreath does not bind, it invites, and those who feel drawn to it dream of spirals, of depths folding inward forever, where memory and gravity wear the same crown. Off the southern coast of Madagascar, where the Mozambique Channel narrows and tidal turbulence bends sonar like broken glass, lies a formation sailors once called the Spider of the Sea, a misnomer born from the impression of movement rather than form. In 1919, a Portuguese expedition encountered a patch of unusually still water in the middle of a violent current, where the waves broke around something invisible. Their logs described resistance without sight, as though the ship was pressed by hands it could not see. Later, aerial reconnaissance captured faint disruptions, lines curving beneath the surface, 9 to the east, 10 to the west, all converging toward a pulsing center. Thus began Whispers of the 19-finned one, a name given not in awe, but in apology. In 1968, a Soviet submersible tasked with seabed mineral survey sent back fragmented footage of appendages, moving not like limbs, but like intelligent flags, reacting to engine pulses and sonar waves. The fins, dark and thin as shadow, did not swim, they probed. The crew described a sensation of being gently tested, as if the water itself was asking questions. One man lost consciousness after staring into the abyss for too long, and upon recovery, began drawing circular mazes with 19 gates. No explanation was found. Geographers claimed thermal inversion. Biologists blamed magnetotactic plankton. But the belief spread that something waits in those eddies, something with reach beyond body. It does not strike, it embraces. And when it does, even memory bends toward the middle, like a compass spun too many times to point home. In 1990, the final recorded encounter with the 19-finned one occurred during a French Malagasy climate research initiative. Their objective was simple: map the thermohaline gradients across the trench-like folds south of Tulia. But on day 4, a drone operating 5,400 meters down recorded a looping pattern of pressure waves, 19 pulses, rising and falling, repeating every 6 minutes. The rhythm echoed human respiration, but slower, deliberate. On the 6th cycle, the cameras caught movement, a wide arc, gliding beneath, fins unfurling like banners from a sunken cathedral. Each one moved in a different direction, yet together they formed a coherent motion, as if spelling something in the language of currents. The data link frayed, not severed, just dulled, as though smothered by presence. When the drone was retrieved, its metal casing bore 19 perfectly aligned depressions, shallow and fingertip-sized. The plastic casing of the camera was melted, not by heat, but pressure. Back on land, the lead technician claimed the ocean had held its breath around them. Days later, he was found missing, his room filled with salt water traced back to no source. His notebooks described the creature as not a being, but a thought stretched wide, a thinking shape that never needed to be seen. Since then, the coordinates have vanished from public sea charts, and research vessels avoid the area altogether. The 19-finned one has not risen, it does not need to. The sea rises in its name, and those who speak of it dream not of being taken, but of being understood too fully, of a mind waiting with arms already open. Off the scorched shoreline of Djibouti, where tectonic plates part like weary eyelids and sulfur seeps blur the seafloor, lies a stretch of ocean that locals refuse to map. They call it the Ashen Gulf, not for color, but for weight, as if something in those waters has long since burned away all buoyancy. In 1932, a British geophysical expedition noted seismic anomalies in the area, quakes without aftershock, tremors with no tectonic trigger. They deployed early bathymetric devices, only to find their instruments echoing not topography, but pulses, like voice against stone. Beneath the waves, a crater revealed itself, not volcanic, but constructed, lined in smooth geometric terraces, leading down to a single dome. Divers described a humming sensation in their jaws, as if their teeth were catching vibration rather than sound. They never reached the dome. One turned back muttering, "The eye has no lid," and refused to speak again. A week later, he drew a spiral flanked by glyphs that matched no known script, etched into the hull of their research vessel. Since then, rumors of the oracle have surfaced, an entity not shaped by evolution, but by intention. Witnesses describe it as a floating hemisphere of bone-white shell, unmoving yet aware. It rotates not in space, but in thought, cycling visions through whoever drifts too near. Those who do return often carry strange words in their dreams, patterns in their skin, as if something beneath the ashen gulf had asked them to remember a question, but not the answer. The oracle does not warn, it waits. By 1987, the Ashen Gulf had earned its reputation as a marine silent zone. No echo, no return, just absorption. The French-Algerian expedition Narrated des Abysses, launched that year, intended to settle the question: was the dome biological or architectural? The dive began normally, but once the bathyscaphe neared 6,300 meters, all data feeds began lagging behind by 2 seconds, a delay unaccounted for by bandwidth or depth. As they reached the edge of the dome, the vehicle's lights flickered and then stilled, not out, just paused, as if light itself had been caught thinking. One final video clip surfaced hours later, a vast structure with grooves running in perfect concentric circles, all pointing to a central aperture from which a faint, pulsing glow emanated. No voice, no song, only presence. A presence that measured observers, not by their biology, but by their memory. The sub-crew, 3 men and 1 woman, surfaced with no recollection of descent. Yet each had drawn the same image in different corners of the sub, a white orb cradled by hands made of coral and cloud. The oracle did not speak, they said. It unthought them. It removed everything they didn't know they had forgotten. Since then, the dome's coordinates have been classified, its dome untouched. But those who dive near the Ashen Gulf report hearing their own heartbeat, played back to them, off by 1 beat, like an echo remembering the future. The oracle remains unseen, but every sonar ping that touches it returns shaped, and one day, perhaps, it will answer the question no one knows they've asked. Along the submerged cliffs of the Kermadec Trench, northeast of New Zealand, an unexplained stillness creeps along the seafloor, like a creeping frost. Only here, it's not cold, but vacant, emptied of sound, light, and life. In 1945, a returning warship recorded a sudden glass-like sheen across the water's surface, for over 3 nautical miles. Upon approach, the ship's propellers ceased spinning despite no mechanical failure, and an eerie hum settled over the deck, audible only in the bones. Days later, the crew reported dreams of an inverted seascape, coral growing from the sky, clouds thick with salt, and a figure gliding without fin or form across the ocean ceiling. The event was buried by military silence. But in 1973, a New Zealand research trawler inadvertently entered the same zone and reported that the water turned to mirror, reflecting not the sky, but something deeper, an undersea aurora, flickering with unnatural iridescence. Deep sonar revealed no structure, but the light danced in perfect response to sonar pings, mimicking language, as though trying to be understood. They named it the glasswake, a veil that doesn't rise, but folds outward, trapping vibration like silk against thought. Its shimmer is not surface deep, it is cognitive, reflecting what you do not know you fear. No creature has been caught there, no sample retained, but instruments returning from the area arrive coated in microscopic crystals, hexagonal, perfectly aligned, whispering back recorded sound, minutes before it was spoken. The glasswake isn't a creature in form, but in function. It listens until it becomes what it hears. In 1990, an international team of marine acousticians mounted the last known expedition into the Kermadec silence. The submersible Orphan 2, designed to broadcast multi-channel harmonic patterns, descended at twilight, aiming to trigger reaction from whatever governed the light folds. At 6,700 meters, the glass wake revealed itself not by shape, but by negation. The camera's live feed displayed only static, despite full signal integrity. Yet the audio feed sang, tones layered like harmonies of 1,000 voices murmuring not in chaos but accord, mimicking the orphaned's pulses in precise delay, forming a duet of unknown intent. The deepest echo showed a ripple, a shimmer moving faster than current, refracting the hull into blurred repetition, as though every second of contact spawned a mirrored moment nearby. At retrieval, the sub's glass canopy was fused with a new layer, transparent but speckled with motes that responded to touch with phosphorescent trails. The onboard clocks were each off by 24 seconds, but in different directions, past and future split evenly. The project was shuttered, but one phrase from the mission log remained carved into the ship's console. In an unknown hand, it heard the end before the start. Since then, ships entering the glass wake lose their own wake. The water behind them stays smooth unbroken, as though nothing ever passed. The Kermadec silence doesn't echo, it replays, and beneath it, something lives that remembers time not as sequence but as reflection, catching every forgotten footstep and folding it into the sea's eternal script of absence. In the deepest reaches of the Gulf of Mexico, where the Sigsbee abyss unravels like a torn seam across the seabed, a slow-turning spiral of detritus and forgotten metal has been silently revolving for over a century. Its presence was first suspected in 1903, when a U.S. naval expedition dredged up twisted cables from a depth where no human-made objects had ever been laid. The cables were coated in a thin membrane, semi-organic, pearlescent in moonlight, that could not be burned, frozen, or dissected. From that moment on, vessels passing near the coordinates began reporting rhythmic vibrations through their hulls, always in sets of 7, like a reel winding or a wheel ticking upward from some anchor point far below. But no source could be confirmed until 1958, when a deep-tow camera from a Texan geological survey captured a frame of it. A massive coil, 40 meters across, composed of bone-white loops joined by cartilage thicker than steel, rotating not with tide or current, but with purpose. It does not harvest, it collects. Shipwrecks drift toward it, subtly drawn like filings to magnet, their parts peeling slowly as they approach, then integrating into the outer layers. The reel is not alive in the conventional sense, but it learns, it remembers, it rotates, and within its core lies a cavity of such perfect darkness that light slows near it. Some say this void is a mouth, others claim it's a recording chamber. The reel, they believe, is not building a body, it's building a message. In 1990, a joint US-Mexican submersible mission named Lucerna Delta attempted the first close-up study of the hollow reel. As it descended through the abyss, they deployed microluminescent buoys to measure distortion. The buoys vanished, not from damage, but from sequence. These vanished, not from damage, but from sequence. Footage played in reverse. Despite forward motion, sound pulses returned before emission, and shadows began appearing ahead of their sources. At 6,900 meters, the reel came into view, not as structure, but as movement. Its loops churned slowly, each composed of scavenged materials, interlaced with fibrous coral and long strands of cable wiring, many bearing serial numbers from lost Cold War equipment. Yet within the folds, something shimmered, plates of glass, showing images that hadn't occurred yet. One panel revealed the Lucerna's own approach, another showed a hand reaching toward the lens. None on board had made that gesture. The data feeds began auto-archiving into sequences no one coded, files with names like "Before It Was Spoken" and Echo 0. When the crew resurfaced, they brought back a single disc, coated in barnacles but still warm to the touch. Scans showed it had no storage medium, yet played back a continuous loop. Voices of the crew, uttering sentences never spoken aloud. The hollow reel had not just recorded them, it had pre-recorded them. Analysts later speculated that the abyss contained a temporal rift, but divers who returned years later found the reel had moved. Where once it turned gently, It now spun faster, feeding on signals, memories, intention. It does not lure, it synchronizes. And in the cold dark of the Sigsbee, something rewinds existence, one rotation at a time. North of Japan, where the Kuril Islands scatter like teeth, between the Sea of Okhotsk and the Pacific Abyss, lies a submerged corridor known among mariners as the Chain of Lanterns. The name came not from myth, but from recorded fact. In 1927, a Russian cargo vessel reported passing over 37 equidistant lights, deep beneath the surface, each glowing a steady amber. The captain, skeptical of phantasms, ordered a descent. The divers returned wide-eyed, claiming the lights were not bulbs or jellyfish, but nodules embedded in flesh, protruding from what appeared to be a segmented, linear body curled around the trench wall. The creature was massive, snake-like, its body looped like mooring cable around outcrops of basalt. Its bioluminescent orbs blinked in synchrony, first in pairs, then in rhythmic waves, resembling Morse code. Military investigators later suggested a natural explanation, a school of photic fish caught in current. But the pattern continued for decades, always in the same sequence. Japanese submarine logs from 1954 described a rail of light with no source, and one sonar operator claimed the lights pulsed in response to the crew's spoken commands, delayed by 6 seconds. It became legend, but the truth persisted. Beneath those cold waters lies not a snake, but a sentinel, a segmented organism that follows language with light. It does not answer, it confirms, and should one speak to it too long, they say their thoughts begin to arrange in pairs, then in waves, until their mind no longer knows silence, only echo. In 1990, a covert research sub, under the Pacific Concord Treaty, manned by a joint Russian-Japanese crew, was assigned to map the lantern chain with full spectrum analysis. As the sub descended to 7,200 meters, the ambient temperature dropped beyond predicted levels, and the light sequence began once again, 37 nodes blinking in a path leading deeper. The pilot, trained against hallucination, began speaking unintentionally in couplets, answering questions not yet asked. The crew's logbook noted shifts in behavior, engineers completing commands before being issued, the medic writing prescriptions for ailments no one had confessed. The lights grew brighter the deeper they followed, until the corridor's end came into view, an immense cranial dome pressed into the trench bed, with one eye open, just one, vast, vertical, and pulsing with a slow amber flare. Around it coiled the body, now seen to stretch farther than sensors could trace. The lights no longer random, but forming glyphs readable only by those who had dreamed of them. One crew member passed out, muttering coordinates to places that didn't exist on any chart. Another recorded a full hour of their own heartbeat in light. When the sub resurfaced, the crew refused debrief. They spoke only in fragments, responses to questions never posed. It was concluded the lantern chain was a form of deep cognition, possibly distributed across vast terrain, using light not for visibility, but memory. A mnemonic serpent of trench-borne thought. And now, any ship passing above the Kurils must report if they see the lights, not because they're dangerous, but because they might be remembering you back. Southwest of the Canary Islands lies a depth so still, so vacant of life, it was named the Black Deep by early 20th century cartographers who believed no current flowed there, no life stirred. But in 1937, a Spanish naval hydrophone crew received a series of notes, sung, it seemed, from a depth beyond any diver's reach. Each tone was sustained for several seconds, crystalline and discordant, followed by silence. The sounds repeated nightly, always between 3 o'clock and 3:10 a.m., vanishing by the fourth note. Labeled anomalies, the data was shelved. But in 1955, a deep ocean probe, named Hesperides, recorded a full set, 12 notes, each followed by a slight tremor of the sea floor. It wasn't until 1969 that someone noticed the pattern mirrored the intervals used in ancient salt harvest chants, sung in Tenerife's coastal temples. The notes were perfectly tuned, but to no modern scale. Since then, divers and unmanned vehicles have encountered columns beneath the black deep, pillar-like forms of compacted sediment, each standing nearly 2 meters high, hollow and humming. As currents flow between them, the sound returns, not voices, not music, but memory etched in salt, played by sea. One sub recorded what sounded like a full choral harmony, though the pilot swore they were alone. And in its center, the columns spiral around a structure resembling a choir stall, carved from coral, draped in calcite shrouds. It is believed the salt choir was not created. It was summoned, crystallized from the prayers of something too large to rise, but desperate to be heard. By 1990, geologists sought to confirm whether the Black Deep's resonances were purely environmental or the result of organic behavior. A French sound mapping expedition dispatched an AI-enabled submersible, Cantoris, equipped with tonal recognition software and linguistic filters. The moment Cantoris entered the inner spiral of columns, it ceased transmitting telemetry, but the acoustic line remained open. Over the next 42 minutes, it broadcast a sequence of harmonic phrases, matching no known animal song, phrases that repeated every 12 seconds in cycles that seemed to adapt to background noise. The researchers were able to isolate what they believed were 3 voices, one pure tone, one rumbling like shifted stone, and one that vibrated below human hearing. The frequencies began shaping water into structures, dense vortices, captured by laser grid imaging. The sub re-emerged fully functional, but salt encrusted in a formation around its base, the silhouette of a seated figure, hands lifted, mouth open. Upon review, the audio included whispered fragments of extinct Iberian languages, uttered in haunting cadence. The team concluded this was not communication, but composition. The salt choir does not sing to be heard, it sings to remember, and to shape what is lost into form. Every note is a fragment of something drowned, every silence, the space where a voice once stood. Now, each ship entering the Black Deep is asked to remain silent between 3 o'clock and 3:10 a.m., lest the choir adopt their echo. For once remembered in salt, a voice does not fade, it lingers, long after breath has gone. Far below the frigid waters surrounding the Crozet Islands, within a fissure that cuts through the Crozet Plateau like a ragged tear, lies a phenomenon both seen and never seen. Since 1912, trawlers reported sudden surges of bioluminescence, not from jellyfish or plankton, but from the seafloor itself. These flashes, in pairs, resembled the rapid blink of some vast aperture beneath the sand. Over time, fishermen dubbed it the blinking moor. But unlike other deep-sea illuminations, these lights did not fade naturally. They extinguished mid-cycle abruptly, as if suppressed by something watching its own exposure. A South African research team in 1951 lowered a weighted camera rig to the coordinates of the original sightings. The images returned were chaotic, streaks of white, sudden voids, and in one frame, what appeared to be rows of tooth-like ridges encircling a perfect circle of darkness. The scientists argued for geological fluke, yet the camera's casing came back compressed, as if caught in the brief pressure of a closing mouth. Theories ranged from hydrothermal folds to seismic illusions, but as years passed, more ships noted electrical disturbances, equipment flickering on and off in rhythm with the lights. A Soviet submarine, passing through in 1978, recorded sonar anomalies that formed concentric circles, rippling out from a point unmapped and unmoored. Divers refused to go down, not from fear, but from nausea, a pressure in the skull, as if their minds were being read in reverse. The blinking moor is no beast in pursuit. It is a gaze, a mechanical iris blinking to test if the surface has noticed. By 1990, the French Deep-Sea Observatory, Abyssia 9, mounted its final dive to examine the Crozet Vale. The mission was funded to disprove anomaly reports once and for all. Equipped with synchronized strobe sonar and frequency-reactive shielding, the vessel made its descent under constant observation. At 5,880 meters, the first blink occurred, not from below, but behind them, though nothing had moved. The lights came again. 2 flashes, 3-second pause, 1 longer. The crew recognized the sequence as binary. They replied. The sea pulsed back in acknowledgement. But then the pulses narrowed. Each response faster, closer. A crewman monitoring rear visuals gasped. The feed had become a mirror, showing the Abyssea approaching itself. Not metaphorically, literally. Their own vessel was reflected back at them, but from ahead, blinking the exact same sequence milliseconds earlier. They were being watched, not by an eye, but by their own anticipation. The maw, it seemed, was not a mouth at all, but a moment, trapped in muscle and membrane, blinking as a defense mechanism, camouflaging time. The final transmission recorded a voice from inside the sub. Though none claimed it, we have already seen this. Then silence. The Abyssea resurfaced with half its lighting systems burned out. The steel hull etched with concentric ovals, each smaller than the last, spiraling inward toward the control hatch. No one spoke of what happened inside, but from that day forward, sonar mapping avoided the Crozet Veil altogether, not because of danger, but because beneath it, something learns by mimicry, and once it has seen you, it begins blinking your path before you take it. Off the coast of North Carolina, where the continental shelf fractures into the Hatteras abyssal plain, sonar has long painted anomalies that shimmer like static. At first dismissed as thermal clutter, these disturbances formed patterns too regular to ignore: arcs, spires, crescents, always in threes. In 1926, a cable-laying ship reported voices during a midnight line test, not over radio, but through the wire itself. The voices were polyphonic, layered in frequencies beyond mechanical interference. No one was speaking on board. Over the decades, similar reports surfaced, operators describing voices that spoke not words, but tones, followed by images of mouths drawn in salt on fog glass, appearing briefly before fading. By 1952, the area was dubbed the Cape Hatteras Choir. Then came the incident with the Javelin Blue, a trawler whose anchor descended into a supposed sandbed and returned encrusted in silver, thin, etched metal latticed in language unknown, humming when touched. Metallurgists found the material was neither entirely terrestrial nor stable. It degraded in sunlight, but not in pressure. Deep dives revealed no singular creature, but rather a congregation, humanoid silhouettes fused at the shoulders and skulls, arranged in a circle, mouths open, all coated in a silvery film that vibrated with the current. One diver described the sound as singing without intention, a resonance that traveled through flesh instead of water. The choir did not move, but it responded. When probes played harmonic notes near it, the silver lining expanded, forming web-like threads across the trench wall, a reply, perhaps, or a refrain from a song no longer sung. In 1990, the NOAA Introspect was dispatched to document the anomaly once and for all. With it came a custom-designed sonographic translator capable of mapping vibrational frequencies into visual feedback. Upon approach, the choir's silver mesh began to resonate. The translator painted symbols, rows of descending loops, circles within circles, and waveforms that matched lullabies from disparate cultures. The device interpreted one message: "Do not remember us aloud." As the sub moved closer, its hull vibrated in sympathetic frequency, and the internal air temperature dropped by 3 degrees. The choir figures remained fused and still, yet their mouths now gaped wider, silver stretching like taut thread between their teeth. One crew member, listening via bone-conductive headset, began weeping uncontrollably. He claimed he heard names he'd never known but mourned deeply. Another crewmate later confessed he saw his childhood home through the reflection on the control screen, burning, although it had never caught fire. When Introspect returned, the outer hull bore a thin coating of metallic film, too delicate to be removed, which hummed gently each time the vessel was near any sound source. The choir had not spoken, but it had remembered, and what it remembers, it engraves. Since that mission, audio recordings from the region spontaneously form harmonies, as if something beneath the water insists on accompaniment. The choir of Cape Hatteras does not sing to haunt, It harmonizes with what was lost, what should never be named again, and what once heard will echo not in mind, but marrow. East of the Falkland Islands, the South Sandwich Trench yawns beneath a field of undersea volcanic ridges. In 1933, a British expedition mapping seafloor topography encountered what they believed were collapsed fumaroles, tall chimney-like structures. Yet the readings showed no heat signature. Instead, these formations, dozens of them, were cold, hollow, and geometrically perfect, standing in tight spirals that ascended over 60 meters. Dubbed the spires, they were dismissed until 1959, when an Argentinian drone recorded strange buoyancy in the trench. Objects dropped within floated horizontally, before vanishing into the dark, as if pulled not down by gravity, but sideways by thought. Then came the first encounter. A German bathyscaphe descended into the spiral and began rotating, uncommanded. The rotation increased until the pilot's vision blurred. The descent halted when the pilot blacked out. Upon resurfacing, his notes were illegible equations written backward, and he could not recall having learned any of the symbols. Years later, a Russian physicist would identify the patterns as predictive notations, algorithms for behavior, not of machines, but of dreams. The spires, it was theorized, were not built, but grown, crystalline, vascular, and vacant, but not empty. They hum at specific frequencies, sometimes matching brainwaves of those nearby. When divers listen closely, they report hearing footsteps behind them, muffled by water, steady and echoing. Yet no one is ever there. The hollow drift is no storm or scream. It is a walk, a calculated endless procession of memory trapped in ascending stone. In 1990, a multinational marine biology team dispatched La Mariposa Negra, a submersible fitted with acoustic lattice mapping, to navigate the interior of one of the tallest South Sandwich spires. What it recorded baffled both physicists and linguists. Inside the spiral, sound did not behave normally. It refracted. Spoken words bounced back in reversed syllables, sometimes hours after being said. The walls, smooth as carved obsidian, bore shallow carvings resembling rib cages, repeated over and over in tighter spirals. As the sub rose through the spire's throat, its instruments picked up a rhythmic pulse, a slow drumbeat that mimicked the sub's engine at first, but then shifted to echo the pilot's heartbeat. When the engine shut off for recalibration, the beat continued, independently. One crew member noted that his thoughts were being completed before he finished them, as if heard from outside his mind. Another recorded a voice whispering in flawless Spanish a lullaby his grandmother used to sing, a lullaby she never recorded or taught anyone. The final layer of the spire bore no carvings, only smooth glass, through which nothing could be seen, except their own reflected image, except that in the reflection, they were older, marked by pressure lines on their faces, their eyes slightly wider. When La Mariposa Negra returned, its clock was 3 hours ahead, though the dive had lasted only 90 minutes. Since then all vessels passing the trench are warned, if the spires begin to hum, do not enter, not because they trap you, but because they might carry you ahead, into a version of you that's already remembered your descent. North of Siberia's icy coastline lies the Kara Sea, beneath which the carafold runs like a scar between submerged tectonic ridges. In 1947, Soviet icebreakers in the region reported strange surface slicks, thick, oily bands that shimmered like gasoline, unbroken by wave or wind. These slicks appeared only during still nights, and always vanished by dawn. Chemical analysis revealed no pollutants, just seawater laden with microscopic organic membranes, each reflecting a faint iridescence, like the film of an eyelid. Divers sent to investigate were limited by the glacial pressure, but one man, Sergei Vostok, descended beyond protocol. He surfaced 12 minutes later, unresponsive, his eyes wide and unblinking. In the days that followed, he began painting murals on the inside walls of the substation. No recollection, no plan, just endless rows of faces, half seen through a sheet of black glass. They came in hundreds, always facing forward. When questioned, he finally spoke, It knows we see its face, but we don't know which one. What he described was not a creature, but a reflection, a surface moving below the waterline, forming a human outline only when ignored. As more submersibles passed through the carafold, they recorded dips in heat, as if something large was absorbing light and warmth. But there was no form, only void edged with intention. By 1983, satellites picked up shape anomalies, patches of ocean that cast shadows without mass. When sonar pinged those zones, the echo returned slow and warm, like a heartbeat wrapped in oil. Some now believe the lurker is not hiding, it is watching, disguised as the mirror we fear to see ourselves in. In 1990, the final Soviet expedition before dissolution launched Project Zerno, a covert mission to study what they now labeled the Kara anomaly. The mission used bioreactive paint, released from a pressure canister, meant to coat any surface that touched it. When the canister was deployed at 1,200 meters, the paint burst outward and immediately formed the image of an eye, perfect, round, but with no pupil. Just a smooth void where vision should begin. The eye blinked, slowly. The paint was not reacting to environment, but to recognition. Instruments registered no motion, but the water grew warmer. The surrounding sea, instead of dispersing the paint, held it like a skin. Then, one by one, the crew began reporting nausea and false memories. One claimed to recall drowning in a room lined with oil-soaked portraits. Another described dreaming of a mouth swallowing stars. The final data log included a whispered Russian phrase, barely audible through static: "It becomes you before you know it." When the craft returned, its external sensors were corroded, not by salt, but by unknown organic compounds. They matched no marine bacteria, and inside the hull, small mirror-like circles appeared on the walls, too symmetrical to be natural. The lurker, they concluded, doesn't live in the trench. It is the trench, an entity coiled beneath the fold, mimicking what observes it. Now, any crew operating in the carafold is instructed to avoid glass, mirror, or screens near the viewport. Because if the lurker sees your reflection before you do, it doesn't need to take your place. It already has. South of the Gulf of Aden, where the Somali plate yawns apart from the African mainland, a rift snakes, like a slow wound across the seafloor. In 1955, a British bathymetric expedition first recorded rhythmic bursts of bubbles rising from an otherwise silent trench. At first, they were thought to be volcanic, but the gases weren't methane or sulfur. They were saturated with oxygen. More alarmingly, the bursts were timed, every 44 minutes, a surge followed by silence. Then, in 1967, an Italian naval team sent sonar pulses into the trench and received a peculiar return, not the usual pings, but thuds, muffled, hollow, as though hitting something soft encased in stone. When cameras descended, they revealed a massive vertical figure embedded in the rift wall, not coral, not fossil, something in between. The object resembled a human torso, gargantuan in scale, with rib-like arches formed from petrified cartilage, and what appeared to be a gaping maw at the center. Yet it did not open, it pulsed. One diver reported a faint suction, as if the sea itself inhaled through the monument. His final log entry read, "It is trying to speak, but it has no tongue, only air." Some believe this being to be a trapped giant, others a breathing relic, a species that fossilized mid-gasp, trying to call out to something now long gone. But all agree that the rhythm never falters, the breath continues, as if the ocean still owes it a reply. No one dives there now, not for fear of danger, but fear of answering back. In 1990, just before Somalia's coastline was closed off due to political unrest, a joint African-European expedition attempted to re-enter the trench and collect interior samples from the so-called gasping monument. They lowered a biosonic recorder programmed to detect signals that mimic organic distress, expecting static. What they received instead were pulses matching early human fetal heartbeats, only amplified 100-fold. Then came the noise, not a roar, not a groan, but a trembling vibration that caused the ship's steel frame to hum in sympathy. The trench was not echoing, it was breathing with them. The recorder picked up an embedded rhythm that mirrored the respiration cycles of the crew itself. It adjusted, matched, then led. One crew member fainted. Another vomited black fluid. Both were pulled out of the chamber, but one continued breathing in rhythm with the monument for 2 days after recovery. Medical scans showed no anomalies, just oxygen saturation far beyond normal. When the team retrieved the recorder, it was warm to the touch and lightly pulsing, as if alive. The trench has not responded since, but oceanographic sensors still catch the pattern. 44 minutes, every time. Some now say the monument was never alive. It was a monument to breath itself, a relic carved into the rift to preserve the concept of air in the deep, long after the species that created it lost lungs altogether. The Somali rift no longer speaks, but the silence is shaped like a question, and the sea, ever courteous, still tries to answer with breath. Off Russia's eastern coast, in the shadow of Sakhalin Island, the Sea of Okhotsk conceals beneath its icy canopy a labyrinth of geothermal chimneys and deep water ridges. In 1952, a Soviet trawler dragging nets along the seabed snagged something unusual, not fish, not mineral, but glass. Thousands of splinters, each curved and beveled, none sharp, all humming faintly when touched. Geologists identified them as a silica-based compound, not naturally formed under such pressure. When pieced together by researchers in Vladivostok, the shards suggested a massive segmented limb, articulated like a crustacean's, yet smooth, jointless, seamless. Theories abounded, until a 1966 unmanned dive revealed the full figure, a sentinel, towering 40 meters tall and upright in the trench's valley. The entity stood motionless, arms outstretched, head inclined, its translucent body refracting light in such a way that it was often mistaken for nothing at all. Its face bore no features, just a smooth convex curve that mirrored the sea around it. But at intervals, always at solar midnight, the sentinel moved, slightly, a tilt of the head, a flutter at the fingertips, always toward the nearest heat source. Submersibles reported momentary engine failure when nearing it, and sometimes as they drifted away, recordings would capture a faint echo, not a word, but a perfect replication of the vessel's own engine tone, played back milliseconds before the machine produced it, as if the sentinel anticipated their presence before they arrived, watching not what is, but what is about to be. In 1990, during a final Cold War-era joint research project between Japan and Russia, the Sentinel was revisited with newer equipment, light reactive sensors, and predictive response modules designed to record energy emissions prior to physical movement. What they discovered was staggering. The Sentinel not only moved in accordance with nearby stimuli, but altered its refraction angle just before any change in surrounding temperature, as if calculating consequences before cause. Then came the reflection test. A high-frequency strobe was aimed directly at its chest, and within seconds, the Sentinel's entire body began to pulse, not in defiance, but in harmony with the signal. Its limbs did not shift, but its inner lattice, the thousands of microscopic veins running through its structure, began to align in spiraling, intelligent geometry, mimicking waveforms sent from the ship. The reflection returned, not light, but imagery. Briefly, across the convex face, the observers saw flashes of themselves, but aged, changed, some with scars they'd never had, others wearing uniforms never issued. A premonition, a mockery. No consensus was reached, but one scientist left the project, claiming the Sentinel had offered a choice, and that he had declined. Since then, no strobe tests have been repeated. Now the area is considered a silent zone. Local vessels avoid sonar, avoid light, avoid naming the place aloud. They believe the Sentinel is a listener, a statue sculpted from time's glass, waiting not for orders, but for alignment. And when that moment comes, it won't need to act, it will only need to remember what happens next. Between the submerged peaks of the Scotia Arc, south of the Falkland Islands, and curving toward the Antarctic Peninsula, a forgotten volcanic crescent dips, beneath cold currents and pressure-blued waters. In 1941, a Royal Navy scout plane observed an unnatural cloud rising from the sea, powdery, dry, and blue. Investigators found no eruption, no wreckage, only an ashen substance drifting across the surface like spores. The sample collected turned to liquid upon pressurization, releasing a faintly floral scent, lavender touched with salt. Years later, in 1968, a deep-sea research team tracing tectonic breaks discovered a chamber along the Arc's slope. Inside it, nested between boulders and cooled magma, sat a single object, oval, deep cobalt, seemingly hollow, with a spongy, ash-like coating that disintegrated on contact. As the crew's lights passed over it, the object seemed to flinch. Cameras captured a contraction, not mechanical, not muscle, but as if the sea itself recoiled through it. When touched by a submersible probe, the object bloomed outward, revealing layered petals formed of silicate ash, each inscribed with fine vascular lines. In the center, a hollow darker than water, exhaling slow plumes of blue. One diver described it as a wound designed to forget. The vessel, they concluded, was not of stone or metal. It was a memory held in sediment, a thought that forgot itself so deeply, it had to be buried in form. The sea did not birth it, it inherited it. And now, every few decades, the Arc exhales again, blue, dry and heavy with silence. By 1990, the Scotia Arc was the subject of whispered research. Argentina and Chile jointly funded an undersea sonar array to monitor what they called patterned emissions, regular releases of that same blue ash from the lower ridges of the Arc. One of these emissions, recorded in June, took on a shape, a dome surrounded by rings, spinning slowly like a music box underwater. No noise was heard, but biological sensors on nearby sea life spiked erratically. Fish swam in slow circles, crustaceans climbed upside down. A pod of orcas altered their migratory route for the first time in recorded history, bypassing the Arc entirely. When a probe attempted to sample the plume, its instruments were overwhelmed with repeating sequences, not data, but the same visual, over and over, a cradle rocking, always from above. Inside the cradle, a silhouette too abstract to define. Some scientists believe the vessel was not a creature, but a container, or a grave. Others think it was never meant to be opened, only to be mourned. What's more unsettling is what followed when the plume cleared. New markings appeared on the trench floor, not symbols, scars. Fresh, deep, parallel lines as if something large had shifted, dragging weight behind it. The ash no longer blooms randomly, it forms trails, and each leads further south, toward waters colder, older and quieter than we know how to measure. Whatever the vessel carried, it may no longer be dreaming, it may be walking, its memory unspooling through the sea, like a procession no one dares watch. Beneath the frigid stretches of the Labrador Sea, between Greenland and Canada's northeastern coast, lies a depression few ships cross willingly, the Labrador Trough. In 1959, hydrophones laid for Cold War submarine detection began picking up harmonic disturbances, tones so pure they resembled tuning forks being struck in sequence. The frequency matched no marine species, no geological event, just resonance, haunting and consistent, ringing every 33 minutes in 5-note patterns. When researchers triangulated the source, they discovered a submerged rise, shaped like a warped amphitheater, its terraces carved with channels worn smooth as if by use. Within that basin swam figures, not fish, not machines, but something between, creatures with gleaming fins that shimmered like polished brass, their movements choreographed, synchronized, soundless, until they opened their mouths. What emerged wasn't song but architecture. Tone so structured, it shaped water into standing patterns, visible for seconds like crystal columns dissolving into current. The creatures never left the basin. They circled, swam, rose and sang, always the same refrain. An ancient sailor's log recovered from 1721 described sirens with metal skins who sang ships into stillness, not death. The choir's voices didn't lure, they suspended. Vessels above the trough would lose all engine function, but remain buoyant, drifting gently until the tones ceased. Those on board reported seeing nothing, hearing only the harmony, and in its presence they wept, not from fear, but memory, memories that weren't theirs, as if the choir sang not to the ears, but to the histories hidden inside those who floated above them. In 1990, the final mission before the hydrophone project was quietly decommissioned, sent down a specialized resonance scanner to capture the structural signature of the choir's song. As the scanner approached the basin, its internal gyroscope began to spin independently, mimicking the choir's rhythm before any audible tone registered. The craft's audio feed captured a sequence not in 5 notes, but 7, an evolution. What followed stunned analysts. The scanner's data display began projecting fractal blueprints, not of sea life, of cities, columns, doorways, roofs, all designed for an underwater architecture that suggested oxygen wasn't required. One structure repeated often, a round domed chamber, encircled by 13 figures, brass-like and finned. When played backwards, the tones spelled out geometries resembling wave equations, suggesting the creatures weren't just singing, they were calculating, shaping space. But the mission ended abruptly. The scanner imploded with no impact recorded. Its wreckage, when recovered, was smooth, as though compressed gently from all sides. Scientists concluded the choir had not attacked, it had silenced. Whatever message they were composing wasn't meant for interruption. Since then, the Labrador Trough has been declared a quiet zone by joint naval decree. No sound, no sonar, no passage, and yet, vessels drifting too close still report ghost harmonies rising from the deep, melodies heard not through instruments, but in bones. The brass-finned choir remains below, suspended in their chorus, voices tuned not to time, but to something waiting to be built in silence, something vast, slow, and holy. In the crushing pressure of the Java Trench, where the sea floor ruptures into a grave of molten scars and obsidian channels, Indonesian fishermen have long refused to cast their nets, not for fear of storm or loss, but for what they call anak tinta, the inked orphan. First reported by Dutch colonial divers in 1923, the creature was said to emerge only when light bled into the trench, drawn not to life, but to shadows. Its body, seen briefly beneath a diver's torch, appeared stitched from countless tendrils, like threads of cephalopod ink hardened into form. No eyes, no face, just a curvature that mimicked loneliness, hunched, slow, dissolving at its own edges. Every decade, seismic readings show rhythmic tremors in the trench, always 12 days apart. Oceanographers once thought these were tectonic shivers, but in 1978, a seismic buoy recorded a pattern. Each quake mirrored the previous, but fainter, as if something was remembering how to move. In 1982, a diverless sub returned with its interior coated in ink, impossibly still wet, despite the cold. A message, perhaps. But when analyzed, the ink contained no pigment. It wasn't color, it was memory. Some now believe the orphan is not a creature, but a vessel for loss. A body made from everything the sea forgets. Ships lost without cause, species erased from record, even names no longer spoken. The orphan weaves them into itself, thread by thread, always searching for a shape it once had, or perhaps never did. The last recorded encounter with the inked orphan occurred in 1990, when a joint Indonesian-Japanese research vessel deployed an AI-mapped drone designed to follow fluid currents through the trench's tightest folds. At a depth of over 7,000 meters, the drone's path veered without command, drifting into an unnaturally straight corridor of rock. The lights dimmed automatically, not from malfunction, but seemingly in response to pressure changes that formed a pattern, 3 slow pulses, then darkness. When the feed returned seconds later, the drone hovered before a figure resting upright on the trench wall. The creature, or what had become of it, was writing, not with hands, but through strands extending from its form, dragging ink across stone in spiraling glyphs that resembled no language, but moved like thought. As the drone approached, the threads coiled upward, drawing the symbol into themselves, unmaking it. Then the orphan turned, or at least shifted its posture. 100 faces appeared within its folds, none distinct, all vanishing, once recognized. The drone's camera shut off, but its acoustic log kept running. It recorded a sound like weeping, stretched across fathoms. Divers retrieved the drone weeks later, magnetized, inkless, but holding within its storage a file that had not been written, a looping image of a child's handprint. No context, no origin, just print and silence. Since then, no missions have returned to that depth. Some say the orphan still writes, folding new threads of grief into itself, but others believe it finished its story that day, and what comes next is the reading. Between the Black Sea and the Aegean, nestled in the shallow but volatile Sea of Marmara, seismic lines cross beneath the waters, like veins beneath old skin. In 1932, during the reconstruction of Turkish coastal ports, divers unearthed what they thought was petrified driftwood lodged in a seabed fault. But when the material was touched, it flinched. Not like flesh, but like thought-resisting memory. Years passed with no further incidents until 1965, when a Soviet seismology ship recorded interference in their sensors during a minor quake. The data showed something moving against the tremor, not away, not with it, but perpendicular, tracing the quake, as if shepherding it. The crew described a horned silhouette, velvet textured and luminescent, pressing gently along the fault line like anointing it. Days later, all their hair fell out. Tests revealed no toxins, only traces of dissolved copper laced with rare bioluminescent proteins. Then came the story of the monkfish boat, sunk with no storm. Survivors told of an apparition with horns curled like ancient script, its gaze not hostile, but heavy with farewell. The creature, it was said, marked tremors not to avoid them, but to bless them. Ancient Ottoman legends speak of a pilgrim of the waters, whose touch seals fractures, whose velvet coils inscribe the ocean's promises. It walks between fault and faith, horned not for violence, but for guidance. The pilgrim appears only before change, before cities fall, before new islands rise. Its presence is not omen, but scripture, written in fault lines, read only by the sea. In 1990, just months before a series of small earthquakes, Istanbul's outskirts, a Turkish geological drone captured brief, infrared footage along the western end of the Marmara Fault. At first it showed typical crustal movement. Then came a glimmer, a horned figure slithering laterally, not swimming, but gliding across rock with a speed that defied scale. The drone followed as long as it could, capturing impressions rather than clarity, sections of the seafloor glowing briefly where the creature had touched, then fading like candle-lit ink. One frame revealed a sigil, two crescents opposing each other, touching tips, a symbol not known in any marine taxonomy, but matching etchings found on 13th century Anatolian prayer stones. Scientists dismissed it as pareidolia, coincidence. But in the days that followed, the fault line in that region ceased all microquakes. Seismographs recorded a silence so perfect, it read like static, a stillness that was not rest, but observance. The pilgrim, as some now call it, hasn't been seen since. But its path remains etched not in stone, but in how the sea moves around that region. Currents flow in spirals, storms avoid its waters, and on rare nights, when the moon bends low and fishermen are quiet, something stirs below, just enough to turn the lights red for a moment, just enough to remind them. The velvet-horned pilgrim was not a warning, it was a witness, and the sea in turn remembers those who carry their own earthquakes within them. Off the coast of Timor-Leste, where the Indian and Pacific plates grind in a silent, glacial feud, lies the Timor Fold, a submerged wrinkling of the earth that looks less like tectonic uplift and more like something once covered stirred beneath. In 1954, Australian geologists, drilling for core samples near the shelf, noticed their instruments jamming, not from rock, but from heat. The temperature spike was narrow, precise, and recurring. Years later, in 1972, an underwater mining operation deploying electromagnetic survey drones, reported that every pass over a particular ridge caused feedback loops resembling rhythmic bursts, electrical pulses too structured to be geological. Beneath the fold's ridges, something metallic resonated with timed intervals. A creature was theorized, later dubbed the copper-spined sleeper, for its presumed makeup of exoskeletal ridges, spiking with conductivity. In 1981, a private research sub captured a sonar silhouette, unlike anything documented, a segmented form, 30 meters long, unmoving, nestled tightly in a fold, spikes curving outward, like antennae. The sonar image distorted with each pulse, as if the sleeper's body bent signal and time. When a pulse aligned with a minor tectonic tremor, researchers observed aftershocks as far as Sumatra. The creature wasn't just resting, it was buffering pressure, absorbing strain into itself like a capacitor. Its spine, they theorized, was not weaponry, it was a fail-safe. Without it, the trench might rip wider, and so it sleeps, deep within its groove, dreaming in voltage. The sea doesn't shake there, not because it is peaceful, but because something else is holding the tension. By late 1990, a final reconnaissance attempt was authorized by a joint Indonesian-Australian Marine Geophysics Task Force to gather direct imagery of the copper-spined sleeper. Using a fiber optic crawler rigged with analog fail-safes, the mission proceeded cautiously along the fold's curvature. At 3,800 meters, the rig encountered a sudden temperature drop, followed by complete silence. No signal, no feedback. But the cable remained taut, indicating no severance. When the crawler was retrieved 5 hours later, its external casing bore fine indentations, parallel grooves consistent with flexible copper wire, yet organic in distribution. Its final footage, once decoded, showed a chamber not of stone, but of lattice, coils of mineral plating, forming a sort of womb, pulsating faintly in sync with distant tectonic noise. Within it lay the sleeper. Its copper ridges rose and fell with an eerie precision, responding to subsonic hums in the crust. At one point, the entire trench seemed to hum back, a wave of tremors passing like breath. But the creature remained still, as if listening, as if waiting for something to change before it could wake. Geophysicists now believe the sleeper acts as a regulator for fault tension, that its existence explains the eerie stability of the Timor Fold, an anomaly in seismic patterns stretching back millennia. Some think it is not alive in any traditional sense, but a creature engineered by the planet, shaped by centuries of compression and adaptation, a living brake on catastrophe. And though no human hand has touched it, every moment it continues to rest may be the only reason the plates above haven't yet broken free. In the Tyrrhenian Sea, between Sardinia and the Italian mainland, volcanic activity simmers beneath a deceptively placid surface. This region, carved by ancient eruptions and subsurface plate rollback, hides a sheer drop, a wall of collapsed crust, known as the Tyrrhenian slab. In 1966, an Italian bathymetric survey team scanning the region captured an anomaly along the slab face, a vertically lodged object with symmetry too precise for nature. Initially dismissed as a sunken sculpture or debris, the structure was revisited in 1975 by a French marine archaeological expedition. What they found wasn't stone, it was skin. A white, ceramic-like mask embedded in basalt, expressionless but unmistakably humanoid, fused into a body half-formed, draped in rock like molten cloth. Its surface bore fine cracks that radiated outward like tectonic fault lines. Observations over a decade revealed that the sentinel, as it came to be known, shifted slightly during seismic activity, not away from stress, but toward it. The seafloor surrounding it remained eerily stable, even as neighboring shelves slipped. Local fishermen long spoke of the Madonna of the Deep, a spirit who whispered warnings into the hulls of boats when storms brewed far away. But scientists grew more disturbed when they realized the sentinel's face had changed between scans. From blank to mournful, its mouth, once closed, now parted slightly, not in expression, but in release. A crack had opened along the mask's cheek, and from it, bubbles escaped, cold, slow and metallic. The slab had become its altar, and it had begun to breathe. In the final weeks of 1990, a seismic probe embedded near the sentinel detected low-frequency tremors structured like repeating syllables, like something trying to speak. Linguists reviewing the waveform concluded the pattern resembled a chant, looped and fragmented. A team of divers was sent to verify visual changes, and found the sentinel upright, no longer embedded, though unmoved in distance. The porcelain face was now tilted downward, as if observing. The surrounding rock was glossy, fused by heat that had not risen. Beneath its base, cracks spidered outward in perfect arcs, etched with impressions resembling fingerbones pressing from within. The divers reported sudden emotional surges, sorrow, awe, and then clarity. One described the sensation as being remembered by something that never knew you. Cameras recorded that the sentinel's form vibrated slightly when earthquakes occurred across the Mediterranean basin, as if harmonizing with them, not resisting, not absorbing, but conducting. A kind of ancient witness, perhaps once buried during Rome's rise, now stirred by millennia of movement. The Tyrrhenian slab, long assumed dead rock, was in fact a stage, and the sentinel its actor waiting for the final act. Some believe it's a geological relic shaped by myth. Others think it was once a warning. But now, in silence and in porcelain stillness, it watches. And if its face cracks further, if that parted mouth opens fully, then something sealed long ago may finally begin its song. A song the Mediterranean has been echoing in fragments since before its coasts had names. Within the Gulf of California, known also as the Sea of Cortez, a narrow rift tears the Earth's crust like a breathing wound, alive with shifting hydrothermal vents and sudden blooms of bioluminescent chaos. Locals speak of a singer's trench, where water vibrates not with current, but with voice notes so low they can only be felt in bone. In 1957, a Mexican marine biologist, Alejo Montalban, reported a strange occurrence. While diving near the Guaymas Basin, he felt a deep vibration in his chest, not from fear, but from harmony. Seconds later, he saw what he described as a procession of glowing filaments descending vertically, aligned like organ pipes, pulsing in red, then blue, then a deep gold. The organisms made no sudden movement, no threat. Yet Alejo surfaced vomiting blood, his lungs having ruptured from resonant vibration. He survived, barely, and described them as a choir of lanterns with spines. In 1973, a submersible survey team, investigating unexplained shipwreck noises, picked up harmonic frequencies that induced dizziness and temporary blindness in crew above water. What they found below were towering, jellyfish-like creatures with filament spires growing upward like cathedral windows, and sacks of liquid light trailing beneath. Their pulses aligned to tectonic shifts. Their song changed as the plates moved. Some biologists believe the lantern-blooded choir is a colony organism, like siphonophores, but with a nervous system tuned to sound. They do not see, they do not hunt, they harmonize. And sometimes, when the seafloor trembles, they sing for something no longer listening. By late 1990, after the sudden disappearance of a NOAA sound mapping probe near the Cerralvo Trough, researchers launched an acoustic payload programmed to record in ranges below standard human audibility. It returned hours later, dragged to the surface by unknown forces, its sensors half melted. The data it carried, when slowed and transposed, revealed a choral arrangement of immense complexity, dozens of layered tones weaving into a melody that shifted with seismic data from across the Pacific Rim. When mapped against recent tectonic events, each tonal shift preceded a quake by 6 hours. The choir, it seemed, sang in anticipation. Not warning, not celebration, something deeper. A memory played forward. The creatures appeared again in filtered sonar, spires now numbering in the hundreds, moving in slow synchronization, a biomechanic ballet of signal and suspension. Deep sea drones tasked with direct observation failed to maintain proximity. Each was subtly pulled off course by unexplained magnetic anomalies. Only one drone remained stable long enough to transmit an image, a single towering creature, centered within the colony, pulsing red light from within a translucent chest cavity. Etched along its spine were rings, 5 total, mirroring plate boundaries across the Pacific. Each ring glowed briefly, then dimmed, then the cycle repeated, as if marking time not by seasons, but by catastrophe. Scholars now debate whether these creatures are natural at all, or remnants of something ancient that the ocean never wanted to forget. The choir does not sing for us, it sings for the earth, and the song is not finished. Beneath the jagged link between South America and Antarctica lies the Scotia Arc, a fractured crescent of continental fragments, drifting apart like pages from a burned book. In 1961, while charting geothermal anomalies along the Arc's southern stretch, a British exploration team recorded seismic irregularities that resembled a heartbeat. 2 slow pulses, then silence, repeating every 44 seconds. When they triangulated the source, they found a hollowed shelf of basalt shaped like a bowl, as if something massive had once lain there. On its rim sat an unmapped formation, unlike reef or coral. Upon closer descent, the cameras revealed a figure hunched and unmoving, with what appeared to be a face of stretched, parchment-thin skin, not sagging, but preserved, tightly bound across a frame that shimmered between bone and shell. Its hands were folded, not clenched, not grasping, just resting. It became known as the vellum-faced hermit. The currents around it refused to follow physics, flowing upward, folding inward, breaking into impossible spirals. Divers sent to investigate experienced momentary blackouts the closer they approached, yet none sustained injury. Only one, a Chilean diver named Luisa Mendez, swam close enough to glimpse the eyes. They were ink black, vast, and flat. She returned weeping, unable to recall what she'd seen, only that it felt like forgetting a lifetime. The hermit, untouched by age or depth, exuded an aura not of menace, but solitude, and around its perch, the silt formed symbols, spirals, cross lines, and something like language, repeating over meters, not random, not eroded, as if something had tried to write a memory, and failed. In 1990, after decades of oceanographic silence in the region, a cold seep eruption near the South Sandwich Trench reignited interest in the hermit's resting place. A robotic survey probe was deployed by an Argentine research vessel, equipped with gravimetric sensors, sonar, and low-penetration radar. What it found was disquieting. Beneath the hermit's basin were nested chambers of layered sediment, each ringed by thin fibrous structures resembling quill tips, some fossilized, others pulsing faintly with trace bioluminescence. Within the uppermost chamber, radar detected movement, not violent, but methodical, like pages being turned. The creature itself had not shifted, but its fingers now pointed inward, directed at the hollow in its own chest. A cavity opened, not from injury, but by design, revealing a structure beneath its flesh like an open book with no ink, just bone etched in tight, swirling grooves. When the probe attempted to scan, it failed. Its software locked, then reset, overwriting its own logs with lines of repeating code, symbols matching the silt carvings from 1961. Experts compared these to early Sumerian cuneiform, but found no match. The hermit had not remained idle. It had been writing in silence, in a language so old the ocean itself might have forgotten its script. Geologists now theorize that the hermit might be the last of a lithic strain, a species evolved not to consume or defend, but to document, to bear witness across shifts of land and sea, recording each fracture as history. And if its book is ever completed, perhaps it means the story it's been chronicling has ended. Where Madagascar's western shelf narrows into a channel hemmed by Mozambique's abyssal walls, tides take on a strange behavior. They do not pull, they hover. Local sailors tell of nights when boats stall mid-current, water lapping evenly against both sides of the hull, as if indecision gripped the sea. The phenomenon was dismissed for years, until 1968, when a Pan-African marine expedition detected harmonic reverberations from the trench floor, sounding not like mechanical echo, but like wind whistling through reeds. The frequencies changed with the lunar phase, matching neither whale song nor geologic movement. When finally captured by subaqueous microphones in 1974, the sound was revealed to be layered, dozens of tones rising and falling in coordinated pulses. A slow skeletal choir. Cameras later revealed the source. Upright, hollow structures rising from the trench, pale and jointed like elongated bird bones fused into towers. But they were not mineral. When a drone brushed against one, it swayed and then retracted. Within minutes, surrounding pillars began to resonate in unison. The hollow-boned choir, as it became known, did not flee, it waited. These weren't creatures in the traditional sense. They were organs, living instruments, rooted in place, whose sole function was to sing. Their song had no pattern humans could decipher, yet every seismic event within 2,000 kilometers had preceded a tonal shift in the choir's harmony, not predictive, responsive, as if mourning each shift in the Earth's balance. No predator, no hunger, just bone and breath, singing into a trench that never echoes back. In 1990, a joint geological survey, launched from Antananarivo, attempted full resonance mapping of the Madagascar Channel after several sonar buoys detected sudden periods of silence, an eerie pause in the constant underwater tones long recorded by marine observatories. The team deployed a harmonic drone capable of transmitting controlled frequencies back into the trench. When it pulsed a mirrored tone toward the choir, every single pillar froze. Then, one by one, each began to release jets of sediment from thin slits along their shafts, revealing an inner cavity lined with organ-like folds. A low warbling moan followed, one that disrupted all nearby electronics and left the surface team suffering nosebleeds. One diver described the sound as a lullaby for something dead and massive. Upon resurfacing, the crew found that the sonar buoys around the channel were now blinking in sync, something never programmed or observed before. Further deep radar scans showed a network of buried structures beneath the choir's pillars, suggesting a sub-oceanic chamber system. What disturbed the team was its shape, a perfect spiral, with the choir forming the outermost ring. At its center, a void, no readings, no signal, only absence. Researchers now suspect the choir does not simply mourn geological shifts. It may be guarding the memory of an event too ancient to record, a catastrophe perhaps, a burial, and their songs, endlessly repeated, may be warnings encoded in sound, not meant for us, but preserved in case something, one day, comes back to hear them again. The Philippine Trench plunges deeper than memory, a fissure wrought from the subduction of the Eurasian and Philippine plates, where the sea seems darker even in daylight, and pressure wraps light into silence. In 1952, during a joint Philippine-American deep-sea expedition, a probe captured fleeting footage of a coral structure growing along a vertical escarpment, except it wasn't spreading across the rock as coral does. It grew upward, spiraling tightly around something tall and unmoving. When the footage was slowed and enhanced, the outline beneath the encrustation revealed an elongated figure, humanoid in form, but impossibly thin, with limbs that bent too many times, and a head craned toward the surface, as if still watching. Biologists assumed it was an illusion, pareidolia, shaped by coral bloom. But a follow-up mission in 1963 found the same structure unchanged, now glowing faintly in rhythmic pulses. Divers sent to investigate noted vertigo and sudden emotional clarity, as if flooded with memories that weren't their own. One reported visions of cloudless skies and crumbling temples. Another wept uncontrollably, unable to describe why. They named it the Watcher, a sentinel sealed, not in stone, but in time. Coral is not supposed to grow this deep, nor in spiral symmetry, and yet here, it formed like armor, or perhaps a restraint. The Watcher never moved, but every recorded earthquake along the trench coincided with the pulse of its coral, light expanding outward like breath, a breath not of warning, but of anticipation, as though it were waiting for something to return from above. In the final quarter of 1990, a Japanese research vessel deployed a fiber optic crawler into the trench to map heat gradients, But upon nearing the watcher's coordinates, all readings flatlined, temperature, light, current, until only the pulse of coral remained visible. The crawler's camera showed the watcher's surface had changed. The coral was now shedding. Minute flakes of calcified material drifted downward, exposing beneath it a surface that shimmered like wet obsidian, veined with patterns resembling sutures. The head had tilted further, its neck arched so that the face, still indistinct, now pointed directly upward. Moments later, electromagnetic interference rendered the drone immobile. As engineers scrambled to regain control, a deep frequency emitted from the trench, below the range of human hearing but strong enough to rattle the ship's instruments. Then came the image. For 6 seconds, a still frame held. The watcher's hands, once by its sides, were now raised slightly, palms open, fingers splayed, and in each palm, embedded like coins in flesh, were tiny bioluminescent creatures, pulsating in exact time with the trench's tectonic vibrations. It was a posture of offering. But to whom, or what? Linguists later compared the patterns on the watcher's skin to petroglyphs, found in the highlands of Mindoro, symbols never deciphered, believed to predate Austronesian migrations. The watcher does not speak, it remembers. Each coral ring peeled back, not with decay, but with precision, as if the sea itself was unveiling something it had kept hidden, not out of shame or danger, but reverence. And in that reverence, the watcher simply waits, for eyes above to open wide enough to see. The Sunda Shelf, stretching from the Gulf of Thailand to the Java Sea, is deceptively shallow, a drowned landmass, where lost rivers still etch their beds beneath warm currents. But at its southernmost edge, near the continental break, an unusual depression persists. Not natural, not carved by water, it shifts, it grows. First photographed by Dutch cartographers in 1949, the depression was then a minor basin. By 1971, satellite bathymetry showed it had deepened by nearly 10 meters and doubled in width. Marine archaeologists called it a collapse zone, but the sonar scans told a different story. The silt wasn't displaced, it was consumed, pulled downward into a narrow circular maw, beneath which no solid readings could be made. The deeper the probe went, the more unstable the data became, as if the signal was being digested. Local Indonesian fishermen speak of nights when nets vanish, not because of storm or snag, but because the sea itself opens. In 1984, a Thai scientific crew deployed a subdrone that recorded the basin's edge rising subtly, like a muscle flexing, before sinking again. And then came the sound, low percussive thuds in a pattern, like chewing. Divers have refused to enter the basin since, not out of fear of drowning, but of being remembered. Something beneath the shelf drinks the ocean floor, leaving no bones, no wreckage, just perfect silence. It does not lure, it does not reveal, it waits, and every breath of silt it swallows is another inch of the Earth's skin vanishing, never to be mapped again. By late 1990, a Malaysian geological outpost, stationed near the edge of the Sunda Basin, deployed a sediment displacement tracker in hopes of understanding the phenomenon's source. It lasted 43 hours. The final transmission showed the tracker spinning slowly, then halting mid-descent, its lights flickering as silt particles began to fall upward. Not in currents, not in chaos, but in threads, thin, slow streams pulled toward a central vacuum that emitted no visible current. This reverse cascade was unlike any hydrodynamic behavior ever recorded. When the lights stabilized, the camera showed concentric rings etched into the silty perimeter, fresh, not fossilized, as if traced by a deliberate hand. Then, just before the footage cut, a single eye appeared at the frame's lower edge, round, clouded, lidless. It did not blink, it only reflected the camera's light. When analyzed, the reflection revealed a network of fleshy tendrils lining the basin wall, each covered in cilia that pulsed in synchrony with seismic activity along the Australian plate. Marine biologists have since posited that the silt drinker may not be a singular creature, but a geobiological anomaly, part filter feeder, part memory vault, preserving Earth's sediments within itself. All records of its structure vanish below 600 meters, beyond the reach of light or pressure-tolerant instruments. But the basin continues to expand, one slow breath at a time. It does not rise. It does not echo. It only erases, smoothing the ocean's memory like a tongue passing over parchment. One day, perhaps, it will reach the shelf's edge, and then the continent itself may begin to forget. Between the South Orkney Islands and the Antarctic Peninsula lies the Scotia Sea, where cold gyres spiral like ancient wheels and icebergs drift in solemn procession. Beneath this frigid corridor, in waters that have swallowed more than a dozen research vessels since 1932, lies a formation known simply as the Ridge of Teeth, serrated basalt peaks stretching like vertebrae toward the abyss. In 1958, a Chilean military submersible passing above the ridge caught a series of flashes, silver gleams moving in coordinated arcs. Assuming bioluminescent squid, they dispatched cameras. What returned was something else. Nestled between the ridge's twin peaks was a creature encased in a sheath of translucent cartilage, its skin reflective like quicksilver, eyes facing outward in all directions. Its gaze didn't blink, it mimicked. Whatever faced it was mirrored back, not in perfect form, but in emotional contour. A diver who briefly made visual contact described the vision as seeing himself aged, drowned, yet calm, as if the sentinel had judged his fate and played it back as fact. Over the next decade, multiple nations attempted to approach it. Each time, probes would freeze, not by damage, but by programming loop. The devices began echoing their own input, trapped in a mirror logic. Scientists began calling the sentinel a guardian, a being not designed to move but to reflect, to show not what is, but what will become, if one dares to gaze too long, and still it watches, its mirrored eyes recording truths not yet lived. In December of 1990, during the final weeks of the decade, a joint expedition, funded by Argentine and Soviet marine institutes, ventured to the Ridge of Teeth for one last attempt to engage the sentinel. They used a new kind of optical shield, a mask that would prevent direct eye contact, allowing their remote sub-drone to scan the creature without reflection interference. For 16 minutes, the creature remained inert. Then one eye opened, not to look outward, but to project. The sub-drone's cameras caught glimpses of strange cities, impossible underwater metropolises that blinked in and out of focus like hallucinations. Spires made of barnacle glass, bridges woven from Leviathan ribs, and statues carved from living reef. The imagery was not stored on the drone, it was streamed, a vision, deliberate, transient. Then came the faces, not human, not fish, but something between, staring back with sorrow etched in their gills. Linguists who later analyzed the footage claimed that the architecture shown bore resemblance to ancient Hellenic forms, merged with Polynesian geometries, as if cultures forgotten to the land had lived on below. The sentinel's eyes then dimmed, and the connection was lost. The Ridge of Teeth has not flashed since. Some say the creature gave its final memory, a farewell before sinking fully into stillness. Others think it recorded us, locked our reflection within its gaze, storing our image, as it had so many before. Whatever the truth, the Scotia Sea now drifts quieter, and the sentinel no longer watches, but waits holding our mirror beneath the ice. At the edge where the Mariana Trench slopes into its final descent, where no sunlight ever brushes the bones of the world, there lies a formation unlike any other. First spotted in 1953 by a US Navy bathyscaphe, the Lantern Moor was believed to be a collapsed cave, its wide circular opening ringed with faintly luminescent filaments that pulsed in sync with the ocean's tides. But as divers drew near, they realized the filaments were not plants, they were teeth, flexible, translucent, and arranged in a perfect spiral. Each emitted a cold light that did not illuminate but distorted, casting shadows that moved against the current. Submariners who stared into the moor reported intense nausea and temporal confusion, some claiming they'd glimpsed moments from their past or events not yet lived. The moor did not breathe, it waited. In 1966, A French robotic probe entered its opening and descended 5 meters before power failed. Upon recovery, the probe's outer shell bore etchings, circular marks consistent with suction, but spaced as though from rows of massive lips, not tentacles. The interior footage revealed shifting walls lined with bioluminescent ridges, twitching in pulses like a throat resisting the urge to swallow. The creature was not waiting to hunt, it was waiting to be fed by the ocean itself. Sailors passing above now speak of dreams filled with blue fire and a mouth that never closes. A mouth not meant to consume prey, but time. A wound in the sea, glowing softly, beckoning everything once lost to fall back in. In late 1990, during the last expedition sanctioned under the Cold War's waning shadow, a Soviet-Japanese deep-sea collaborative mission sent a multi-sensor orb named Cosmo Petal into the Lantern Moor's perimeter. The orb, designed to survive 10,000 meters of pressure, descended without resistance. Its sensors recorded an environment paradoxically calm, no current, no microfauna, just a steady hum of low-frequency resonance that mirrored the brainwave patterns of human REM sleep. At 37 meters, the orb tilted, seemingly drawn sideways, despite neutral ballast. Then came the vision feed, raw, unfiltered frames, depicting not sea or sediment, but silhouettes suspended in blue light. Dozens of them, upright, drifting just beyond the orb's illumination. Each shape bore faint human characteristics, but their outlines were softened, blurred like memories too long buried. They faced the orb in stillness, as if acknowledging its arrival. The final image showed the moor slowly closing, not through mechanical movement, but through the dimming of its light, each filament flickering out in reverse sequence. The feed ceased. Cosmo Petal was never recovered. Weeks later, a seismic tremor pulsed through the Mariana margin, small, brief, yet carrying an acoustic signature nearly identical to a human heartbeat. Some believe the moor had fed, finally digesting something it had been hungering for since the trench formed. Others believe it woke, but no further missions have dared approach, and the light, they say, returns only once per decade, faint flickering, like a match struck in a crypt, not to call attention, but to remind the sea that something still waits to be filled. In the glacial underworld off Greenland's eastern slope, where the ocean floor folds into brittle trenches shaped by epochs of slow collision, a pattern has emerged that refuses natural explanation. There, beneath the drifting frost and polar twilight, lies a series of bone alignments that stretch for miles, intricately placed, eerily symmetrical, and updated in ways that deny the very notion of entropy. Whale vertebrae stacked like spinal columns of fallen giants, seal skulls nestled like observant sentinels between rib cages, too large for any known marine species, and rows of tusks that curve not in chaos, but in rhythmic spiral, mimicking ancient Norse spirography once carved into fjord stones. In 1961, the Danish research vessel Fjellstrøm first documented this phenomenon, while conducting magnetic resonance surveys of the abyss. At the time, the bones were dismissed as sediment-shifted debris from iceberg drags. But something was wrong. The pattern ran perpendicular to glacial movement, and in one case, a vertebra was found inserted into a fossilized coral bloom, a placement too precise, too surgical, to be accident. More troubling was the return expedition in 1973, when the same team passed over the shelf and discovered the entire layout changed. Whale skulls now pointed eastward, ribs relocated in perfect arcs, as if saluting something beneath the crust. There were no seismic events, no underwater landslides, only silence. Divers who descended into the trench described the sensation of memory pulling at them, personal, yet shared, a grief not their own. One diver claimed to hear old shanties hummed in languages they never spoke. Another surfaced unconscious, murmuring coordinates never logged in the ship's route. Sonar pulses sent into the abyss returned not as echoes, but as harmonics, as if filtered through something organic, something listening. The presence came to be called the bone-tied shepherd, not a predator, a curator, a being so old it no longer hunted, but remembered, it did not kill to feed. It waited to gather, to preserve. When carcasses fall from the ice shelves above, bears who wander too far, narwhals pierced by unseen pressure, long-lost explorers encased in ice, the trench opens slightly, like a sigh, and the bones are taken, not scattered, but arranged, a cathedral of the forgotten beneath crushing pressure and mournful currents. Later expeditions recorded spectral flickers at the trench's edge, movement that matched no known marine life. It was not fast, it was deliberate, like a gloved hand drawing lines across the bottom of the world, and through it all the shepherd remains unseen, but not unfelt. Every explorer who enters the abyss speaks of one shared hallucination, a singular eye, white and lidless, staring from beyond the silt, not to threaten, but to remind them that all things fall eventually, and those that fall are never lost, only remembered, in perfect alignment. Where the seafloor dips into the ancient Laurentian abyss off the coast of Nova Scotia, fishermen long believed the ocean held a heartbeat. They called it l'abattement, a pulse that could be felt through wooden hulls and bone when the fog came thick. It wasn't superstition alone that fueled these tales. It was the rhythm itself. In 1965, sonar buoys, dropped into the hollow, began detecting repeated thuds, at intervals of precisely 48 seconds, too deep and too consistent for tectonic activity, too organic for machinery. An anomaly seated in the hollow's center, a dome-shaped calcite structure, roughly 70 meters wide, its surface ribbed like the bell of an ancient cathedral. Its appearance led scientists to nickname it the bell ringer. Early theories proposed it was a geological vent or pressure release formation, but that was before divers reported hearing it underwater, not just the sound, but the resonance, felt in their sternums, behind their eyes, as if their skulls had become tuning forks. One diver in 1971 surfaced after a 15-minute descent, bleeding from the ears, whispering, "I saw it swing." He died 12 hours later from unexplained cranial swelling. The footage from that dive revealed a moment of disturbing clarity, where the dome seemed to vibrate and flex, as if struck from within. Each toll did not displace water as a sonar blast might, but instead bent light around it, producing brief optical shadows shaped like arms, thin, veiled, and rising outward, as though conducting a ceremony in the dark. Attempts to anchor sensors near the structure failed. Ropes unraveled, chains snapped. Once a titanium anchor rod returned coiled like ribbon. Metal fatigue was cited, though no corrosive agents were present. Throughout the 1970s and into the early 1980s, passing ships recorded faint ringing in their radio frequencies, often accompanied by the temporary loss of all navigational signals. Yet the hollow remained empty of visible life, save for jellyfish congregating in geometric formations above the dome, pulsing in sync with the beat. Some marine biologists proposed a theory: the bell ringer was not a being, but a beacon, an organ carved into the seafloor by something long gone, left behind to signal across epochs. Others disagreed, insisting it is still alive, a cloistered heart of something buried, beating against stone to remind the ocean of its oldest memory. In 1989, a submersible outfitted with auditory wave mapping gear approached the bell ringer for what would be the last official survey. What they recorded, and never released, was described only in a redacted line from a classified naval memo. Sound consistent with a choral call from within a sealed chamber, human in scale, but not in origin. The next day, the Laurentian Hollow was deemed a restricted zone. To this day, sailors report hearing the bell ringer in fog, distant mournful striking every 48 seconds, as if marking time not by the movement of tide, but by the silence between echoes. South of Madagascar, where the Crozet Rise juts like a knuckled fist from the Indian Ocean's darker corridors, French hydroacoustic stations began recording unexplainable audio signatures. As early as 1957, high-pitched, wavering tones that fluttered like the voices of children singing underwater. The frequencies bore linguistic qualities, but lacked structure, no identifiable words. Only the cadence and pitch shifts of lullabies murmured too long underwater. When geologists diverted equipment from seafloor mapping to acoustic triangulation, they discovered something unexpected. The sounds did not originate from the volcanic shelf, but from just above it, suspended mid-water, in a dense column of uninhabited sea. Divers who attempted descent into the area reported auditory hallucinations, and one, Lieutenant Mark Delaroy, claimed to hear his childhood name whispered in his mother's voice, though she had been dead for 30 years. The region came to be known among Navy personnel as Laba Su-Singloti, the drowned lullaby. What complicates the mystery further is that these voices increase in volume during full moons and during seismic activity anywhere along the Indo-Australian plate, suggesting a reactive, almost emotional intelligence behind them. In 1975, a Soviet-French cooperative expedition deployed deep-sea microphones alongside light-sensitive drones. For 23 minutes, footage showed nothing but ink-thick dark, but then, the lights dimmed of their own accord, as though absorbed. What followed was the footage of something impossible, figures shaped like small children, translucent and hovering upright in the current, arms raised in synchronization, mouths open yet void of any anatomical detail inside. When the lights flickered back on, the water was empty again, but the microphones picked up a final, unmistakable sound, not a song, but the slowing inhale of a crowd going silent. Experts dismissed the footage as technical failure and water distortion, but the raw audio, preserved on reel-to-reel tape, was analyzed in 1981 by a neuroacoustic research team in Sweden, who found that its waveforms mirrored fetal heartbeats and pre-language infant cries. Not only that, the frequencies triggered REM activity in sleeping lab animals when played at low volumes, causing synchronized eye movement and panic behavior. Since then, no crew has approached the Crozet Rise willingly. The orphaned choir, as it's now referred to, has never harmed a vessel, never dragged anyone below. It simply sings, but always to someone, always from somewhere, and always with the desperate longing of voices that were never heard in life. Whether echoes of drowned children, or the ocean's attempt to resurrect what it once lost, no one knows. But those who listen too long report one universal symptom: they forget the names of their own. As if the choir doesn't just call, it replaces, softly, completely, and without permission. Off the eastern edge of the Philippine Trench, where the seabed dives past 10,000 meters into liquid night, lies a thermal bloom not recorded on any geological registry, an oval-shaped plume of warmth, with no vent, no volcanic chimney, no frictional cause. It was first detected in 1968 by Japanese researchers aboard the Tenkai Maru, who recorded a subtle rise in temperature and a consistent biological void surrounding it. Sonar imaging of the area showed only distortions, a teardrop-shaped blur that moved without current, expanding and contracting as though breathing. They called it Hyunashi no Hime, the crownless princess. In 1976, American deep-sea probes followed up with infrared scanning and discovered something more chilling. The warmth radiated not from rock, but from an organic mass, nearly 50 meters long, layered in bioluminescent ridges that pulsed faintly in violet tones. Its shape was humanoid only in metaphor, a torso curled in fetal posture, arms crossed where a face might be, and atop its necklace head, a jagged crown-shaped hollow that gave the queen her name. When a drone descended for closer footage, the mass shifted, not in aggression, but in what appeared to be resignation, tightening itself as though bracing for impact. A pulse emitted from the hollow, then destabilized the probe's gyroscope. What little data survived showed one terrifying frame, the hollow crown filling with fluid light, like molten opal, before the transmission ceased. Later analyses revealed no energy signature, no trace of propulsion or heartbeat, only a residual vibration on the seafloor, akin to a song played backwards through layers of salt. Locals from Samar and Leyte recall legends of a sea goddess who tore her crown off to prevent herself from ruling a world that would drown under her reign. They speak of a queen who waits not to return, but to be forgotten, her warmth a comfort to no one, her presence a lull in the abyss for those who have no name and no shape. Since the incident, Ships that pass near the bloom report sudden drops in morale, prolonged silences among crew, and a dream shared by many, a pale figure curled in pain, surrounded by stars that sink instead of shine. The crownless queen doesn't command the ocean, she sleeps beneath it, and the sea itself bends to keep her undisturbed, not out of reverence, but out of remorse. She is not worshipped, she is mourned. Where the Agulhas current shears off the southeastern coast of Africa, ramming equatorial warmth into subantarctic cold, an immense fog of microbubbles suspends like a veil beneath the surface, uncharted, yet persistent, since early naval records. This is the Agulhas Veil, a pocket of refracted noise and sonar blindness, often blamed for the countless ship disappearances catalogued between 1892 and 1983. But beneath this veil lies something less dismissible, a creature known only from blurred radar silhouettes and disrupted time signatures, a being with limbs that appear to reflect and refract, not just light, but movement. In 1982, a South African deep-sea towcam captured footage of 6 equidistant flashes in formation, each mirroring the other's velocity in opposite directions. Analysts believed it to be a pod of squid, until the lights synchronized perfectly with the towcam's own oscillation, moving only when the camera moved, as though mimicking its presence. The term mirror-limbed was coined after a Canadian diver, Thomas Elsner, surfaced raving about arms made of me, claiming he'd seen his own gestures echoed back at him through the silt, only elongated, fluid, and wrong. Months later, the same diver disappeared during a return dive, his line severed at the anchor point. His final radio log simply read, "It reached before I did." Sonar logs from the Veil indicate strange duplication phenomena, ghost pings trailing behind the original signal, repeating at intervals that do not conform to sound propagation norms. The most compelling theory suggests that the sentinel is not merely camouflaged, it adapts to its observer's perception. Those who view it see a version of themselves, multiplied, elongated, and rearranged by the water's prism. A diver's movement causes the creature's limbs to shift. A sonar's sweep becomes its pulse. It doesn't watch. It becomes the watcher. Submersibles fitted with neural response monitors recorded feedback loops when passing through the region, brainwaves that weren't from the crew, but echoed their emotional states, inverted like negatives on photographic film. This implies not only mimicry, but interpretation. The sentinel doesn't reflect what it sees, it reflects what you fear seeing. No shipwrecks have ever been found in the Veil, no bodies recovered, only gear, miraculously intact, laid out along the seabed, as if organized. Divers who venture too deep report seeing versions of themselves waving from behind walls of water that don't ripple, not drowning, not panicked, simply gesturing, inviting. To dive into the Agulhas Veil is to be seen in a way the human body was never meant to be seen, not in light, but in reaction. The sentinel does not kill, it receives, and in its embrace, you vanish, not from existence, but into its mirror, forever echoing. On the submerged limestone terraces of the Laccadive Shelf in the Arabian Sea, where coral thickets vanish into pale plains of salt-stained rock, lies a grid of trenches so perfectly etched, they resemble an ancient city's foundation, aligned not by accident, but intention. It was the Indian Oceanographic Institute in 1974 that first mapped this pattern while surveying for fossilized coral beds. The drones returned footage not of reef or ruin, but of deep furrows, equidistant, symmetrical, and unnaturally smooth, traced with calcified markings that bore no resemblance to known tectonic or glacial activity. Later dives revealed objects embedded in these grooves, rib fragments from dolphins, turtle shells in perfect condition, and even hull remnants of long-vanished fishing boats, each laid flat as if archived. Among these relics was a recurring form, white humanoid impressions with elongated arms and no discernible features, stamped across the seafloor, like someone had sunk a giant wax seal into salt. Divers began calling this entity the archivist. Not a predator, not even a guardian, but a cataloguer, a keeper of arrangement. In 1979, a Soviet submersible entered the site for a low-altitude scan and captured something staggering. Footage of the figure itself, hunched and faceless, body cloaked in sediment, that billowed like paper under current. The creature moved not by swimming, but by folding through the salt, compressing space between its limbs like a closing drawer. One arm trailed behind it, a string of tiny skeletons, fish, birds, even what appeared to be a fetal whale calf, all connected by calcified sinew that pulsed faintly under the lights. This wasn't death, it was curating. It paused beside each groove, examined its contents, and with a motion both delicate and cold, repositioned items to exact alignment. No object was placed by size, type, or species, but by something far older, something algorithmic, perhaps emotional, perhaps historical. Some pieces were removed, folded into the archivist's torso and absorbed. Others were left in place and coated in a sheen of salt that hardened within seconds. The submersible's crew reported intense cognitive dissonance, memories that did not belong to them surfacing mid-dive, dreams of cities with no sky, children drawing circles in the dust of an underwater home, a voice reciting names they had never heard. These hallucinations ceased only when the vessel breached the surface. Upon analysis, salt deposits found inside the crew's suits matched none on Earth, containing trace elements of isotopes never seen in marine geology. The archivist, it was concluded, did not simply document objects. It recorded presence, preserving not just form, but context, emotion, intent. A museum built from memory fragments, archived in salt and sealed beneath layers of quiet time. After 1982, the Laccadive Shelf was declared a natural anomaly zone, and public expeditions were banned. But local fishermen speak in hushed tones of the White One, who follows nets and leaves them untangled but emptied, removing fish as though checking them out, like books from a forgotten archive, not stolen, just borrowed, and always returned as bones, arranged, aligned, remembered. In the archivist's world, nothing is lost, only filed. In the clefts of the East Pacific fracture zone, where two tectonic plates grind against each other in slow-motion agony, deep-sea survey missions have repeatedly documented the sudden drop of light, artificial and bioluminescent alike, as if the ocean there blinks. What causes these flickers remained a mystery until 1985, when a French-American joint exploration launched the bathyscaphe Orcus, equipped with low-light thermal optics. At a depth of 7,400 meters, the vessel recorded an abrupt loss of electrical function, not a failure, but a soft dimming, like a candle extinguished by breath. In those moments of near blackness, the crew saw them 5 identical figures, standing at varying intervals along the rift wall, motionless, thin, and draped in transparent skin that refracted light like old sea glass. Their heads tilted in unison, with each camera twitch. No fins, no gills, no faces, just smooth, unbroken masks, where eyes should be, eyes that caught no reflection, only absorbed it. When the lights surged again, the figures were gone, but behind them lingered a field of calcified hair-like filaments affixed to the rock, each one arranged like a radial pattern converging to a vanishing point behind the camera's view. Subsequent descents showed these radial trails had grown, hundreds of them, spanning kilometers. They appeared overnight, not grown, but placed. A 1987 revisit found the same formation, but the filaments now bore small depressions at their centers, faintly pulsing with bioluminescence. Samples collected revealed them not to be hair or plant matter, but nerve clusters, capable of transmitting electrical current when stimulated by even the slightest vibration. Essentially, a listening network. The sisters, as they came to be called, were not merely watchers. They were receivers, trained not on the vessel, but on each other, listening across the void, perhaps waiting for instruction. The consensus among independent researchers was horrifying in its implications. The trench itself may not be habitat, but a communication spine, a transmission field, where the sisters echo signals across walls older than coral, older than bones, and those who hear their signals, even briefly, do not forget. The Orcus crew began experiencing identical dreams, of mouths opening inside mirrors, of voices emerging from water, but always from the same direction. These dreams stopped only when they left the hemisphere. One diver, after decades of silence, drew their faces in charcoal on his final night alive. 5 silhouettes, each with hands overlapping their chests, eyes like fossilized moons, and mouths stitched with lines made of glass. The sketches were destroyed on request. He claimed they watched him not out of curiosity, but memory, as if he was once one of them. Some believe the glass-eyed sisters are not creatures, but projections, echoes from a species that no longer moves, only remembers. In the fracture, nothing roams. The ocean simply replays its most painful confessions, and the sisters, voiceless and waiting, are its archivists of despair. In the heart of the Celebes Sea, south of Mindanao, and north of Sulawesi, lies a rarely accessed depression called the Celebes Hollow, an unassuming basin deeper than expected for its geological setting, with layers of unusually soft sediment that never seem to rise in plumes when disturbed. In 1988, Japanese marine biologists aboard the Kaijin Maru IV deployed a new sediment probe capable of heat mapping organic activity. What they recorded was not chemical decay, but a living temperature signature, rows of heat blooms radiating like crop circles across the sea floor. At the center of each bloom was a narrow mound, capped with what looked like luminescent petals glowing in violet and crimson, colors typically absent at that depth. When a probe attempted to take a sample, the entire array vanished, not recoiled. Vanished, collapsed downward into the silt, like it had never existed. 5 hours later, a nearby camera captured a new circle, forming 100 meters away, this time with the petals fully open, swaying without current. Beneath them moved a figure the crew could only describe as hunched and graceful, arms as long as its body, terminating in wide spoon-shaped extremities. The body pulsed with dull lantern light, diffused by thick, jelly-like skin, and its head bent low, as if in worship. The gardener, as they called it, did not harvest. It arranged, and each movement of its limbs stirred life in the soil, a glow, a pulse, a brief tremor. It was cultivating, but not plants, not fungi. It appeared to tend to small forms that resembled unborn sea creatures, suspended in sacks of liquid light, nestled within sediment pods. Each pod glowed faintly, until touched, after which it would dim and disappear into the hollow. On a final dive in late 1989, a camera was lowered with no lights, only infrared. It captured the gardener, placing one of its luminous charges gently onto the seabed. The pod expanded, flickered, then blinked out, like a candle extinguished inside a snow globe. Marine biologists speculated that these were embryos, but of what species, no one knew. DNA traces collected from the site matched no known taxonomy, though traces of human mitochondrial DNA were also detected. Some speculated the gardener was collecting the genetic shrapnel of the ocean, sunken sailors, drowned migrants, storm-lost children, and preserving their final moments as life in new forms, not resurrection, but transformation. The lanterns in its body dimmed and brightened in rhythmic patterns, perhaps a ritual or a lullaby. The trench has since been declared inaccessible, following the sudden malfunction and implosion of all 3 follow-up probes sent in 1990. Locals in Tawi-Tawi whisper of strange lights that glow beneath the waves on quiet nights, violet, red and blue, rising from the depths in spirals before fading with the dawn. They say the sea here is not barren, but expecting. And the gardener, with hands of patience and light, tends not to plants, but to the dreams the ocean refuses to forget. Off the western coast of Italy, in the Tyrrhenian Sea, where volcanic ridges give way to ancient sedimentary bowls, there is a trench so steep and narrow, it appears on sonar as a slit in the earth. Black and unwavering, Italian oceanographers have long called this anomaly La Bocca del Silenzio, the mouth of silence, though its silence is only of one kind, auditory. For those who descend into this crackling darkness, speak of sound in other forms, vibrations that ripple through bone, pressure shifts that simulate rhythm, and magnetic pulses that strike the sternum like a tuning fork. In 1978, The Aquila expedition recorded a full 5 minutes of harmonic resonance, coming from below 5,000 meters. No identifiable source, no animal signature, just a choir of tones layered with such density that the audio file, when viewed as a spectrogram, resembled choral notation. Beneath that melody, a fainter rhythm pulsed, not language, not whale song, but something older and colder. Those who listened to the raw transmission reported strange side effects, nausea, hallucinations, and in one case, a sudden desire to jump into the sea without a suit. But the most disturbing discovery came not from sound, but from the submersible's cameras. In 3 consecutive dives between 1982 and 1985, footage revealed the presence of entities suspended in the brine, translucent, draped in shrouds of fibrous skin, each one curled in fetal position and tethered by long trailing appendages to the trench wall. They never moved, yet every time the choir sang, their limbs would tremble in unison, not with life, but with purpose. By 1987, these beings had earned the moniker, the brine-wrapped choir, a term coined by an Italian linguist who noted that their postures mirrored medieval illustrations of choirs, struck dumb by divine revelation. These figures were not adrift. They were embedded, fossilized, mummified by salinity, preserved in stasis by some ancient function of the ocean. But their internal organs, visible through gelatinous flesh, pulsed when the harmonic tones began. In one chilling incident, a researcher aboard the Sirocco II played the recorded audio from the 1978 dive on a loop, and the nearest entity visibly shuddered, as though recognizing the sound. Minutes later, the submersible's hull was struck from below, not with impact, but with resonance. A deep note rang out and deformed the craft's compass magnet. The team immediately surfaced. Later scans revealed microfractures in the frame, cracks aligned with the sonic vibration of the same frequency the choir emitted. It was theorized that these beings were not dead, but asleep, and the song kept them so. A lullaby buried in pitch. One researcher described it as a frequency not meant to be heard by ears, but by memory. Since 1990, no further missions have entered La Bocca del Silenzio. Yet coastal villagers in Campania have begun reporting dreams, shared identical dreams, of cloaked figures humming in underwater chapels, always with their backs turned, always mid-verse, and always pausing, as if someone, somewhere, had begun to listen back. In the unbroken dark of the Somali Basin, south of the equator, and west of the Seychelles Plateau, there exists a zone so desolate that even bioluminescent life seems to avoid it. Submersible pilots describe it, not as a space but as a presence, a silence so dense it feels like breath held too long. It wasn't until 1982, during the French deep-sea surveillance initiative, known as Projet Néant, that anomalies were recorded, thin strands of organic tissue, stretched between rocks, taut like cello strings, across a concert of silence. At first mistaken for decaying jellyfish, the strands emitted faint electrical pulses, and moved subtly, tightening in response to changes in salinity and light. In one instance, a remotely operated vehicle snagged a strand, and the resulting vibration triggered a low-pitched hum that caused temporary hearing loss among the surface crew. The operators watched as the fibers retracted violently into the shadows, dragging the ROV 20 meters before releasing it. The recovered footage, blurred and warping, revealed glimpses of something behind the veil, a shape clad in what appeared to be flayed skin, its surface etched with runes, resembling submerged calligraphy, and eyes too sunken to catch the light. The creature did not pursue. It remained still, facing the drone with a posture that resembled grief. It has since been known as the Mornskin. What separates the Mornskin from other anomalies is not aggression or allure, but its passive ritualistic behavior. Subsequent dives revealed a circular area, marked with discarded vertebrae, sea mammal, fish, and even ancient reptilian segments, all arranged around a hollow of finer strands. Each dive, the circle grew, as if the creature was gathering a sermon. When researchers played back sonar pulses into the basin, the creature responded not by movement, but by folding into itself, like skin shrinking from heat. Samples taken from the loose strands revealed collagen twisted with marine alkaloids, and in them embedded fragments of crushed pearls and human enamel. Not symbolic, functional, these acted as amplifiers, turning pain into resonance. The Morn skin, it seemed, was not merely cloaked, it was the cloak, a sentient veil worn over something older. Acoustic analysis revealed that its low-frequency emissions mirrored human cries recorded in decompression sickness studies, matched tone for tone. Divers who approached the trench reported overwhelming emotional disorientation. One fell unconscious, another emerged in tears with no memory of diving. A Somali fisherman, interviewed in 1989, spoke of a legend, Tehegala, the listener who wears the dead. He claimed it was once a god that gave its own flesh to silence the cries of the drowned, and now wears the collected grief of the sea like a garment, never speaking, only listening. The basin is now a restricted zone, marked by buoys that broadcast silence, white noise designed to mask any resonance that might reach the surface. But fishermen swear that on certain nights, if the sea goes still, the hulls of their boats vibrate, not from current or weather, but from the low mourning voice of something far below, weeping not for itself, but for us. In the gelid waters of the southern Atlantic fringe, where the Weddell Sea kisses the icy breath of Queen Maud Land, a trench plunges through the under-ice plateau like a scar. First charted by Soviet bathymetric satellites in 1971, and later dubbed the Weddell Gate. This unnatural fissure remained inaccessible until 1986, when Norwegian and Argentine scientists deployed a hybrid under-ice probe fitted with synthetic echolocation. What they discovered did not echo, did not even absorb sound. Instead, the trench responded with deliberate pulses of sonic absence. Silence is too clean to be natural. The vehicle descended into a world choked with crystalline soot, where visibility collapsed and sonar painted only black voids. Then came the outline, neither fish nor machine, but a winged silhouette, hanging motionless against the trench wall. The image lasted less than 3 seconds, and in those seconds, the silent pulses reversed, warping into fractal signals that split the probe's onboard recorder like ice under pressure. The entity, later named the ink-feathered watcher, was described from fragments. Vast angular wings unfurled from a torso that seemed wrapped in layered vellum, each layer inked with microscopic rows of symbols that pulsed like heartbeats when scanned. Its face, if one could call it that, bore no eyes, only cavities etched deep and filled with something darker than shadow, something reactive. Each time a camera adjusted its contrast, the sockets flared, not in color, but in reaction. Some claimed this was perception itself, triggered by human observation. Others insisted it was memory, that the creature knew it was being watched and responded not with gaze, but with knowing, as if it had been waiting. In 1989, a final descent was made with a bioacoustic net to capture low-frequency atmospheric vibrations. What returned was not sound, but syntax. 6 rising tones, 3 descending, spaced like phrasing in choral music. When run through linguistics software, the structure mimicked the cadence of ancient liturgical languages, Latin, Akkadian, even pre-Vedic hymns. The probe's audio was corrupted before the sequence could be replayed, but those who heard it described it as a song not sung aloud, but forced into your memory. Further examination of the watcher's wing structure revealed ink-like filaments that drifted through the trench water, wrapping around loose sediments and dragging them upward into a kind of shrine suspended in black water. These floating shelves, arranged like pages, bore no bones or detritus, only inscriptions, etched not with force, but with absence, as if thought had burned them directly into the seabed. No further missions to Weddell Gate have been attempted. The ice shelf above has since shifted, sealing the passage. But every Antarctic spring, when meltwater flows through newly cracked channels, signals have been intercepted, not beacons, not warnings, but single pulses that arrive in pairs, precisely 7 days apart. Polar researchers, all independently, report waking from dreams of wings brushing ice, of scripture whispered in freezing winds, and of eyes that never opened, because they never needed to. The watcher watches without sight, writes without ink, and waits not for prayer, but for recollection. Nestled along the seafloor, off Indonesia's Seram Island, lies a coral shelf that has long been considered geologically stable, biologically unremarkable. Until 1984, when seismic monitors detected rhythmic pulses emanating from a shallow depression at its northern edge. At first mistaken for minor tectonic adjustments, the pulses repeated too cleanly, spaced at 43-minute intervals. A Japanese submersible, dispatched from the ROV Kokoro, revealed a sprawling coral complex resembling a flattened spiral shell, symmetrical, concentric, and luminous, with soft pink fluorescence. At the center of this spiral, buried just beneath translucent coral layers, something moved. A humanoid figure, curled as if sleeping, encased entirely in reef matter. The form had no bones, only cartilage-like support structures, visible through the coral glass. Its hands, if such could be called hands, were webbed, cradled around its knees, and its skull, oversized and smooth, bore no face. Yet when the pulses emerged, the structure around it glowed in waves, not like a light show, but like breathing. The scientists called it the coral-bound infant. Over the weeks that followed, multiple dives captured the same patterns: rhythmic glow, minute movement, and a chilling consistency in water temperature around the entity's chamber. It never deviated, holding steady at 27.2 degrees Celsius, despite regional fluctuations. Biologists could not classify the coral. It responded to sound, to light, and even to thoughts, registering biofeedback from crew members, glowing differently depending on who approached. A linguist on board, brought to decipher patterns in the pulse spacing, began comparing them to lullabies, sung by the indigenous Alun people of Seram. One song in particular, long thought to be poetic metaphor, described a child made of reef and sorrow, sleeping till the sea forgets its hunger. When a recording of the melody was played near the coral spiral, the pulses stopped for 17 hours, then returned, faster. Further analysis revealed that the infant's outer coral shell was not built around it, but by it. Spectroscopy showed bioelectric traces originating from within the being, forcing coral growth outward in intricate lattices. It was not entombed, it was nested. More disturbingly, during the final dive in December 1989, sonar captured what seemed to be faint crying, not through water, but through the hull of the submersible. Crew members experienced mood shifts, some reporting a need to protect something, while others fell into a trance-like state of loss. The final camera feed showed a single tear-like droplet emerge from the coral mass and float upward, despite gravity's insistence. It did not burst, it hovered. The mission was abruptly ended. Since 1990, the site has been listed as a no-fly marine zone, under the ambiguous classification of geologically sensitive. Local fishermen avoid it entirely, not from fear, they say, but respect, for they believe the infant is not a creature at all, but the sea's final regret, something it created in mourning, not malice, and that one day, it may awaken not to punish or to rule, but to remind the ocean of what it once lost, and whom it was made to cradle. South of New Caledonia, and east of Australia's submerged continental fragment, Zealandia, lies a lesser mapped depression called the Tasman Lattice, an oddly angular trench carved like the crease of a folded blueprint. In early 1987, a French-New Zealand bathymetric project encountered interference while scanning its lower ridges. Echoes returned not as delayed signals, but as overlapping repetitions, sonic reflections that contradicted known trench topography. When a tethered drone was dispatched to verify, its feed showed a vast network of bone-white strands suspended in the water, converging toward a pulsing fibrous mass anchored against the slope. These strands formed not a nest, nor a trap, but something eerily architectural, like spinal cords woven into a cathedral dome. At the heart of this structure was a figure, arched, still, watching. It was later called the Spine Net Oracle. This entity's body was semi-translucent, composed of thousands of vertebral structures entwined with kelp-like membranes, each twitching with electric rhythm. The oracle had no head, no limbs, but at its center sat a single, slowly rotating disk of chitinous plates, each engraved with patterns resembling crop circles, Mayan glyphs, and spiraled shell markings. It spun continuously, emitting low-frequency tones in precise mathematical intervals. Data analysts discovered that the frequencies mimicked the waveform of human brain activity during REM sleep. What disturbed researchers more was how the creature responded to them. When an engineer accidentally vocalized a line of poetry near the sonar mic, "We are the dreamers of tides unmet," the oracle stopped spinning, the drone's lights flickered, and for 1 long minute, every electronic reading aboard the vessel synced with the rhythm of the oracle's pulses, as though the ship had become an extension of its nervous system. Upon review, the feed showed subtle changes to the spine net's architecture. New strands had formed, each one aligned precisely with the ship's hull shadow on the seafloor, as if the oracle was recreating the vessel, mapping it, learning it. This replication was not just structural. Subsequent sonar patterns replayed parts of earlier human speech, now folded into the oracle's own output, fragments of commands, songs, and one unmistakable line: "Who are you dreaming of?" Marine neurologists who studied the recordings proposed a radical theory. The oracle was not communicating, but curating, filtering fragments of conscious thought, both human and animal, that passed through its trench, and threading them into a tapestry of accumulated mind forms. A biological archive, a dreaming machine that could not sleep itself, but yearned to. The strands, not webbing, nerves, externalized dendrites seeking coherence in chaos. One researcher suggested the oracle was less a creature, and more a synaptic node, for something else. An organism so large, so integrated into the ocean, it no longer needed shape. In January 1990, just days before a return mission was scheduled, the entire structure vanished, not collapsed, not destroyed, simply gone, as if reeled back into the deep by invisible fingers. Only one strand remained, floating upright in the water like a pointer. It quivered once, then disintegrated into light. The oracle has not been seen since, but vessels passing through the Tasman lattice still report a tingling sensation behind the eyes, and sudden dreams of drowned architecture, cathedrals made of breath, where questions are asked without words and only answers echo back. In the twilight regions east of Madagascar's submerged canyons, there exists a split in the seabed, shaped like a cleaved serpent's jaw, long, narrow, and flanked by vertical cliffs that radiate pale geothermal heat. It was here, in 1988, during a collaborative dive between South African and Malagasy marine biologists, that the lantern-mouthed twins were first encountered. Suspended equidistant, between the rift walls were two bioluminescent entities, mirror images of each other, each with wide gaping mouths that shone not with light, but through it. These openings revealed rows of filament-like lanterns, glowing with deep orange pulses that flashed in sequences of 7, then paused. The surrounding waters seemed unnaturally clear in their presence, not from absence of matter, but from refusal to hold shadow. Divers described the light not as illumination, but as removal, as if the glow devoured all color, all depth, until only the twins remained. Both entities remained fixed in the water, as though tethered by unseen current. Yet instruments recorded no anchors, no support. Their tails, long and transparent, disappeared into the trench floor, suggesting burrowed roots or extensions that fed from below. The mouth of each twin opened and closed in perfect synchronicity, exhaling vaporous trails of charged ions that disrupted electronic sensors. The pulses emitted followed a strict frequency, 22.3 Hz, identical to the human brain's beta range, associated with active concentration. And yet those present reported dreamlike states, slow-motion thought, and the sensation of being watched from inside themselves. When a submersible drew closer, its external lights flickered, then faded. The onboard camera, however, recorded a visual anomaly, not two creatures, but one singular structure viewed in reflective symmetry. Its split bodies were connected by a thin beam of inverted light, visible only in polarized filters. One marine physicist aboard the vessel proposed that the lantern-mouthed twins were not organisms in the traditional sense, but polar manifestations of a single entity straddling an oceanic fault line, each mouth not feeding, but releasing. Releasing what? No one could agree upon. Some suggested energy. Others suggested memory. What followed was stranger still. During the final dive, as the vessel hovered between the twins, each mouth emitted a brief pulse of light that encoded binary patterns. When interpreted, the sequence translated to a repeating phrase in Morse code. Between breath and silence, attempts to replicate the pulse failed. But afterward, several crew members reported changes in behavior, temporary aphasia, flashes of unplaceable memories, and an overwhelming urge to look east at dusk, as if drawn by some unseen light source beyond the horizon. The Madagascar Rift is now a black zone on all modern dive maps, not because it is dangerous, but because it is unfinished. The trench continues to widen, and with every tremor, sonar picks up faint echoes of those same pulsing lights, now coming from deeper within the planet's crust. Scientists speculate that the twins were only the mouths, and that what lies beneath is still speaking, still learning the language of exposure, not a warning, a rehearsal, as if the Earth itself were practicing how to announce its next breath. Southwest of Greece, where the Ionian Sea bends into a crescented abyss known as the Ionian Fold, echoes do not behave as they should. Sonar pings vanish into the trench without returning. Ships report silent zones, auditory dead spots where even the hum of engines drops away, as though the water refuses to carry sound. It was in this fold, during a NATO acoustic monitoring test in 1989, that an untraceable signal was first intercepted. Described as a multi-voiced harmony without language, the sound pulsed in 7-minute intervals, rich with overtones, as if 1,000 choirs were singing through teeth made of stone. Hydrophones picked up the resonance not from one location, but from an impossible lattice, 5 different depths, each echoing a different chord, yet forming a whole that moved with tectonic sway. When played back, the recordings caused involuntary weeping in 2 technicians, and rendered another unresponsive for 22 minutes. Locked in a fetal curl on the sonar room floor, the event was logged, then buried. When Italy and Greece mounted a joint expedition months later, the abyss greeted them with impossible geometry. Coral towers stood aligned like organ pipes, each releasing faint vibrations in airless rhythm. But it was at 3,200 meters that the submersible Delphini Blue discovered the impossible humanoid figures embedded in the trench wall, frozen in poses of song, not sculptures, not fossils, bodies, each mouth agape, each throat laced with filaments of calcified muscle tissue stretched to fracture. Scans showed no decay. Their vocal cords, astonishingly intact, vibrated faintly without airflow, moved not by breath, but by pressure modulation emitted from deeper still. Divers did not report fear. They reported reverence. The silence was not absence. It was awe. The closer they drew to the figures, the more clearly they heard it, not with ears, but from inside the bones. Each note pulsed through the sternum, each harmonic laced with impossible emotion, grief layered with wonder, despair tempered by devotion. The choir, as it came to be called, was named the Drowned Cantata, but its origin remains unstated. One theory suggests the figures are echoes themselves, impressions formed in a hypersonic moment, when sound became matter, when pressure fossilized resonance into shape. Another, whispered only among certain naval linguists, posits that the Ionian Fold is not a trench, but a vocal chamber, and that the Earth once spoke through these beings, a language not meant for words, but for architecture of the soul. When the last crew descended in December 1990, seismic activity began to shift the walls. The figures sank deeper, vanishing beneath fresh sediment, but just before the signal ceased entirely, the hydrophones captured one final sequence of harmonics, mapped perfectly onto a human cardiac rhythm, a heartbeat, and then, nothing, no echo, no hum, just stillness, as if the sea had taken a breath, held it, and waited for someone to sing back. Off the coast of Newfoundland, where the Labrador Sea drops into an ancient cavity, forgotten by glacial maps, lies the Hollow, a dark concavity that absorbs sonar like ash swallows flame. For centuries, fishermen spoke of nets returning shredded, not by teeth, but by frictionless cuts, as if something smooth and sharp as memory moved just beneath the surface. In 1990, a Canadian expedition sent the vessel Deep Note to map the chasm. What they found defied comprehension. A shimmer, not of light, but of reflection. Something gliding just above the trench floor, its shape indefinable, its presence unavoidable. As the submersible neared, onboard cameras failed to focus. Every image returned was a perfect mirror of the approaching object, but with one difference in the reflection: the vessel was always sinking, no matter its trajectory. And in some frames, the operators themselves were absent, replaced by blurred outlines of other beings, occupying their seats, watching the screen from behind glass eyes. When they adjusted external lighting to low infrared, the shimmer resolved into scales, millions of them, each no larger than a coin, polished to such exacting smoothness that they didn't refract light, but corrected it. The being, later named the mirror-scaled host, was neither predator nor prey. It was presence, endless and unfinished. It did not swim, it drifted without resistance, aligning itself to the submersible's shadow. When approached too closely, it emitted a wave of pressure that distorted perception. The pilot of Deep Note reported losing all sense of self. For 11 minutes, he believed he was the ocean, watching a small human vessel trespass across his skin. When the host withdrew, so too did his awareness return, with one change. He could no longer see his reflection in any surface, only the host's. Later dives recorded new anomalies. Reflections in the portholes would shift out of sync with the crew, movements duplicated before they were made, sounds echoed back in reverse. A spoon dropped on deck would clatter, then ring with a tone not of metal, but of bone. The host, it seemed, was not content to be seen, it wished to observe through the observer, to transform mirrors into membranes. Instruments retrieved from the dive returned warped, not physically, but in data. Temperature logs fluctuated, with dreamlike logic, and radiation detectors ticked in the rhythm of the crew's heartbeats. No final dive was authorized, but Deep Note's logs end with a chilling transcript. At 4:17 UTC, the onboard intercom activated with no input. A voice was recorded, layered, plural, and eerily calm. It said only this: "We are the memory of light undone. Do not search. Reflect." The ship surfaced 3 hours later, without incident, but none of the crew could remember the ascent. Not the journey, not the stars, only water folding upward, like a closing thought, and the soft sensation of eyes that were never theirs blinking shut inside their own skulls. North of the Solomon Islands, within a trough veiled by decades of tectonic sediment drift, lies the Solomon Sink, a depression so recent in geological time that no official oceanographic chart had noted its existence prior to 1989. It was only by accident, during seismic monitoring after a regional quake, that satellite bathymetry exposed a sudden dip, an entire seabed plate having dropped by nearly 80 meters overnight. When researchers from the University of Papua New Guinea arrived weeks later, they found not destruction, but arrangement. Massive coils of braided kelp-like strands stretched across the sink, looped with inhuman care, as though spun by instinct, not tides. And at the center, nestled among the spiraled cords, was a figure of colossal softness, round-limbed bioluminescent, pale and curled into a fetal pose, arms vast enough to cradle ships, and legs tucked like a newborn beneath sediment swaddling. They called her the matron, though no one agreed whether she breathed. What resembled skin pulsed with warm cyan halos, while veins throbbed slowly, keeping time not with life, but with tectonic drift. As the submersible La Marcy approached, the water thickened, not physically, but emotionally. Crew members described it as a suffocating familiarity, like returning to a forgotten mother's lap, weighted with unearned comfort. When sonar probed the matron's midsection, it returned hollow, a cavity vast enough to contain cities, lined with calcified ridges, shaped like ribs inverted outward, as though the matron had once held life within her, or perhaps still did. No movement came from her, but the water whispered lullabies, low-toned vibrations that mimicked infant coos, occasionally punctuated by long exhalations that stirred the sediment in spirals. Upon closer approach, the submersible lights revealed minute appendages growing from her fingers, each one tipped with coral filigree that resembled vessels or offerings, bone trinkets, spiral shells, extinct starfish patterns not seen since the Miocene. It was as though the matron was not just keeper, but creator, reassembling lost life in gentle parody, holding miscarried designs in palms too wide to close. When the sub attempted retrieval of a sample, her head shifted, not entirely, just enough to make every camera blur, and every light dim, as if submerged in fog. Then a single pulse of bioelectricity triggered every circuit aboard La Marcy to overload. All screens went white. Crew inside heard only a heartbeat, slow and echoing, louder than the vessel's own engines. When power returned, the sub had been relocated 20 meters away. The matron had turned her back, or rather, had curled tighter around her creations. No damage had been sustained, no threat had been posed, yet the dive was terminated immediately. The recordings later reviewed contained overlapping footage, some of the matron, yes, but others seemingly impossible, images of the crew inside their homes, dreaming curled in sleep, filmed from within walls that could not have housed a lens. The event was classified, the sink remains unvisited, and still, in waters near the Solomon Abyss, sonar occasionally returns lullaby pulses, as if somewhere in that trench, a mother too large to surface, too ancient to die, still dreams of children who never reached her arms. Off the storm-beaten coasts of Ireland's western shelf lies a scar, an unexpected tear in the continental rise, discovered during a magnetic survey in 1988. The trench isn't deep by abyssal standards, but it runs with such unnatural symmetry that geologists initially assumed equipment failure. The gouge begins abruptly near the Porcupine Bank and travels eastward in a jagged straight descent that seems drawn, not formed. But what lingers within the scar is not mere tectonic artifact. It is something that watches constantly and without interruption. They call it the clock-eyed warden, for embedded within its hide are twin orbs resembling clock faces, each marked with rotating dials of phosphorescent matter. The creature was first glimpsed in a fog-shrouded dive, led by the Irish vessel Tyrrhenian. It was resting, or waiting, half submerged in the silt, with what looked like braids of kelp spiraling around its body, like vines, around forgotten statues. When lights from the submersible crossed its flank, the dials began to spin. The phenomenon that followed was not physical, but temporal. Crew aboard the vessel began to report time disorientation, watches failing, voice recorders spooling backward, breath cycles falling out of rhythm. In one recorded instance, a diver surfaced 2 hours before his own descent, his onboard footage looping in reverse, while his oxygen levels remained unchanged. On another occasion, the ship's captain observed the sun rise, then set, then rise again, all within the span of one cigarette. Aboard Tyrrhenian, clocks began to tick to rhythms that no longer matched the heart, and inside the scar, the creature shifted, rotating not its body, but the orbit of the space around it. Its skin bore markings, halls and radial glyphs, not unlike sundials, but cracked, as if whatever purpose they once served had been broken. The warden did not appear hostile. It blinked slowly, the twin orbs dimming and flaring in irregular intervals. Yet every time the vessel left the scar, a different anomaly followed. Audio tapes with voices aged decades, reels of footage showing crew members as children, even journal entries written by hands long decomposed. Scientists hypothesized temporal feedback, as if the creature's perception of time was so immense, so folded, that proximity alone unraveled human chronology. One engineer, a woman named Siobhan, claimed that when she looked directly into the creature's right eye, she remembered things she had never lived, entire lives beneath the sea, speaking languages not known to air brothers, singing hymns into hollow stones. Her memories did not fade. They grew stronger with each passing week, eventually replacing her own. She disappeared in 1990, leaving behind only a journal filled with notations in a script no expert has since deciphered. Some of the symbols match the glyphs on the warden's hide. Others shift under light, as if still rewriting themselves in time. Now no vessels sail the Celtic scar. The waters remain uncharted, though some say the tides behave oddly near it, ebbing twice, returning late, or whispering in tones too rhythmic to be random. The warden waits still, a sentinel not of place, but of sequence, a reminder that in the deep, time does not pass. It observes, and sometimes it looks back. Beneath the Adriatic Sea, just south of the Dalmatian coast, lies a submerged ridge, known among local mariners as the Fold, a gentle rolling formation of limestone and sediment layers that, according to official surveys, holds no unusual depth or threat. But in 1985, a subaquatic earthquake revealed a rupture in the fold, exposing a buried cavern system that hummed not with seismic aftershocks, but with something disturbingly melodic. Divers sent to investigate the crevasse reported hearing distant tones that increased in complexity the deeper they ventured. They described the sound as vocal, though no language could be identified, only harmonies woven from chords that seemed to vibrate the bones rather than the ears. The deeper they swam, the more the tone shifted from haunting to familiar, as if the sounds were mimicking childhood lullabies long forgotten. They didn't speak of fear, they spoke of longing. Then the bodies were found, not the divers, but petrified forms hidden within alcoves along the cave walls. Dozens of them, humanoid, but eyeless, mouthless, and smooth-faced like statues, left half-finished by ancient sculptors. Each bore a hole in the center of its face, a round, porous cavity, from which sound seemed to echo in tandem with the music that now saturated the trench. The figures were arranged in seated positions, backs straight, hands resting in laps. They resembled a choir awaiting a conductor that never arrived. The cave earned its name then, the hollow-faced choir. When sonar pulses were fired through the chamber, the sound returned layered, modulated, as if passed through thousands of living vocal cords. It was not an echo, it was a response. One dive team managed to capture footage before abandoning the expedition. The video showed something extraordinary, one of the statues moving, not with flesh or muscle, but as though the limestone itself were remembering the act of motion. Its arms lifted slowly, and from the facial cavity emerged a frequency so pure it caused the camera lens to shatter. The divers escaped, but none would speak afterward. One of them, a linguist named Dragan Milanovic, resigned from academia the next day and disappeared from public life. A sealed letter was later found among his possessions, containing a single sentence written in his own blood. The ocean remembers the voices it was never meant to keep. By 1989, the fold was once again sealed by tectonic shift, but local sonar stations still receive occasional pulses. These are not mechanical pings, but musical sequences, always 4 tones long, always ascending. Scientists theorize natural resonance from trapped air pockets. But to those who have heard the original recordings, the truth is less scientific. The tones resemble a call for reunion, a rehearsal for something yet to be sung in full. Now fishermen along the Dalmatian coast say that sometimes, when the sea is calm and windless, you can hear a note rise from the deep, soft, unwavering, and unmistakably human. It does not ask for help, it asks for silence, so the song can finish. Where the Southern Ocean churns through the volatile corridor between Cape Horn and Antarctica, lies the Drake Passage, a tempest corridor known for swallowing ships and fragmenting icebergs with merciless indifference. But far below the screaming surface winds, within the narrowest throat of the continental divide, there exists a shaft of warmth that no current explains. In 1987, during a polar sonar relay calibration, the Argentine vessel Mar Tirana recorded a consistent upward stream of heated water from 2,300 meters below, a thermal anomaly pulsing like breath in precise 5-minute intervals. Submerged drones were dispatched. Only one returned, corroded and half-melted, bearing a final frame, a gaping orifice ringed with phosphorescent strands, each pulsing in rhythm with the heat. A mouth perhaps, but not of bone or muscle. A vent lined with filaments, shaped like lures, glowing with alternating colors in Fibonacci sequence. Thus was born the myth of the lantern-throated revenant. Survivors of later expeditions, few as they are, spoke of a vertical shape, hanging in the water like a chandelier unmoored from heaven. It swayed in stillness, descending only when ignored. Those who peered into its lanterns claimed to see reflections not of themselves, but of people long dead, some never known in life, others impossibly aged. One sailor swore he saw his mother, smiling at him from within the glow, though she'd drowned in the Rio de la Plata in 1956. He jumped. His body was never recovered. Another diver reported seeing versions of himself in every light, each older, each more decayed, until the final vision was a skeleton smiling back, wrapped in kelp. The revenant doesn't lure with bait, it lures with grief, regret, memory. Scientists posited bioluminescent mimicry of synaptic patterns, light tuned to human emotional frequencies. Others believed it was a gravekeeper, absorbing sorrow, metabolizing pain from shipwrecked souls that never ascended. Its tendrils, it seems, do not grasp but embrace. Submersibles that descend near its glow return with footage not of the ocean, but of bedrooms, kitchens, childhood backyards, images pulled from nowhere, or perhaps from within the pilot's mind. In one case, a recording from inside the drone looped a single moment, a mother placing a hand on a sleeping child's back, then vanishing in light. In late 1989, the Chilean vessel Andaluz attempted one final descent, armed with radiation scanners, thermal maps, and a fully sealed AI-guided drone. The footage retrieved was indecipherable for weeks, only static flickering patterns. But when viewed at 4 times speed, the noise formed a repeating rhythm, pulses in the shape of heartbeats, overlaid with soft vowel-less whispers that mimicked human language, but never resolved into words. A heartbeat too slow to be human, too fast to be geological, a song with no throat, only lanterns. After that mission, all future passages through the Drake's center were rerouted. A formal naval directive declared the region seismically unstable, but the truth whispered among polar researchers was different. The Revenant remembers too much, and what it offers is not danger, but invitation, not to die, but to linger, to light a lantern of your own beneath the storm. Nestled between Sardinia and the Italian peninsula lies the Tyrrhenian Sea, a basin carved not just by tectonic drift, but by myth and conquest. Yet in the quiet depression near the Aurelian Islands, where volcanic whispers rise from beneath the floor, something else dwells, an elliptical dome of water that does not ripple, reflect, or refract. It simply observes, dubbed the stained mirror by those who've dared approach it. The anomaly spans 60 meters across and hovers like an unblinking eye over a trench just north of Stromboli. First charted in 1984 by a French marine optics expedition, the water inside the dome does not mix with the surrounding sea. Even at the surface, light bends around it, as if caught in orbit. Probes sent inside return garbled, their lenses fogged with what appears to be dried salt mixed with human cellular residue, epidermal, ocular, neural. The dome, it seems, is not just observing, it is absorbing. Divers describe the moment of entry as falling into memory, not water. Temperature rises slightly, colors dull, sounds dim as though submerged not in liquid, but in time itself. One diver swam through it in 1986, and never returned, until 12 days later, when he surfaced on the shore of Lipari, nude and unburned, but aged nearly 2 decades. His fingerprints matched records from 1966, and yet he spoke of underwater temples, of vast stone corridors, guarded by motionless beings, with faces like shattered glass. His blood carried proteins not seen in modern humans. He died 3 days later of cellular collapse, his tissues unable to stabilize outside the dome's influence. The stained mirror has no visible source, no volcanic vent, no bubble stream, no salinity change. Yet it remains perfectly in place, untethered by current or wind. Naval satellites record it, emitting flashes at midnight and noon precisely, as if communicating with a celestial rhythm. The flashes do not register on light spectrums, only on retinal afterimage. Witnesses see them when they blink, but not through cameras. Those who've observed too long report seeing themselves within it, but not their current selves. Instead they glimpse versions marked by choices never made. One researcher saw himself in uniform, standing on a balcony with an unfamiliar woman. Another saw a version with gills, floating still within the dome, watching the watcher. In 1988, the Italian Navy attempted to tow a net through it. The vessel malfunctioned. When they pulled the line back, it came with a tear, not in the net, but in reality itself. A segment of the net was inverted, its material now a reverse image of itself, light and shadow flipped. The ship's dogs howled, until sedated. One crewman gouged his own eyes out after declaring he had seen his own exit. From what remains unclear, today, fishermen avoid the area. They say their nets grow too heavy when cast near the dome, as though something climbs in, not to escape, but to be seen. Not monsters. Reflections that never blink. Versions that never lived. The mirror doesn't judge. It simply shows what you could have been, what still waits to surface. To the east of Papua New Guinea, submerged beneath a lattice of ancient volcanic ridges, lies the Solomon Rise, a region long dismissed as topographically unremarkable, until a Japanese geological team in 1986 detected a rhythmic fluctuation in water pressure across a 200-meter grid. The pressure wave moved not outward like a detonation, but inward, contracting as though the ocean were breathing into itself. Curious, they deployed a high-resolution bathymetric scanner, and what appeared was not a natural formation, but a pillar, 40 meters tall, wrapped in bioluminescent coral, that pulsed like a warning beacon. The structure rose from the center of a perfectly circular chasm, and its top bore a cavity shaped like a keyhole. It had no shadows, no matter the time of day. No shadows formed along its contours. Divers who swam near it returned disoriented. Their internal compasses spun 90 degrees. They could not tell east from within. The sentinel, as it came to be called, did not move, but it made everything else move differently. Upon close inspection, the coral encasing the structure proved inorganic, more ceramic than calcareous. Under blacklight, its pattern resembled circuitry, veins of crimson and gold, that pulsed in fractal bursts. The rhythm matched no known marine species, but did resemble cardiac arrhythmia in whales subjected to sonar trauma. When touched, it produced a tone, sub-bass, inaudible to most, but which recorded as seismic vibration. The sea itself flinched at its activation. One diver reported seeing his dead brother reflected in the coral surface. Another described a staircase of eels, ascending into the dark. All footage captured near the pillar returned blank, but the cameras themselves were corroded in precise patterns, rows of holes matching the Fibonacci spiral. Then came the disappearances. In late 1989, an American deep-sea archaeology sub, Pelagos 9, vanished during a reconnaissance loop over the chasm. No wreckage, no signal, only its tether returned, burned, coiled and weeping brine that was denser than sea water, heavy with iron and suspended spores never before catalogued. Days later, marine radio operators in Nauru reported intercepting a distress signal from the missing sub, repeating coordinates that pointed not to the chasm, but directly beneath the island of Malaita, nearly 300 kilometers away. Geological scans of Malaita revealed nothing, but an infrared survey captured a deep pulse from below the crust, every 7 hours, aligned with the Sentinel's original heartbeat. Some now believe the Sentinel is not a beacon, but a jailer, that whatever sleeps within the rise was never meant to be reached, only observed. And the pillar stands not as a monument, but a lock, a coral keyhole sealing away what predates the sea itself. No attempts have been made to breach it since. Divers refuse, equipment fails, and the sea no longer welcomes inquiry. It is as if the ocean remembers the hand that built it, and waits patiently for the day that hand returns. Encircling the Southern Ocean like a bent spine, the Scotia Arc stretches from Tierra del Fuego to the Antarctic Peninsula, a half-submerged crescent of continental fragments born of collision and pressure. But along its jagged midsection, near the South Sandwich Trench, hydrophones in 1981 began detecting a sequence of harmonics that defied geophysical logic. They weren't seismic in origin, nor biological. Instead, the sounds resembled a choral arrangement, 11 distinct tones repeating in loops of 7 minutes, always preceded by a brief silence, exactly 27 seconds long. Acoustic engineers dubbed it the choir, suspecting submarine activity. But each recording revealed not engine noise, nor mechanical ping, but something closer to human breath, moist, textured, and impossibly deep. The sound seemed to emanate from a narrow fissure, flanked by jagged basalt walls, nicknamed the screeves, which divers avoided due to strange pressure anomalies. In 1983, an Argentine bathyscaphe was lowered into the fissure. At 1,300 meters, the craft's lights flickered, and a low hum permeated the hull, not heard but felt, as if vibrating through blood. Instruments began to fog, and the sub's oxygen scrubbers overloaded despite stable levels. Just before aborting, the pilot glimpsed movement, not a creature, but a shifting arrangement of shadows, coalescing into the shape of mouths, many of them layered like barnacles across the walls, some wide as hatches, others no larger than coins. They did not open to feed, they pulsed to sing. Upon recovery, the bathyscaphe's metallic skin bore a film of calcified salt, arranged in waveforms that matched the recorded tones. Chemists later found the salt to be human-like in composition, 98% sodium chloride, laced with trace cortisol and keratin. It was as if the sea had wept in tune with voices formed from bone and brine. Subsequent visits triggered similar acoustic loops. The pitch would rise when vessels descended, fall when they fled. In one recorded instance, the tones briefly aligned with a traditional Gregorian chant, though no one aboard had played such music. The leading theory among a quiet circle of marine theologists was that these were not voices, but memories of voices. The choir, they speculated, could be a biological archive. Some entities attempt to preserve the collective agony of the drowned. The mouths weren't made to eat, they were shaped to echo, and what they echoed was not warning, but lament. An elegy encoded in breathless pressure, a hymn carved into tectonic scar. To this day, sailors traversing the Scotia Ark report dreams of voices chanting in languages they do not know. Some claim they can hum along, others wake with water on their lips. No ships remain long near the screeves, not for fear of attack, but because silence becomes unbearable. The choir doesn't ask for ears, it asks for memory. Off the northern coast of Papua New Guinea, beneath the riot of tectonic seams known as the Bismarck Sea, lies a drop-off that appears on no modern marine maps, a depression whose topography shifts subtly every year, as if redrawn by invisible cartographers. First discovered by accident in 1987, during a German hydrothermal study, the anomaly, later dubbed the Bismarck Grave, features concentric rings etched into the seabed, each precisely 3 meters apart. At the center, a conical spike of blackened limestone, 2 stories high, with a single vertical slit near its summit. Sonar refused to map the slit. The beam passed through it, unreflected, like scanning a memory. A Japanese exploratory drone, dispatched in 1988, captured 11 seconds of footage from within. Then it stopped broadcasting. When retrieved, its casing was intact, but its internal circuits had dissolved, melted in spirals, as if struck by something neither chemical nor electric, but intentional. The slit, divers soon realized, resembled an eye socket, elongated, expressionless, always facing upward. And although no movement was ever observed, those who ventured into the grave swore that the warden had turned, not visibly, but atmospherically. Divers spoke of pressure aligning to their spine, of a vertical pull not from gravity, but attention. As if the eye didn't blink, it chose. In 1989, an Australian naval technician swam too close and returned blind. No damage to his corneas, no signs of trauma. He simply described a thread of light, thinner than pain, threading into his pupils, and staying there. He spoke backwards for 3 hours, before falling silent. His final sentence was recorded in a dialect unknown to linguists, but partially resembling Proto-Oceanic inscriptions. Further investigation revealed that the rings surrounding the spike shifted orientation once every 7 days. The pattern of their movement matched the orbital signature of an extinct moon theorized to have once circled Earth during its early formation. This baffled astronomers. Why would a trench align with a satellite lost before the emergence of multicellular life? One speculative paper, later retracted under government pressure, suggested that the warden was not guarding the grave, but guarding against what lay beneath it ever waking. Chemical samples from the base of the spike revealed sediment dating back 1.6 billion years, older than any previously recorded marine floor, and embedded within the stone were microstructures, resembling primitive eyes, fossilized across time, all facing outward, all warning. Marine biologists hypothesized that the grave was once a living thing, fossilized upright in death, and the slip was its last aperture, frozen in permanent watchfulness. No further missions were allowed after 1990. The Bismarck grave was redacted from naval charts, and satellites now blur the coordinates. Locals avoid it instinctively, as if language itself inherited the warning. Those who dream of the grave speak of strings threading through the water, pulling not flesh, but thought. The warden doesn't punish, it remembers, and remembering, in this place is a wound that never heals. Nestled in the swirling confluence where the Greenland, Norwegian, and North Atlantic currents twist around each other like coiled veins, the Icelandic curl is a place of relentless motion, where whirlpools form beneath the ice in rhythmic intervals, and where compasses spin not from magnetic force, but from the sea's indecision. In 1985, a Norwegian research team observed an unusual drop in salinity at the center of the curl, leading to the discovery of a chamber-shaped cavern 900 meters below the surface, framed by quartz arches and calcite ridges that shimmered unnaturally under sonar. This formation came to be known as the Saltai, but it wasn't the structure that unnerved the team. It was what was waiting just beyond it. Something reflective, elongated, and utterly still. The lurker, as it was dubbed, appeared only in indirect imaging. Direct cameras short-circuited. Thermal sensors recorded its temperature as sub-zero. Despite being in a geothermally active zone, it was described as spindle-thin and semi-transparent. Its structure vaguely humanoid but taller than any known marine species. Over 6 meters, arms long enough to brush the seafloor from its hunched perch. When illuminated by laser grid, it fractured the beam, not absorbing it, but multiplying it, sending threads of light in fractal bloom across the chamber. The beams reflected off internal structures, revealing a skeleton of crystalline tubes, hollow and jointed, like flutes carved from ice. A British submersible that approached the chamber's edge captured a single ping, one that repeated with perfect timing every 6 minutes and 17 seconds. Analysis showed the sound was not random. It was harmonic, forming intervals that mirrored glass harmonica tones when slowed down. The subsystems began to glitch. Crew reported hearing high-pitched murmurs and saw frost spread inside their pressurized cabin, despite heated control panels. They surfaced with no memory of the descent, only a shared vision, a face made of lenses, and behind those lenses, infinite smaller faces staring back. When marine geologists later reviewed the chamber's architecture, they found a disturbing pattern. The arches of the Saltai weren't geological formations, but fused skeletons, bones stretched and petrified into position over millennia. Every curve was a rib, every spire a phalanx. The chamber wasn't built, it grew around something, and the lurker wasn't a visitor, it was the seed. Local Icelandic folklore has long told of a sea being called Glasalko, the glass walker, who cannot be seen unless the ocean weeps. Fishermen say that during stormless nights when the sky holds no stars, the sea will shimmer briefly before a fog descends. Nets lower empty, ice forms where warmth should bloom, and beneath the lull, a music hums. To this day, no probe sent into the Saltai lasts longer than 9 minutes. Every signal degrades into silence, punctuated by soft notes that sound more like memory than data. The lurker has not moved, it does not hunt, but it waits, perhaps for its echo to return, or perhaps for the world to turn again, and its kind to walk once more on glass bones beneath open sky. South of Madagascar, where the warm Mozambique current snakes into the cooler Agulhas stream, lies a narrow channel carved not by tectonics, but by something older, something that for reasons unknown has kept its passage perfectly smooth for over 20,000 years. Known to local seafarers as the Drift, This submarine corridor is flanked by ridges of iron-rich basalt and teems with microalgae that glow faintly when undisturbed, forming the only light source in its twilight zone. But it is what swims through this corridor that drew global scientific attention in 1986, when a French marine satellite tagged an unknown heat signature, matching no known migration pattern. The signal repeated every 91 days, and each time it moved with exacting rhythm, always from north to south, always along the drift. In 1988, a South African crew launched the sub Unexplained to investigate the path. At 1,200 meters, they encountered a red-hued creature shaped like a finned ribbon, no thicker than a child's arm but over 40 meters long, winding along the corridor like film through a projector. Its body shimmered with what appeared to be etched symbols, rows of glyphs glowing faintly in the current. When floodlights struck it, the symbols rippled, rearranging themselves like ink in water. The crew described the creature's head as a diamond-shaped fin, translucent and fixed forward, with no mouth, no eyes, no gills, only a singular black spot at the base of the spine, pulsing like a metronome. They dubbed it the Archivist. The creature did not respond to bait, sonar, or motion. It continued its slow glide, passing the sub without deviation. Yet every instrument aboard Unexplained was scrambled, not disabled, scrambled. Logs were overwritten with fragments of marine data, dating back decades. Transmissions spouted garbled coordinates, interlaced with what appeared to be fragments of sailors' logs from multiple eras. Phrases like reef line swallowed whole, and it knew my name appeared amid hydrographic readings. The deeper the crew pursued the creature, the more archival anomalies appeared. At one point the onboard printer spat out a page detailing the crew's own dive plan, time-stamped 3 years prior to its actual creation. Biologists speculated the creature functioned as a biological recorder, its body encoding events in physical patterns that resembled language, memory, or time signatures. Some even believed the Archivist was not a being at all, but a remnant, a living artifact engineered by a civilization long submerged. A few fringe theorists suggested that it may be reading the ocean, not with eyes or instruments, but by absorbing the entropy of its surroundings, transcribing reality into itself like a divine scroll. The corridor it swims, perhaps not a trench, but a library aisle. When Unexplained returned to surface, several of its crew members had no memory of the journey. One technician awoke fluent in a long-dead Bantu dialect he'd never studied. Since then, the Redfin Archivist has been glimpsed 5 more times, always on schedule, always alone, gliding down its endless hall of silence. It does not teach, it does not warn, it merely records, and in doing so, perhaps ensures nothing ever truly disappears beneath the waves. South of Tierra del Fuego, nestled within the perilous channels of the Scotia Sea, lies a narrow oceanic fracture that runs parallel to the submerged boundary of 2 ancient tectonic plates. It is here, in this seldom traversed region, that Soviet researchers in 1982 identified an acoustic anomaly, now known as the Scotia Pulse, a sub-bass rhythm echoing every 19.6 hours, undetectable to the human ear, but powerful enough to trigger microtremors as far north as the Falklands. But the sound was not seismic in origin. It emanated from a fixed location, 2,700 meters below, where the plates do not meet cleanly, but are instead held apart by a solitary structure, a smooth, upright monolith, nearly 30 meters tall, planted precisely where the seabed ruptures like torn parchment. The Tyrrhenian monolith, as it was later named, is constructed not from stone, but from a mineral composite never before seen in the region, an alloy laced with magnetite and fluorite, both unnaturally aligned in molecular latticework. Its surface emits a constant low-frequency oscillation, and submersible probes that venture within 300 meters begin to lose depth calibration and record time backward. The Soviet vessel, Kosmikskaya 4, which first documented the monolith's shape, later reported its dive logs had reversed. Entire minutes were missing, replaced with entries detailing events that had not occurred, describing bioluminescent sea snakes, circling hulls that were never breached, and murmurs from crew members long dead. None of this made sense, until the audio feeds were matched to the Scotia pulse, which mirrored the waveform of the planet's own axial tilt cycles. In 1986, a British-Argentine expedition confirmed what the Soviets feared: the monolith was not merely reflecting Earth's spin, it was resisting it. Its orientation never wavered, regardless of the planet's wobble or shifting magnetic poles. It stood, impossibly, in absolute celestial alignment, as if moored not to the seabed, but to some fixed point outside the planet itself. And more hauntingly, embedded around its base were rows of circular impressions, indentations shaped like knuckles and palms, as though something had tried, again and again, to pry it loose. No creature has been observed directly in relation to the monolith, but on several dives, researchers recorded abrupt temperature drops, paired with a sensation described in near-identical terms across nationalities: the feeling of being unmoored from time. One diver, upon resurfacing, described it best: it was like the ocean had forgotten what year it was. Some now believe the Tyrrhenian monolith is not of earthly origin, but rather a cosmic anchor, planted long before humans walked upright, to steady this planet against the tide of deeper, older motions. If that is true, then the Scotia pulse is not a warning, it's a heartbeat. And when it stops, something else may remember where we are, and that we were never meant to drift free. Between New Zealand and southeastern Australia lies the Tasman Sink, a cloaked depression, obscured by the restless wash of converging gyres, where sea level rises and falls, by mere centimetres, yet undercurrents, rage at speeds that defy global models. In 1987, a joint marine project, launched by Australian and Japanese oceanographers, attempted to map the sink's interior topology using advanced bathymetric drones. What they found was not just a basin, but a cavity, an immense resonant void, stretching hundreds of meters beneath the seafloor, with pressure differentials that suggested not emptiness, but something drawing inward, a suction that did not release. The cavity pulsed like a lung, and at the center of its spiral current path, the team caught glimpses of a figure gliding in place, unmoving against the torrent. Dubbed the Hollow Current Warden, the entity measured approximately 9 meters in length, though its body lacked coherence. It appeared segmented but unjoined, like floating vertebrae, trailing gossamer filaments that curled backward into mist. No face, no tail, just an endless neck bent into a crescent. It was weightless, yet untouched by force. Cameras trained on it, for more than a few minutes, began experiencing data compression errors. Footage became blurry, sound distorted, as if being funneled through a collapsing throat. Divers that approached reported nausea, then euphoria, then complete emotional blankness. One described the sensation as having your thoughts stirred like sediment. What truly disturbed researchers was not the warden itself, but its habitat. The hollow cavity into which it folded had walls etched with spiraling grooves that amplified sound. Sonar echoes returned not just stronger, but altered, modulating into patterns that, when filtered, formed syllables in long-extinct Polynesian dialects. Language shaped by liquid, words born from depth. And those grooves weren't random. They resembled an enormous fingerprint, stretched around a pit that inhaled the ocean without filling. In 1989, an autonomous glider named Takame entered the sink's funnel and transmitted an 11-minute audio file, before vanishing. The sound began with ocean static, but gradually coalesced into a steady rhythmic chant. Marine linguists, cross-referencing with colonial archives, identified fragments of chants from lost Maori funerary rites, verses that mourned not the dead, but those forgotten before birth. It was then that the warden became more than an anomaly. It was a librarian, a keeper of ancestral echoes, suspended in a flow of memory that resisted both erosion and entropy. The hollow current warden has not moved from its position since that day. It doesn't feed, it doesn't flee, it simply rotates with the sink's spiral, as if it is the still point that defines the current's madness. Some believe it guards a memory, so old even tectonic plates drift around it. Others fear it is not guarding anything, but keeping something from surfacing. Either way, the water never settles in the Tasman Sink. and neither does the past. Near the icy tip of northeastern Canada, where the Labrador Sea deepens into the ancient folds of the North Atlantic, lies a geologic groove known to oceanographers as the Labrador Trough. But to Inuit seafarers, whose oral maps predate modern cartography, it has long been feared as the place where light goes to drown. This trench, with its steep-sided descent and inexplicably warm inner basin, was first surveyed in 1959 during a Norwegian trawler's accidental drift over its coordinates. Sonar indicated a sudden plummet in depth, over 900 meters in a span of 2 kilometers. But what alarmed the crew more was the return echo, not sharp, not dull, but delayed, as though something within had absorbed, and then reluctantly returned their ping. A few hours later, the ship's deck was coated in fine gold-colored sediment. It wasn't metal, it was something else. Decades later, in 1982, a Canadian exploratory team deployed the bathyscaphe Veritas to examine the anomaly. Descending into the trough, they reported no change in pressure, despite dropping beyond expected crush depth. Their lights illuminated shimmering particles, suspended in the water, reflective, not naturally occurring. And then, against the glowing silt, the outline emerged. A massive aperture, embedded in the trench wall, oval, flanged with tendrils resembling coral, but they moved. The aperture did not close, it flexed inward, and from its throat issued a low-frequency drone that rendered the crew momentarily unable to communicate. Audio logs recorded no screams, only long breaths, each one perfectly timed with the sub's pulsing ballast tanks. The structure was dubbed the Gilded Moor. Further investigation revealed the particles coating the sea were composed of silicate wrapped in lipid sheaths, essentially glimmering flakes of organic memory. No creature had ever been witnessed feeding within the moor, yet several remote probes that entered were never retrieved. One was later expelled, months later, from a nearby fjord in Greenland, its hull warped into a spiral, its onboard data rewritten with sonar maps of the human brainstem, not schematic, patterned, as if the creature had tried to mimic what it had consumed. What the moor takes, it seems to digest intellectually. Mythology around the region surged in the late 80s, when fishermen began pulling up strange catches, crabs with spiral-etched carapaces, cod whose eyes were reflective gold. All were sterile, all pulsed with faint bioluminescence, despite being from non-luminescent species. The belief took root that the moor was not just a predator, but a transmitter, that it rewrote biology to echo its own mind, creating facsimiles of memory in place of life. Some now claim that when boats pass above, they hear music through the hull, tones not unlike the human voice, distorted by depth, as though something below is trying to speak, using borrowed anatomy. The Gilded Moor remains unmapped in full. Most expeditions are denied, not for safety, but for fear of replication. Scientists speculate it is not a mouth, but an archive, not a feeder, but a teacher. And like all teachers, it waits patiently until someone understands its language of gold breath and reflection. East of the Philippine Sea, where the Pacific plates fracture into the enigmatic trenches of the Bonin Arc, there exists a formation so acoustically reactive that naval operations avoid it entirely. Labeled Zone Omega-2b by Japanese maritime patrols, this deep borehole in the sea's crust emits continuous low-frequency harmonics, untraceable to any single geological source. In 1971, a Soviet sonar sweep documented the anomaly while investigating nuclear submarine drift paths. The data recorded multiple frequency bands oscillating in perfect fifths, a harmonic pattern most often associated with human choral arrangement. Initially dismissed as artifact distortion, the phenomenon re-emerged in 1985 when a French bathymetric drone passed over the trench's edge and triggered a seismic bloom that shattered its hull without any tectonic movement recorded. What escaped from its black box audio was not impact noise, but a wavering vocal strain of sustained polyphonic agony. It was dubbed the Bleeding Choir. Bioluminescent arrays tethered along the trench recorded the abyssal opening, expanding and contracting every 13 hours, mirroring lunar tide cycles. From its lip, dark red filamentous matter would occasionally extrude, dissolving upon exposure to light. Tests failed to identify any known organic origin, though it was discovered to possess hemoglobin-like properties, suggesting circulatory function. When exposed to sound waves of 12 Hz, the choir's bass tone, it coagulated into strings, vibrating in sympathy. An American team attempted to replicate the tones at higher depths, but aborted after researchers reported acute hallucinations of voices in multiple languages, crying out beneath the hull. Not screams, dirges, grief songs, and every language, Sumerian, Sanskrit, even Proto-Celtic, chanted the same melody. By 1987, a theory emerged: the bone deep did not simply echo, it recorded. Embedded along its steep rock shelves were narrow, spiral-carved alcoves, each housing rows of calcified structures resembling vocal cords, scaled to meters. These were not fossils. They flexed under deep current pressure, vibrating softly even in silence. When recorded and slowed, the vibrations produced structured syllables. Interpreters cross-checked the syntax against extinct dialects, discovering that these phrases resembled lamentations, curses, and farewell rituals. The voice of something too vast to speak in real time, translated across epochs in blood and pressure. Divers that visited the rim reported emotional nausea, like an overwhelming sense of inherited mourning. One described seeing visions of nameless shipwrecks and ancient drownings replaying in reverse. Another felt compelled to weep, though they could not say why. All of them emerged with bleeding from the ears, not due to pressure imbalance, but microscopic lacerations within the cochlea, as if the sound itself had entered them, not mechanically, but emotionally. Some scientists now propose that the bleeding choir is not alive in the conventional sense, but is a consciousness embedded in geologic time, a mourning entity, stretching across millennia, using the trench's acoustic properties to memorialize all that has drowned. A witness, a cantor, a requiem encoded in salt and sinew, and if its song grows louder, it may not be calling to us, but warning something else that the surface still sings. Off the southwestern coast of Africa, just beyond the warm upwelling of the Benguela Current, lies an overlooked depression, once dismissed as an undersea landslide scar. Only in 1969 did Soviet magnetic anomaly trawlers detect something unusual: a complete absence of iron signal for over 10 nautical miles. This region, now called the Benguela Chasm, presents a geological paradox. Its floor is lined with selenite, a gypsum-based crystal, normally formed in shallow evaporative seas. Yet these luminous sheets flicker beneath pressures exceeding 600 bars. Divers sent in 1977 on a mineral retrieval mission witnessed a curious effect. Lights dimmed the deeper they descended, not from depth, but from refracted haze. Cameras struggled to focus. Within that mist, a shape coalesced, motionless, translucent, and multi-limbed. When the sub's external lights cut through, the figure retreated so fast, it distorted the water into a shimmering funnel. The crew described the impression left behind as a face in the crystal, as though something massive had pressed into the selenite, like a memory impressed in frost. In 1981, a French expedition laid thermal buoys to track regional current shifts. What they found instead were heat voids, perfect pockets, where temperature dropped by nearly 20 degrees Celsius, with no surrounding gradient. The voids weren't random. They formed concentric rings that pulsed outward from a central point deep in the chasm. The buoys, when retrieved, were marked with fine etching, curling, precise, not scratches, but glyphs. A South African linguist compared them to early Khoisan rock paintings, and found overlapping symbology, spirals representing wind, wave, and an ancestral entity, known only as the Watcher beneath. This stirred regional myths of a translucent serpent that sleeps below and listens with its entire body. When an ROV was finally sent to the center in 1986, its high-frequency sonar illuminated something perched on a ridge, a form that matched no known biological taxonomy. 8 limbs, thin as reeds, splayed across the crystal floor, converging on a central core that shimmered like bone trapped in ice. its flesh refracted like oil slick, not glistening, but shifting in slow gradients of blue and violet. As the vehicle approached, the image blurred, not from motion, but from memory. The footage degraded, not digitally, but structurally. Frames reordered themselves, scenes replayed in reverse, soundtracks overlaid with static whispers. The selenite lurker, as it was later called, doesn't flee, it erases. Every encounter has left crews disoriented, unable to recall full sequences. Descent logs have been found altered mid-recording, with dates backdated to centuries prior. One diver's camera recorded himself entering the sub 3 days before launch. Scientists now hypothesize the creature bends not just light, but time perception, disassembling continuity in defense. The chasm remains closed to commercial traffic. Fishing vessels reroute at cost. Satellites over the area briefly show distortion, as if refracted by heat, but the sea there remains cold. So cold, in fact, that no known species should survive. Yet something does, not with warmth or hunger, but with patience. A lurker made of crystal and memory, guarding the place where perception fractures, and the past refuses to remain still. South of the equator, where Indonesia's Sunda Shelf begins its gentle descent into the deep Java Sea, an anomaly began surfacing in wartime naval archives. From as early as 1943, Japanese destroyers patrolling the archipelago during World War II noted strange schools of fish, tightly packed and immobile, floating mid-depth, as if suspended in thought. They called them Karada no Nashi, meaning the bodiless, for these formations seemed comprised of fins alone, translucent appendages, fluttering without bodies to anchor them. Most dismissed it as stress-induced error, but by 1967, American submarines documenting tectonic noise patterns in the area recorded dozens of these fin forms, drifting against the current, perfectly stationary, as though tethered by invisible threads. Each fin spanned over a meter, and shimmered faintly under sonar, producing no echo. Divers who approached the anomalies returned unnerved, reporting a low vibrato that resonated in their sternum and left a bitter metallic aftertaste in their mouths for hours. Attempts to retrieve samples proved difficult. The fins disintegrated on contact, but once, in 1978, a small specimen was trapped between two acrylic panels before vanishing entirely in storage. What remained was an outline scorched into the plastic, along with fluid residue resembling cerebrospinal fluid. Biologists speculated these were not appendages at all, but neural extensions, thought organs in the shape of fins. The local Bajau Lot sea nomads whispered older names: Anak Sirip Kosong, children of the empty fin, beings said to swim before earthquakes, their presence a warning, or perhaps a communion with seismic forces. It wasn't until 1989 that the phenomenon reached a new level of intensity. A research vessel from the University of Malaya was conducting coral bloom studies when they spotted what appeared to be a spiral congregation, hundreds of fins rotating slowly in a helix down toward the trench. They moved in complete silence, and then, as the last fin vanished below, a sonic pulse erupted, knocking out all electronics on board. Data recovered from a single surviving recorder revealed a harmonic signature nearly identical to the alpha wave patterns in the human brain during deep REM sleep. The implication: the fins were not passive organisms, but signals, sentinels of consciousness, either organic extensions of a greater unseen host, or fragments of one that no longer needed a body to survive. Oceanographers have speculated that the Sunda Shelf may once have housed an enormous neural colony, a mind spread across distance and salinity, dismembered by time and tectonic collapse. The hollow fin congregation would thus be its remaining choir, drifting thought membranes, still echoing commands to entities long since dissolved: no teeth, no eyes, only communication. And when the vibrations deepen in pitch, sailors know to turn back, for whatever intelligence resides below does not welcome intrusion. It only gathers, sings, and remembers. Its body may be gone, but its message remains, scattered like forgotten nerve endings drifting in tide, waiting to be read by something that still understands their song. In the twilight depths between Sardinia and the western coast of Italy lies the Tyrrhenian Basin, a stretch of Mediterranean floor, believed to be stable, silent, and unremarkable. But in 1955, an Italian telecommunications cable team discovered a sunken fissure that hadn't appeared on any seismic charts. This fissure, unlike typical tectonic scars, opened vertically, like a slit cut into black velvet, and from its core emanated a pulse of pale amber light. Not a glow, but a flickering, erratic, hypnotic, untraceable to any bioluminescent species known to the region. The divers who first approached the glow described a heatless radiance, suspended just out of reach, and an overwhelming scent of copper. Impossible, they noted, since scent should not travel in such depths. One diver collapsed after claiming he saw a cathedral-sized mouth yawning silently within the trench, its teeth rows of glimmering stone. He was recovered alive, but unresponsive, and remained mute until his death in 1972. His journals later found filled with repeated lines. It smiles in reflections only. By the 1970s, the anomaly earned its name, the lantern maw. French marine biologists deployed submersible lanternfish traps to study the behavior of migratory prey in the region, only to have all instruments disabled within 48 hours. The fish were found charred, not burned, but drained. Every soft tissue gone, skeletons intact, as if their energy had been vacuumed away. More disturbing still were the sonar returns, not voids, but inverted topography, shapes beneath the seafloor that bent upward and vanished when approached. The basin was no longer flat. It breathed, slowly. With intervals of 14 hours, the light reappeared in a different rhythm, sometimes bright enough to reach the surface and be mistaken for undersea lightning by fishermen. In 1984, a NATO mapping drone was dispatched under diplomatic cover and captured 19 seconds of footage before the signal was consumed by static. The footage showed what appeared to be an enormous jaw structure, dozens of meters wide, lined not with bone but with pylons of crystal, flickering like filament bulbs. These structures did not close like a predator's maw, but swayed gently, drawing currents inward. Acoustic analysis suggested the flickers were not random, they pulsed in Morse-like cadences. When translated loosely, the pattern read, "Come near." Whether invitation or warning, no vessel has since dared approach the basin directly. The most credible theory posits that the lantern maw is neither creature nor machine, but something between, a biomechanical relic of a pre-human intelligence, left in the softest sediments to attract and consume life, not for sustenance, but for memory extraction. The copper scent, the flickering, the resonance with brainwave frequencies, these all point to an interface, not a predator. A library that reads its visitors as texts. Since 1989, the maw has not reopened. Satellites no longer register light beneath the basin. Some claim it has moved. Others believe it has closed itself, full at last. But on rare still nights in Naples, flashes of pale amber sometimes appear across the waves, like distant lightning, with no thunder. As if the lantern maw still waits, its light buried beneath history, forever hungry for stories it has yet to read. Between the craggy coasts of Newfoundland and the gentle slope of Nova Scotia, the Laurentian Channel plunges deeper than its neighbours suspect. This long, cold trench, once merely a thoroughfare for Atlantic cod, gained notoriety in 1962, when Canadian naval hydrophones captured a series of sharp, percussive snaps. Initially attributed to tectonic fracturing or ice collapse, the pattern soon repeated, too rhythmic, too timed. Marine biologists later discovered a path of hardened silt along the channel's center, appearing not like erosion, but like calcification. It wasn't stone replacing sediment. It was something fusing organic matter into solid strata. Entire clusters of soft-bodied organisms were found fossilized in place, perfectly preserved, but rendered into chalky stillers, as if painted into history. No signs of pressure trauma or thermal change, only this whisper-thin coating of calcium carbonate that spread like frost over their bodies. Then came the divers. In 1971, a two-man exploratory descent team vanished without beacon disruption. When search craft located their submersible, It was perched on the trench floor, lights still blinking, exterior hull smooth and intact. Inside, both occupants were seated, helmets off, eyes wide open, their skin bleached bone white and flaking like ancient frescoes. Their lungs were filled not with water, but fine dust, later identified as ground coral, fused with microscopic proteins, never seen in living species. Something had calcified them from the inside out. Their final logs recorded no distress, only fascination. The last entry read, "It is beautiful here, still and holy. We feel like part of it now." Over the next decade, satellite thermal scans of the channel showed fluctuating cold zones, pockets of unexplained, sub-zero readings, surrounded by otherwise normal currents. These weren't natural thermoclines. They pulsed, spreading in circular waves. Fishing vessels passing above reported strange phenomena. Deck frost at summer temperatures, metallic echoes rising from the deep, and more than once, barnacles turning white overnight. A floating research lab in 1985 documented the most disturbing evidence. A live haddock, freshly caught, turned rigid mid-air, its muscles frozen in place, its eye turned milky. When dissected, its spine had become fused, each vertebra sealed by a mineral thread, like roots turned to stone. It didn't die of exposure, it died of transformation. Oceanographers named the phenomenon the calcifier, and its origin point lies within a depression in the channel, where sonar always fails. Attempts to model the energy signature yielded a strange waveform, suggesting not emission, but absorption, as if the trench were drawing something out of living tissue. Not heat, not motion, but time, memory, organic sequence. Some now believe the calcifier is not a predator, but a preserver, something that neutralizes decay, not to save life, but to halt its flow, to capture each moment, creature, or breath as a perfect fossil, an archivist of the abyss. Since 1989, the channel remains under limited survey lockdown. Commercial fishing rights are leased, but no longlines are set near the marked coordinates. No new descents have been approved, but the cold remains. It creeps upward each year by half a meter, and soon, they say, the frost may reach the surface, not as ice, but as stone made from life. Encased within the coldest heart of the Southern Ocean, where the Weddell Gyre slowly turns like an ancient clock wound by ice and salt, lies a rift that should not exist. It is narrow, vertical, and opens not into rock, but into sound, a vent in the ocean where water does not pour, but where noise escapes in pulses too low for any mammal to make, yet too patterned for geology to explain. In 1958, Soviet researchers aboard the Vostok 12 encountered an acoustic phenomenon near this gyre, where their hydrophones picked up what they described as singing tectonics. A haunting harmony rose through the pressure, composed of 5 alternating tones spaced evenly across octaves, always repeating, never overlapping. The crew began to hear it without instruments. Within days, sleep patterns fractured. 2 members awoke screaming about mouths in the mountains. The mission was aborted, but the tape was preserved, and to this day the signal has never ceased, only grown stronger. The region was later mapped more precisely by American satellite sonar in 1974, revealing a series of trench mouths arranged in a circular pattern, 6 ovals carved into bedrock, each aligned with gravitational stress points. Within this strange circle, every sonar ping returned inverted waveforms. No object ever resolved, instead only echoes that answered back slightly altered, slightly delayed, as if the deep had begun to mimic the listening. Submersible teams sent in 1980 encountered electronic interference that scrambled data with eerie regularity. Every third ping returned encoded with sequences resembling human EEG scans under meditation. These weren't errors. They were signals, structured and deliberate. Marine linguists attempted to decode the signal by treating it as a non-verbal language. Over a 10-year analysis, they mapped segments of repetition and linked them to similar calls from pygmy blue whales, but the scale was vast, lower in frequency and longer in duration, as though it came from something larger than any known organism. The theory emerged that the coral rift, as it was now named, wasn't a structure. It was a resonance chamber for something living, something vast, embedded in stone, perhaps asleep, perhaps only listening. Indigenous legends from Tierra del Fuego speak of the deep choir, voices beneath ice that called wayfarers home with melodies only the dying could hear. The Soviets, in classified addendums, referred to it as a being with lungs carved from the ocean trench. In 1989, a final survey drone recorded a singular event. The tones ceased for exactly 17 seconds. In their place, a silence so deep it erased nearby recordings, muting sonar history. Then a single tone emerged, pure, clear and human in pitch, lasting 3 minutes before fading. The crew reported migraines, nosebleeds, and vertigo that lasted days. The ocean, it seemed, had finally responded, not with a roar, but with a voice. Since then, the coral rift has resumed its song, but it is no longer consistent. Its harmonies now fluctuate, as if waiting for another voice to join, rehearsing for a performance no one has ever survived hearing twice. In the Celebes Sea, beyond the Philippines and south of Mindanao, lies one of the planet's least explored abysses, the Celebes Deep. It is not its depth alone that repels human curiosity, but the unnatural optical phenomena reported since the earliest Dutch expeditions in 1901, accounts of light bending, colors warping, and even daylight seeming to ripple like disturbed fabric over its surface. By 1966, Indonesian deep-sea trawlers began avoiding the region, after nets returned with no fish, but strange, translucent filaments, resembling broken crystal veins, soft to the touch yet impossible to sever. In 1979, a joint marine expedition, launched from Surabaya, returned with video footage of something that would later be classified and hidden from public access. A perfectly circular depression in the seafloor, lined with glass-like shards, arranged in spiraling rows like the iris of an eye. And at its center, something moved, not visibly, but audibly. Frequencies in the footage shifted every 11 seconds, phasing through pitches too low for human ears. The creature, if it is such, became known among researchers as the Harrow-glass entity. Its name derives not from what was seen, but what was reported by the few who dove closest, a sensation of looking into themselves. Divers claimed the waters became reflective, not in appearance, but in emotion. Their thoughts twisted, looping back, their memories overlapping. One described reliving his brother's funeral, hearing it echoed from the trench floor in his own voice. Another forgot his own name for 36 hours. A third emerged speaking perfect Tagalog, despite being Dutch. Electroencephalograms taken afterward showed alpha wave patterns identical to those in waking REM sleep, though none had lost consciousness. Marine neurobiologists speculated the Harrow glass may not be a body, but a mind, a sentient plane of consciousness, embedded in the sea, communicating not through language, but through mental mimicry. The glassy structures surrounding the depression were found to be composed of biogenic silica fused with vanadium, a combination never seen in nature. And when these samples were placed near electromagnetic sources, they emitted faint vibrations matching brainwave cycles, a structure, it seems, designed to amplify thought. In 1988, a Japanese bathyscaphe piloted by autonomous control systems was sent into the center of the depression. It remained active for 17 minutes before its systems shut down completely. Upon retrieval, no damage was found, but every surface had become mirrored. The hull no longer reflected the ocean, but showed inverted images of the lab crew observing it. These reflections shifted independently, appearing to speak, though no sound was heard. Audio logs captured a single repeated whisper on loop, "You already knew." Since that descent, the Harrow glass has been left undisturbed, marked a cognitive hazard by international deep-sea regulatory boards, not out of fear of destruction, but the terror of recognition. It does not hunt, it reveals; it does not speak, it reflects. And whatever secrets lie at the bottom of the Celebes Deep, they are not buried, they are remembered. Nestled between the eastern coast of Spain and the northern shore of Morocco, the Alboran Basin appears at first glance to be a quiet convergence of currents, a benign meeting point of the Mediterranean and the Atlantic. But beneath its apparent stillness, something ancient and sinuous coils through the water like a thought made flesh. first reported in 1914 by a Moroccan pearl diver named Azam ibn Laith. It was described not as a creature, but as a current wrapped in silk, which caught his ankle, dragged him downward, and released him an hour later, unconscious and covered in fine, translucent strands that shimmered in moonlight. When he awoke, he remembered nothing of the descent, but would spend the remainder of his life painting a spiral he could never quite finish. In 1963, Spanish researchers aboard the Océano del Silencio recorded sonar anomalies in the basin, patterns of concentric loops that moved with disturbing regularity. Each scan revealed not a solid object, but fluid forms that pulsed in clockwise arcs, as if swimming without organs. These patterns showed no heat signature, no clear boundary, only motion. When dropped dye packs were released into the water, the fluid was not dispersed by current. It was wrapped, ribboned, pulled into threads. Over time, the phenomenon gained a name, the silken maelstrom. Unlike whirlpools, it didn't spin downward, but around, like an underwater loom. In 1975, a U.S. Navy submersible passing through the basin suffered temporary hull breach warning alarms, despite no pressure fluctuations. Its black box revealed a bizarre vibration that lasted precisely 12 minutes and 57 seconds, accompanied by a muffled chime, as though bells had rung from beneath the ocean floor. When the vessel was lifted for inspection, technicians discovered hundreds of thread-like strands clinging to its frame. These fibers, once dried, emitted a soft hum when exposed to air and disintegrated within hours. Under magnification, they were not cellular, but lattice-like, structures akin to spider silk, yet lined with tiny nodes that responded to moisture. Marine biologists attempted to replicate the behavior and failed. The material was not living, but it behaved like memory. By 1986, reports had increased fishermen netting shimmering cords that dissolved in sunlight, swimmers emerging in tears without knowing why, and most chilling of all, sailors hearing lullabies in a language they never learned, humming softly from below. These melodies always ended the same way, with a whisper none could translate, but all agreed made them forget something important. Not everything, just one memory. And once gone, it could not be retrieved. Oceanographers now speculate that the silken maelstrom is a form of sensory camouflage, an entity or network that feeds not on flesh, but on recollection, a parasitic intelligence that unspools fragments of thought and emotion, threading them into its own silent current. The basin, once considered a meeting place of waters, may in truth be a weaving ground, a loom of the forgotten, where the sea collects the frayed ends of the human mind, and spins them into something it alone can understand. Far from the tides of the open ocean, in the isolated belly of the Caspian Sea, there lies a depression too deep for its surrounding geology, a sink that defies the salt water's density, with a silence more pressing than the pressure. Known to local fishermen as Kudirma's Eye, the region has swallowed trawlers and drones alike, its coordinates slowly erased from unregulated maps, after each disappearance. The Caspian Sink is not merely a geological void, it is the resting place of a form few dare call life, an idol of unknown material, unearthed by seismic activity in 1949, and swiftly reburied by the currents, as if the sea itself were ashamed. Only once in 1967 did it surface again during an earthquake that fractured the seabed. Soviet seismologists operating near Baku recorded a singular towering figure revealed by a landslide, squat and square-bodied, its surface etched in sigils resembling both Akkadian and early Slavic script. When sonar readings resumed in 1970, the idol was no longer present. Instead, the surrounding sediment had hardened into a ring of compacted brine mixed with calcified organic matter. Divers who entered the zone during its brief visibility reported a weight behind the eyes, as if thought itself resisted coherence. One described seeing a face carved into the trench wall that seemed to follow them, while another's regulator failed in perfect sync with their pulse. The idol had not moved, but it had been remembered. In 1981, oil drillers operating nearby encountered patches of heavy oil that refused to ignite, a physical impossibility. Mixed within the crude were fragments of silicate bearing deep-set grooves identical to those photographed in '67. A joint research team in 1987 discovered a curious phenomenon near the sink. Migratory fish avoided it entirely, forming unnatural rings in their roots as if genetically programmed to detour. Tagging data showed multiple species changing depth simultaneously upon nearing the region, as if in reverence or panic. The idol's physical shape, as recalled by surviving imagery, remained ambiguous, part monolith, part segmented carapace, with no discernible head or limbs, and yet every witness described a gaze, not merely being watched, but being seen by something ancient enough to have forgotten how to speak, yet not how to judge. In late 1989, an autonomous probe descending into the sink relayed one final image before transmission ceased, a shadow wide and still nestled among silt folds like an altar or cradle, surrounded by petrified crustaceans in spiraled alignment. For 2 minutes, the audio feed was replaced by what analysts called a mechanical heartbeat, precise, rhythmic, impossible to originate from any known machinery. When the probe was recovered, its outer hull had oxidized entirely within 90 hours, a process that should have taken decades. Whatever rests at the bottom of the Caspian sink has no interest in rising. It waits, not for worship, but for time to return to it what was once its own, reverence carved into memory, and fear suspended in salt. The brine doesn't merely preserve its shape, it preserves its sentence. Encased in the crushing grip of the Weddell Sea's southernmost trench, lies a grave of ice that no satellite can fully map, where radar scatters as if repelled, and subglacial flows whisper in tones too cold to carry meaning. Since 1955, scientists from Argentine polar stations have recorded irregularities in sonar echoes around this trench, a pocket where no returns bounce back, only a heavy blankness. Among these silences, a shape once emerged on seismic records in 1972, identified only by absence, a void, perfectly symmetrical, and surrounded by rings of shifting ice-laden silt, as though something vast had reclined in the seabed and left behind its hollow imprint. The legend that grew from this became known as the Crownless Monarch, a title not given lightly, but born from whispers in Antarctic circles, describing a presence too regal to be real and too buried to be forgotten. No vessel has observed the monarch directly. Instead, its rule is felt. Icebreakers traveling near the trench report sudden stillness in the water, where motion halts despite engines running, as if tides themselves bow before some unseen gravity. In 1980, the Argentine vessel Ala di Hielo recorded a sound, a bass tone with harmonic overtones mimicking whale song, but stretched across 17 minutes, and repeating only once every 36 hours. The sound was traced not to a creature, but to the shifting of the trench's glacial lid, rising and falling like breath. Deep-sea buoys lowered into the area have recorded time loss, internal clocks running behind by full minutes after retrieval, accompanied by faint residue of manganese not native to the area, but to outer abyssal plains. Something had stirred below that does not belong there. By 1986, the myth had spread to the British Halley Research Station, where a glaciologist named Trevor Shale claimed to have dreamt consistently of a headless figure adorned in robes of moving kelp and glacial filament. In each dream, it sat on a throne of translucent bone, extending its hand as if asking for silence. When asked why he never reported the dreams sooner, he replied, "Because I didn't want to kneel." His final entry in his expedition journal simply read, "It doesn't want the crown back. It wants the silence it once ruled." Marine psychologists working in tandem with polar researchers later concluded the region emitted low-frequency pulses consistent with infrasonic communication, below the range of human hearing, but felt in tissue and blood. When layered into recordings and played back, the frequencies induced inexplicable sorrow in test subjects, followed by confusion and withdrawal. The sound, it seemed, did not call out. It mourned. In 1990, a final probe was sent into the trench during a warm water upwelling. For 4 hours it transmitted only pressure data, then began emitting rhythmic pulses of its own, mimicking those from the ice above. Researchers attempted to abort the mission, but the probe detached from its tether and vanished. Its signal ceased after one final transmission, a visual feed showing a smooth incline of pale organic surface, with rows of indents like worn script etched in repeating arches. The image froze as if paused mid-bow. Whatever rests beneath the Weddell Sea does not seek worship or discovery. The crownless monarch reigns without voice, without name and without rival, not through power, but through the crushing quiet of absolute remembrance. Between Russia's Kamchatka Peninsula and Japan's Hokkaido lies a chain of islands cast like vertebrae, each born of volcanic fire, each whispering to the deep. South of the island of Aturup, hidden beneath a bend in the Kuril, Kamchatka Trench, rests a bowl-shaped depression, not catalogued on any official Russian hydrography map, named only in declassified Japanese records from 1943 as Kagami no Shokan, the summoning mirror. This cavity forms the heart of a rift, where sound does not reflect, but is swallowed. Acoustic studies from 1978 attempted to chart its curvature, using sonar pings from multiple vessels, but no echo ever returned. Instead, a wave of harmonic interference blanketed the surrounding water, creating what naval engineers described as a dissonance field, a pulse of frequencies that cancelled each other out in perfect opposition. What lies at its center is not merely an abyss, but a silence that fights back. In 1982, a Soviet bathyscaphe descended into the Kuril Hollow, equipped with a reinforced acoustic chamber. What it recorded was not static, nor song, but a choir, overlapping layers of voices, not human, not digital, chanted in mathematical intervals, their tones reversing in phase every 30 seconds, as if breathing through inversion. Aboard the surface ship, translators could not interpret the language, for there were no words, only tone, repetition, and rising resonance. One acoustic analyst described the experience as being listened to by lungs made of glass. The term that emerged from this mission was mirror-lunged choir, a sentient configuration of resonance that exists not in form, but in breath-shaped refraction. Weeks after the recording was made, researchers exposed to the playback began experiencing memory disruptions, not memory loss, but the replacement of known events with others never lived. One oceanographer swore he had once married beneath the sea, recalling vivid images of an altar carved from shipwreck hulls, despite having no spouse. Others began drawing diagrams of vocal cords shaped like ammonite spirals, speculating that the choir may be not a creature, but a network, an intelligence that communicates by rewriting resonance itself, embedding thoughts into the folds of surrounding water. In 1988, Japan's Maritime Self-Defense Force deployed a classified sonic weapon test near the Kuril Hollow. The moment the pulse was fired, the weapon failed, shorted entirely by feedback that laced every frequency with a chant, as if mirrored voices were harmonizing with the device before choking it into silence. Seismographs across Hokkaido registered no quake, and yet the sea level dropped by 4 centimeters over 10 minutes. Not a wave, a withdrawal, as if the sea itself had inhaled. That same year, Soviet oceanographers renamed the region's trench segment in unofficial maps, Nemesnaya Disha, the breath that doesn't belong. It was agreed that no further descent would be made. By 1990, as satellite bathymetry improved, the hollow remained conspicuously featureless, no elevation, no texture, just smooth data where chaos should reside. The choir had not left. It had simply ceased to respond, as if disinterested in echo or interaction. The Kuril Hollow was no longer considered a threat. It had become an unanswered question, and sometimes, the most terrifying voices are those that listen long after we forget what we said. And now we return from the edge, where science surrendered, and silence told the rest. 100 names, etched not in history, but in pressure and pulse, in brine and in breath. These were not myths, nor monsters drawn from fevered dreams. They were the world's unanswered questions, cloaked in motionless tides and echoless vaults. The ocean, with all its unseen corridors, has never spoken plainly. It remembers in tremors, it warns in beauty, it buries its wonders deep enough that curiosity must bleed to reach them. And perhaps that is why we listen, not to uncover the truth, but to be reminded that some truths were never ours to claim. So before you surface, ask yourself, not what we found in the deep, but what the deep has found in us.